if you took like an honest sampling, just random people out of society, you know, and you broach this topic with them sensibly, you know, not sensationalized or anything. I feel at this point they should at least be like, yeah, it's real far out there for me, but I'm willing to listen to what you've got to say, you know, given that the whole world is one entire mess about what to believe, you know, in the public.
Right.
And with, as I said, what just recently came out for the whole world to see, people should really be raising their eyebrows at this point and getting over that kind of shock.
Yeah, absolutely.
About how deep things can really go, you know?
Yeah, like my elderly friends. I have a couple of elderly friends. You know, totally against all that, right? Protested everything, got into trouble off the local council, like just all right. And then, you know, one day I mentioned flat Earth. No, you can't be a flat earther. It's like, whoa, relax. What the
When
heck?
was this? Like, what, recent? Few years ago?
Couple of years ago, yeah. And then
Yeah.
the husband wasn't so shocked, right? But like, yeah, she was. And she's no, like she's like, yeah, like loudly, like no. And I'm like, whoa, okay. Why would you even think that? We have satellites and blah, blah, blah. Oh, I know we didn't go to the moon though, right? Like she's like, because of the Van Allen radiation belts. So I gave him a 5-minute spiel, right, about flat Earth. They sat there silently listening, and then there was like about 10-second pause after I'd finished, and just staring at me, and then it was just like, well, anyway, and then the conversation just totally changed, and they haven't brought it up since. I haven't mentioned it since, but they know.
I wonder where they're at with it.
I think they want to think about it.
Yeah, I think so. Probably totally buried it. I was referring to like right now though, you know, in the current kind of environment of the world. You know, you got a lot of people that woke up in 2020, they started their kind of journey, you know, they'll be getting to the point where, right, you know, found out all there is about 2020, and then you go on to like, they probably looked into masonry, shit like that, you know, you go down these things, and they'll find, you know, enough time has passed that they're getting to the point where they'll be coming to subjects like this, you know.
Well, I've had more success with people on the younger side than on the older. But I was like 48 when I figured it out. So I mean, and okay, not that 48 is that old, but it's older than the people in their 20s. But when I talk to people like around 70, 75, it's like they're too old to accept new thing. It's almost like in the Matrix, they say we don't like to wake up old people. They can't accept it. Of course, there's always outliers, exceptions to the rule.
Yeah, I mean, just gets more and more difficult the older you are, and you've kind of not made an effort to investigate anything.
Yeah, and you also have a tendency to brush over things that you already heard and stuff like that. So new information, it has to be new information for you to accept it too. Flat Earth, many people have heard it and they just dismiss it as something ridiculous, right? Could people say, "Oh, you're as dumb as a flat earther" and stuff like that? They've done a good job propagandizing the people against the concept, right? So,
Oh, of course. It's not like they can bring any evidence. That's the only
Right.
playground they can operate in, ridicule and dissuadement. It's not a word, is it? But, you know, make sure people don't look into the topic. I think with older folk, you know, there is real psychological risk, you know, coming to things too late in life, because you've got to be young and you've got to have that fortitude to kind of see essentially these ideological atrocities happening and be able to reconcile it and still function in life, you know?
Yeah. Well, we have a couple of new people in the room. Jane Hopper, welcome. And 420. Wait, that's Josh. Okay, I see you. So, Jane, how are you tonight? We have Kasparov in here. Hello. Have I seen you here before, Jane? I think I recognize your PFP.
Primal King as well below you.
Hey, she says in the chat. Right? Yes, hello.
He's got the flat tire.
Well, this is your chance. If you ever want to talk to a real flat earther, there's plenty of us in here. How are you guys? Jane says. We're doing great. Thank you for asking. How are you tonight? Is this your first time here, or have I seen you here before?
Do you have a mic? Do you have a mic, Jane?
I can't talk right now. Jane says that's why I'm typing here in chat. Yes, it's my first time here. Yeah, well, you're very welcome, Jane. Feel free to listen in. If you have questions and you want to type them in chat, we can still address you since you're in VC. You can hear us. Just reading your text to the YouTube listeners says right now we are live on YouTube. Jane says, okay. All right. Maybe you wanted to know why we are flat earthers. You should ask us for evidence, maybe. At some point, if you're interested, and we will bring it to you. Who else do we have here? Beish. I've seen you before. Welcome back. Oh, he left quickly. Okay. Yeah, so this is what happens when we have an event running. New people come in, and we can talk to them.
Quite a lot of people just want to be a fly on the wall, you know?
Yeah, it happens, but that's all right. We're just waiting for the right person to join, and then if you're a fly on the wall, you can listen in to that discussion. Some people are going to ask us all kinds of fun things here. How does the sun work on the flat earth? How does the seasons work? They want to talk about the sky usually and stay away from the actual topic, which is flat earth. Why are we flat earthers? The short story is because we have measured it. We checked out water, which is something that covers most of Earth's surface, and water doesn't curve. But I'm sure we're going to get a chance to present it a little bit further. We can go over the math. We have some new people in the room. Fredoka, how are you? Welcome to the chat. Maybe you have a
And
question.
Samo.
There we go. Yes, Samo as well. Welcome.
Yeah, believe it or not, but I say believe it or not. But everyone that exists right now has first-hand primary information and knowledge of the Earth's surface, and they experience it and use it as planar. And if they wanted to, they could test it and see if it actually measures that way.
That's right. I'm going to paste the method in the chat so people who are new, you can at least know the argument. There's two ways you can test if the Earth is flat yourself, because they have told us the size of this so-called planet. And if you know a little bit about math, you can understand that if you have the radius of something, of a sphere, then you can use that radius to figure out how much it needs to curve over distance. So it's pretty easy. They have told us the size or the radius. The radius is 3,959 miles. So we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And the method to figure it out is you just find a 10-mile wide lake. You bring a friend, have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 50 feet tall or water doesn't curve. Because over 10 miles, there has to be a 50-foot tall, there has to be curvature. So, and if you have, maybe you have access to a laser, then you can shoot it over water as well. I'm going to paste a diagram to show you how we figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And if you understand that diagram, then you can understand why we are flat earthers, because we cannot find that much curvature. As a matter of fact, we can't find any curvature that corresponds to the radius of 3959 miles. And you yourself have seen flat water your whole life. Here's the diagram. Dandelion are back. Hello. Good to see you.
Hi. Yeah, it sounds like a great explanation. I don't know who you're explaining it to, but...
Well, we have a lady here, Jane Hopper. She's in the chat. She can't talk right now, but I decided to explain our position anyway.
Yeah, that was good. I liked it.
And since we're on English Hub, typing it in chat also gives people who are using auto translators a good chance to copy and paste that into their own preferred language. Fry says hi all. Hello, Fry. Samo says, hi everyone here. I can't talk now because the first time for me, I'm here to improve my English. Yeah, you're in the right place. And not only are you going to improve your English, you're also going to learn where you live, which is kind of cool. People have told you lived on a ball your whole life, and that ball has a lot of curving water on it. So we decided to go out and check if it actually curves that much. And guess what? It doesn't. And you can prove that for yourself. If you scroll up to 45 minutes after the hour, there is the method how you can do this test easily yourself and figure out that water doesn't curve. T-Dub says, that would be considered a tangent plane. Anywhere on the flat surface, apart from the very center, would be experienced as a slope. That means all construction where horizontal surfaces has been built are basically seesaws if the Earth is a globe. Yeah, good point. Thank you, T-Dub. Fry says, I was wondering where did you all go? Well, we hang out at English Hub today. And he also says, I love flat Earth. I mean, who doesn't? This is where we live. We gotta love this place. Jedi is back. Good to see you too.
What's up, man? Good to see you holding the fort down. Well played.
We're doing our best. We have some good people in here tonight, so it's super easy. Bryce says, what other servers are you guys active in? Well, you can go to discord.gg/politics. Sometimes we hang there. We haven't been to the home server for a long time, but The address for that one is discord.gg/flat earth. Yeah, Fry says, I know about politics. That's how I found you guys. Okay, cool. I'm going to give you a fist bump for that one. Greenweaver Alex says, I so appreciate all you guys. Love flat earth discussions. Okay, we'll give you a little heart for that comment. Thank you. T-Dev says to Fry, you son of a bitch. Very funny. All right, it's almost Valentine's Day, so I like the hearts in here. Samu says, wow, I can't understand your words. I feel difficult for me. Yeah, okay. Well, we can type a little bit and you can maybe paste it into a translator.
Yeah, I don't know what he's replying to the meme that Logical Observations put up there, which I thought was a pretty good meme. Yeah, it's like, says level water, picture of flat horizon, curving water, picture of wave, computer generated water, picture of fantasy sci-fi globe image.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why I didn't ask myself the question before I was 48 years old, but I always accepted that ball in space with the curving water around it, like no questions asked, until one day I didn't. But now it's, of course, very, very weird.
Yeah, I mean, you might have assumed, like I did, that somebody actually had evidence for this stuff, right? And then when you went and looked for it, you found it wasn't there, which, I feel like a reasonable person, when they assume that it's been proven and demonstrated. They go and look for the evidence. They find none. They find fallacies. They find emotional appeal. They find propaganda. They conclude, oh, okay, so this doesn't actually exist. There's no evidence for it. But then we get people in here every day who say, oh, yeah, but it's really got to be there somewhere. Like, we just can't find it. I don't know. Like, that's the thing I don't understand, is people who go look for it. They're sure it's there. They come in here, right? They're sure it's there. Just like we were sure. I'm sure that it was there, the evidence. But then when you go look for it and it's not there, like, the conclusion should be there's no evidence, so that's probably not true. And it's also illogical, so it's definitely not true. But instead, people just keep fighting for it. It's very odd. That's the part I don't get.
Right.
Why people do that. Do you know why? Can you tell me?
I mean, it is a strongly held belief that is being contradicted, so naturally. But yeah, it is super weird. They will defend it to death, some of these people. They will defend it and they will say, I know Earth is a sphere or an oblate sphere. Or they will use the word no. And then when you kind of press them on it, it comes down to, okay, fine, I believe it. And that's the first step, to admit that you don't actually know. So that's how we all became flat earthers. We admitted that, okay, we don't know. Let's look into it.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, a lot of people don't want to admit that. Yeah, that is true.
Vincent W. says everything is flat. That is correct. I don't know about everything, but the horizon is flat, water is flat. We use and utilize Earth as flat every day. That's just the normal default thing to do. Samu says, wait, Fry says, I admit I don't want to admit Earth is flat. Oh, you have to expand on that. I'll become a flat earther the day Indio makes me a mod. I don't think that's going to happen then. Or maybe you got to do it the other way around. You become a flat earther, and hang around with us in here and be nice and friendly, and then maybe you'll be a mod. No promises made. Samo says, I'll be mostly listening today to improve my listening skills. Hope you don't mind. No, absolutely, we don't mind. Please hang around here. If you have questions, you can type them in the chat. Why do you want to become a mod, Fry? Samu says, thank you so much. Fry says, I've been a flat earth stan, or is that supposed to be fan, for over 1 year now. I feel like I've earned it. I don't know what stan means. I'm not.
Stan is like a slang for fan. Yeah. I can't actually remember the origin of Stan, but yeah, Stan is fan.
I don't know. I've played the game Monkey Island. There's a Stan in there selling boats, whatever. Maybe it's from there. LucasArts released The Secret of Monkey Island 1986 or something. All right, that just now I just dated myself. I am old. I'm 53. Anyway, Vincent W says the sky is like a circle and the ground is like a box. Well, I'm not going to make a shape claim of Earth, but I can tell you that the surface property is 100% flat.
I just researched it in 10 seconds, just like Globers like to do. I found out that Stan is a combination of stalker and fan.
All right, makes sense. Well, Fry, it takes a little bit more than to be a stan. I think you have to actually sit here and be on voice for a while and show people that you can actually argue and argue the topic. Maybe not argue it, but at least educate people. I don't think you have to be able to argue, but you have to be able to explain things to people. Vincent W says, it's an ancient saying from my country that the sky is like a circle and the ground is like a box. Okay. What country, if you don't mind? Plain and Truth says Fry, I'm gonna be honest, out of all the FE proofs, I find the impossible eclipse the most convincing. Do you know what I find the most convincing, Fry? I'm gonna tell you what I find the most convincing. And I'll be spamming this until the day I die, probably, because it's super easy to understand. The thing that I find most convincing is the fact that water is flat. And I pasted that just for you, Fry, since you like to chat in the text chat. Vincent W says, I'm from China. Yeah. It's always difficult to translate things directly, like idioms and things like that doesn't translate very well. So it looks like a beautiful saying. I can totally see that is like something that could come from China. My daughter speaks perfect Mandarin. She lived there for 2 years. Fry gives me a little thumb up, and Vincent W gives me a thumb up on the explanation. So yeah, it's an easy way to do it. They have given us a radius claim, so they're going to have to live with that. We can use map to figure out how much curvature there has to be. Bring a friend. Fry says, why you get a fire shots at me like that? I know I got no friends. Bring a friend. All right, well, you can do it yourself. And you can be my friend if you want to. You don't actually need a friend. You get yourself a good camera. Put let's see what you can do if you're by yourself. First, you have to drive to the other side of the lake, right? And you put a little like mannequin or something over there, or like put a laser pointer or something over there, and then get a good zoom camera and go to the other side and see if you can see the item that you placed on the beach. And unless that item is 50 foot tall, you shouldn't be able to see it. So that'll work. Fry says, I'm not I'm not a huge fan of this experiment because I'm a believer of bendy light. Yeah, I mean, again, with the beliefs, but if you have some empirical evidence that light actually bends and conforms to the curvature of the Earth over those 10 miles, then please present it. We've been looking for that kind of evidence forever. It's all right if you believe that that's the case, but unless you can't prove it, it's pretty much pointless to have such a belief. I can at least prove that I can see my friend 10 miles away with the good zoom camera. And I shouldn't be able to do that unless he was over 50 foot tall, right? So there's that. T-Dub posted a funny meme about Milhouse from The Simpsons playing with himself there with the frisbee in the park. Fry says, I'm not a huge fan of this experiment because I'm a believer of bendy light. This is why I like the impossible eclipse, because that shit is nuts, even if you believe in bendy light. All right, yeah, to each their own. I have a few favorites myself before I the water thing, water being flat, that is my favorite. But I like the other ones as well. Like you can hover in a helicopter for 12 hours, and guess what? You're going to land in the exact same spot. That one doesn't have anything to do with the surface property really, because that could be the same on any shape, right? But it proves to me that there is no movement. We're not spinning 1,040 miles per hour. And if you're going to argue that it's because we're in the same inertial frame or something like that, and the helicopter kind of moves sideways with the Atmo, I'm going to have to disregard that because air goes in all directions. Samu says, light doesn't always travel in a straight line. It can bend due to changes in air density. You know what, Samu? I'm going to grant you that. It's called refraction, atmospheric refraction. You're absolutely right. I think that's a thing. But I'll grant you 20%. So now your friend doesn't have to be 50 foot tall, but he has to be 40 foot tall. So you still have to deal with it, even if I grant you 20%. In nature, that's basically impossible. Most people are going to go with standard refraction, which is 10 to 15 at most. Fry says, aren't there some large pendulum experiments where the pendulum shows drift? That's just a parlor trick. Pendulums are, first of all, they hang in a ball joint, which naturally wants to gravitate to circle around, right? And the ball joint is connected to a frame, and the frame is actually situated on Earth. So you're actually, you're trying to prove motion of something that you're actually connected to. So it's kind of stupid. And those things, you can never tell which direction they're going to spin. Sometimes they're going to do it counterclockwise. Sometimes they're going to do it clockwise. You have to have a motor to keep them going. You have to use magnets to keep them going and things like that. The ones you see in the museums, they're motorized. So it's absolutely, a parlor trick. Yeah, they do that. And you cannot consistently replicate this trick, right? So it's not a good experiment at all for movement. Yeah. Logical Observations posts in the chat. He says, the Foucault pendulum is nothing more than a parlor trick to fool the gullible masses into believing we live on a spinning globe fantasy hurtling 66,600 miles per hour through space chasing the sun. I agree with you. That's a good meme. If Earth is a rotating sphere, why are these pendulums not moving? That's right. We would have demolished buildings all over Earth if it was a thing. But of course, you have to start them, and it's just it is a parlor trick.
Yeah, if you look at some of those really complex gyroscopic pendulums that they get going, right? They've got a lot of degrees of freedom to move, and they go all over the place. They actually say that they cannot predict what it is going to do 1 second to another.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Whereas you think that if it was going to be influenced by, the motion of the thing that it's parked on, then, that there would be some, level of prediction, right? But they say, no, you can't predict it.
Yeah, exactly. So when something, even if we, let's say we can call it an experiment, but if we did that, it's an experiment that can't consistently be reproduced. And when you can't consistently reproduce an experiment, that's called pseudoscience. So at best, right? And at worst, it's just a parlor trick.
So, what I've found, as far as the scientific method is concerned and whether or not you can prove something, everything is predicated, and this is the most important step. What is the observed natural phenomena, and can you recreate it? And so people will tell us, like, I see the sun go down. Okay, you're seeing the sun gradually disappear bottom up. That's the phenomena. What do you think causes it? And the first thing they go to, well, the Earth is a sphere. It's like, holy shit. What are you even talking about? You see the sun gradually disappear bottom up. What do you think causes it? What are they going to test? What independent variable are they going to bring to the table that would prove that it has something to do with how the Earth is shaped? It's so absurd. So that's why I always ask people, what is your observed natural phenomena? And then what is your presumed cause? And they're almost never related, especially when it comes to this topic. It's so dumb.
Very, 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 very dumb. Vincent W. had a good point in the chat. He says, ground is flat, mountain is just higher than ground, ocean is just lower than ground, so Earth is flat. I like to explain this to Globers like a desk. On your desk, you have your laptop, you have a desk light, you have some pens, maybe a stapler. All those things, that's topography, but your desk is still flat. So we can definitely have mountains and things here on the flat Earth, and that's how I explain that one. Because we actually have people coming in here now and then saying, "Oh, we have mountains. How can Earth be flat?" So, yeah. Quantum Wanderer posted something. What is that? That looks like speculation. Is it Sunday today? No, it isn't. It's Friday, so we can't speculate. I'm not going to comment on it. Some kind of map.
He's an outer ponder, right? Outer ponds. Well, okay.
Yeah.
How do you know?
Right. That's what we have to say. When people post maps like that or pictures like that, we're going to say it's speculation. We can't prove it, so we're going to stay away from it. People always want to talk to us about outer lands and ice walls and things like that. But in this room, you have bumped into the empirical flat earthers. We only talk about things we can prove.
All right, I want to talk to Fry. I've talked to Fry multiple times, but Fry's a good sport. He usually is calm and reasonable. Fry, jump on the mic, bro. What's up? How'd you follow us all the way over to English Hub? Are you frying something, Fry?
He says, "Yo, I'm around people. Can't mic up. Haha, I just found this VC. No,
Okay. Well,
trying to get work done, failing."
okay. Well, when you have time, come back. I want to talk to Fry because he's an on the fencer. Basically, he agrees with most of the things that we point out, but he's just still hanging onto that ball by the hairs attached to it. So when you can, I want to talk to you, Fry.
He's hanging on by a ball here. That's funny.
That's
Fry,
right.
you seem like a reasonable guy. So yeah, it would be nice if you have time to come in here when you can grab a mic. That would be cool. He says, "I bought a Flat Earth T-shirt, by the way. Wore it at Lollapalooza. Dude, I'm gonna do that for this year's Sweden Rock Festival. 100,000 people will be there, and they will see my Flat Earth T-shirt. I just don't know which one I'm gonna pick because I don't want to pick something dumb. So if anybody has any suggestions for a cool T-shirt that kind of makes people question the thing, then let me know. Did you have a dumb one with something you can't prove? Not the disc in space, I hope. That was the only one available. Tell me which one it was. He's going to show it to us. All right. Like, for example, Quantum Wanderer posted a map of the outer lands. I mean, you could make that into a T-shirt, but then you're going to be walking around with something that you have no evidence for. So even though it looks cool, I couldn't do that. So I have to have something else. Maybe I'm thinking about the math formula, 1.22 foot times the observer's height squared, or you know what I'm talking about, the distance to the horizon. I should do something like that so people in the know understand what's going on. But if you don't know, maybe you'll ask about it. All right, let's have a look at that. Fry posted which shirt he was wearing at Lollapalooza. Hey, Fry, did you get any questions from the people? Oh, I can't even open it. It's Amazon in India. My friends already know. We have Grim, who just joined. Welcome.
What's going on, bro?
What's going on? It's Friday night, Flat Earth Friday. I think I recognize your PFP. You've been here before?
Yeah, bro, I'm in 24/7.
Oh, yeah. There we
Yes,
go.
he's very active in the lobby in 24/7.
Well, that's where I've seen you. Well, good to have you.
Yeah, you as well.
So, Fry, I couldn't open that link because then it's going to change my country in Amazon, and I don't want to do that. So, I don't know if you can find some screenshot or something. Are you able to post pictures? I want to see it now. I don't have pic perms. Well, maybe you can DM it or something. Or tell us what it was of. If you're a Glober, you can maybe walk around with like the Foucault's pendulum or something on your T-shirt.
I'll click on it. I'm not really dedicated to Amazon, so yeah.
Okay. Well, half of my stuff,
There? Oh, yeah.
I buy it there. They have same-day delivery here. Can you believe that? Same day.
What?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Order basically anything. I get it between 2 and 5 in the afternoon if I order it in the morning.
Yeah, okay. I've actually got a hat that says the exact same thing without the picture.
I really want to see it. Anyway, if someone has a link to a white muscle shirt with the flat earth print on it, let me know. Got to show off the guns at the rock festival.
There we go. Yeah, I've actually got a hat that says the same thing and doesn't have the picture though. Well, it's a cat. There you go.
Let's have a look. There we go. The Earth is flat. Did you know that? And then there's a little picture of the AE map with the dome over it. Yeah. So I like the saying, but I kind of want to stay away from the AE map if I can help it. And I don't know. I don't want to talk to people about the dome either. I can talk to them about the container, but I don't know. Samus says, plain and truth, that's a matter of scale. Wait, ground is flat, mountain is just higher than ground. Okay, let's see. That's a matter of scale. A tiny ant on a giant ball sees the surface as flat, just like we do. The mountains and oceans are just textures on a massive sphere. I mean, yeah, we are small, but we're not as small as you think. The scale, the radius of 3,959 miles, 10 miles is short enough for you to be able to see curvature. There's like over 50 feet of curvature over that distance. So you can easily create tests like where you place something on the beach 10 miles away and you can see it with your camera, then that item better be 50 foot tall or you should not be able to. You can go to earthcurvature.com and do some math there.
Yeah, people just see they just like generally just lean against that notion that it's just so big, right? And I'm so small. But if you actually look into the math, an ant, like an object, would have to be 23,000 times larger than the ant, like for it to perceive it as curvature, to perceive a ball as flat. And you know, it's nowhere near that amount of times on a beach ball or anything like that. And what Plain and Truth has just said, stands is that if you look at the specific geometry, right, then that's what we're looking at. Specific geometry that is claimed, and the consequences that we'd have visually and mechanically, you know, the way light behaves above the surface, etc. These things would be measurable, and right, not only that, but you've got to consider that you're not. We're told that we can actually see things going over the curvature, right? And that begins for the average height observer at about 3 miles over water, right? So a boat sailing away from you, right? You're standing at the beach looking out, you see a boat sailing away from you, it begins to disappear bottom up after 3 miles, right? Because that's where the curvature begins to block itself from view. You can't see any more of the surface beyond that because it's curving down and away from you, right? You've got no more line of sight to the surface of the earth. And anything that goes beyond that point is going to begin to become obstructed from view bottom up. Now, 3 miles, okay, that's not very far. I thought we were too small, you know? So there's a contradiction there, right? You know, the contradiction being, well, it looks flat because we're so small and the Earth's so big, yet we can see things become blocked from view after such a short amount of distance. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, a lot of things doesn't make sense in the globe theory. Jager Bruno, welcome. Are you up late or are you up early? I can never tell. When a globe lover finds himself stuck between two ridiculous claims, Earth is too big to see any curvature. Yeah, that's a good one. And the other claim, ships disappear over Earth's curvature. I remember when I was new to Flat Earth, this was one of my favorite memes. Jager Bruno says, hi guys. Yep, hello to you. Logical Observations is saying, good day, brother. Good to see you. I'm reading the chat for our YouTube listeners, so you guys don't have to sit there and watch the screen the whole time. And actually, maybe there are some people just walking around with Discord in the background. This is for you as well, then. Sometimes people are in situations where they cannot talk, and then chatting is the easy way to interact. We have some new people in here. Aeronik, welcome. Ba, welcome. That looks like a sphere. Is that a disco ball? I can't tell. Good to have you guys here. Samu says, plain and truth, my friend, it seems like you're actually going to convince me. I really started thinking the earth is flat. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, well, I hope you convince yourself. Yeah, because I don't want to convince people, but if I can present the method and they can go out and try it for themselves, then I am very happy. So I would be happy to call you my friend if you go and do that, Samu. Hope you convince yourself there. Always nice to have new people come in and join us here. Maybe you'll sit on the panel one day and tell other people about the flat earth. Ethergrass posted, what is that, the rocket launch from 1946. I'm missing some context here. Feel free to enlighten me. 65 miles up, the earth is flat. Is that it? Oh, that's nice.
It's the V2 rocket from White Sands, New Mexico.
Oh, that is nice.
Yeah, that altitude was about the same height that Katy Perry and her friends supposedly went. So they didn't see curvature either.
Yeah, good point. Logical Observations says the Katy Perry spaceflight filmed the globe at a standstill. A good point too. It was supposed to be spinning over 1,000 miles per hour whilst hurtling 66,600 miles per hour through space. Yeah, we didn't see any of that. Did not see any of that at all. And then we have a picture of Sigourney Weaver, I think. Still a better astronaut than Katy Perry. Wait, what was she in? In Aliens? Wait, is it Avatar? I don't know. Is it her? It looks like her when she was young. I feel like you should know what movie that's from. Or what are you referring to, Matrix? Alien. All right, yes. Yeah, I've seen that. Judaism is back. Welcome back. Snowy. I think I've seen you here before. Good evening. I hope everything is good with you.
What's going on?
What's up? Snowy says hello. I'm good. All right. Good to hear. We have Fabricio. Welcome. All right. Well, we have a lot of good people here tonight on the panel. So if you have some questions about flat Earth, then feel free to speak up. We have Xenin. Welcome.
Yeah, I bet with a name like Fabrizio, he's got to have a good question, wouldn't you think? I bet he's got a question about flat Earth.
Fabricio. Yeah, I would think he maybe. Anyway, if not, you're welcome to listen, of course. I don't want to put you on the spot here. We'll have a look at the chat while we wait. Let's see what's going on. Jimmy Will is back as well. Welcome back. Charlie Handsome. Yep, Charlie has been with us for a while. I love flat Earth, he says. Of course, who doesn't? Everyone who lives on it does. They just don't know it yet.
That's right. It's so lovable, flat Earth. That's right. How could you not love it?
You have to. And we know that we are inside of some kind of closed system, or we would not be able to breathe. So if you thought that you lived on some kind of ball in space right next to a vacuum, well, you were mistaken. So we can tell you that as well. Fabricio,
I would love, right, somebody to show me a lab-created system where there's an amount of gas contained without a physical barrier. So a system within which matter, it's considered closed for some of the matter, but yet other matter can go in and out freely.
Directly next to a vacuum.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, let's try that. Directly next to a vacuum. So the gas won't leave that system, right, and expand into its available volume, but other matter will, like rocks. You could throw a rock at it and it's going to hit inside the system, right? Not going to bounce off it.
No, the rock's just going to land right in the dirt. No problem.
I mean, this is the claim, isn't it? That's the claim for the Earth, right? But nobody can like reproduce that environment, that scenario, that system that's claimed to exist, where it's closed for one type of state of matter, but for the rest of the states of matter, it can easily come and go. Ironically enough, the state of matter that they say can't escape this system, right, is, as Jedi likes to point out, the state of matter which has the most degrees of freedom of movement, all directions.
gas.
Right? Yeah, gas. That's the state of matter that is trapped here. But liquid and solids can come and go. And they have less degrees of freedom.
Yeah, well.
That makes absolutely no sense.
0. Or as Don Pettit says, I wish we could leave this place, but we can't because we destroyed everything.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Yeah, that was a clip of Don Pettit. If no one's ever heard this man speak before, that this is a person they're calling an astronaut, speaking for the organization that you, normal zombie Today Show watching person, thinks are smart and have some kind of handle on what's going on in the world, that you actually look to find out about the cutting edge of technology and where humankind is going. So any of those people who still believe in NASA and actually think and believe that you're going to go to the moon one day or Mars or whatever the current fairy tale is, please watch the Don Pettit videos. And if you tell me that you still think that, they've been put into the chat here. We've got several Don Pettit compilations being posted for you, including the audio clip that was just played. If you still take NASA seriously after that, then you just don't have common sense. So, that's fine if you want to operate without common sense and be a zombie cult member. That's fine, but don't pretend that you're a reasonable person if you actually think that this Don Pettit astronaut dude has any kind of sense whatsoever. This is the brightest and the best? This is the astronaut that your baby boy says he wants to be when he grows up? What a sad state of human affairs. If my child told me he wanted to be a gas station attendant, I would be much happier than if he told me he wanted to be an astronaut like Don Pettit.
No
That's because
insult to
you're a
gas
fool.
station attendants, of course. Well spoken.
Oh, I think you triggered Tree Man.
Oh, was Tree Man the one who told me I was a fool? Thanks, Tree Man. So you think Don Pettit is a wonderful specimen of humanity that all of our children should be aspiring to be one day, Tree Man? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Well, you're a moron.
Yeah, listen to him. I wouldn't take his opinion with any credit.
Right. Is the Globe Advocate at the moment? Current Globe Advocate?
This is the best you guys got. Yeah, you got Don Pettit and you got Tree Man. Yeah, maybe look for different heroes.
Well, Freeman, you've had some really good arguments here for the Globe, as we just heard. Well done. Thank you, Treeman. Let's see, do we have anybody else who wants to comment? Maybe have as clever comments as Treeman just had.
It's interesting because usually women are not as like retarded and narcissistic, which is typically like the psychological profile of the flat earther. So I'm always surprised to hear like women in here.
Oh, wants to talk about the people rather than the topic in the subject matter. Yeah. Bye.
Fires. Okay. Wow. What a weird little person.
Right, Yaga? Yeah, even his burps are weak ass and flimsy. Yeah, well, I can do way better burps than that.
They were kind of weak.
Yeah.
20 cups. The best they got is farts out of his pie hole in public. Yeah. That was the best he had. Ridiculous. I wonder if our event is still running or if someone shut it down. I mean, let me have a look. No, it is still running. I wonder, do they have maybe they have a 1 hour time limit or something? We can always start another one if it goes down. Samu sent me a friend request. All right, Samu, I will accept that. I'm a friendly guy.
We have Eric. Eric, feel free to open up your mic. Look, we're open to honest, chill discussion. If you've just got questions you want to ask, and we'll answer them as best we can. Or you can type in the side chat if you have questions as well.
Well, let's do something while we wait here. How about we check out X and see if there's any headlines going on over there, or maybe some good posts from our friends.
Yeah, for sure.
Maybe there is something that can spark a conversation. Let me check.
Nothing happening in the YouTube?
I haven't looked. We can have a look at that as well. Sometimes people want to interact over on YouTube. I'll check YouTube first because it's more fun. And what's that sound?
It was me.
Sounds like rain.
Rain. It is a disturbing sound.
Yeah, it's very disturbing. So do you mind muting or do I have to do it for you? I think we're going to control you and send you to some other place. We're going to move you to Peace.
What? What are you talking about? I'm muted right now.
No, you're good. It's all good. We got rid of Tree Man.
Yeah, I tried to move him away. All right. Well, there we go. I don't mind talking to these people. Usually you can get them to calm down, but when they just want to be, weird and play sounds and things. All right, where were we? What is that? How is this possible?
Can I make a question?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Do you all believe the Earth is flat or that is a joke?
No, it's not a belief, first of all. Dude, your mic is really messing things up. It's like white noise in the background.
Let me turn on the suppressor here. It's better now?
Yeah, it's a little better. Thank you. Yeah, it's not a joke. This is your shot. Now you can you have a chance here to ask a real flat earther what is our evidence for flat Earth.
Do you know a society called Flat Earth Society?
That's not us.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Flat Earth Society is controlled by the CIA and the FBI.
Yeah, I heard it. Maybe it's true.
Do you mind if I ask you a question?
No problem. Any problem?
You know when you were a kid, maybe someone told you this is Earth, and they showed you a picture of Earth, or maybe they showed you like a globe or something. Do you remember?
I remember.
Do you know what it looked like? Something like this, maybe? Are you able to see the chat? See what I posted? A picture of Earth, right? Do you see it?
I see.
Does it look like kind of what they told you? This is where you live. This is a sphere in space.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you see all the blue stuff? Do you know what the blue stuff is?
It is water?
Yeah, it's water. You notice something weird about the water?
What is?
Yeah, well, it curves. And you've never seen curving water around the ball before. You never seen that. So I used to be a globe believer, right? And then one day I thought, wait, is there a way I can check this? Because if they have told us the size of Earth. Do you happen to know the size of Earth?
No.
Right. So they have told us that the radius is 3,959 miles. Maybe do you use kilometers instead? It's about 6,400 kilometers.
That looks like a lie.
Yeah. So because they have told us the radius, we can use math to figure out, look at that water on that ball, it curves, right? So we can figure out how much it needs to curve over 10 miles. Do you see the diagram there? You can see that it's 66 foot. 66 foot is 20 meters. So I'm going to paste the little thing here in the chat, right? They have told us that the Earth radius is 3,959 miles. You see the text I pasted?
Yeah.
So if you follow along, we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance, right? So the method, if you ever want to figure this out for yourself, right? You can find a 10-mile wide lake, you bring a friend, you have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is 50 foot tall or water doesn't curve. Interesting, right?
Interesting.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Yeah, so if water doesn't curve, and they say that Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a sphere. You understand the logic, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we've done laser tests. Like we put a laser, you place it 1 foot over water, that's 30 centimeters, right? You put that laser down on beach on your side, you shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, the laser has to end up 66 foot over the beach on the other side. It just has to. That's just mathematics, right? But guess what? It will end up only 1 foot over the water on the other side as well, because water does not curve. It is flat. And we have some laser tests. Like there's some people who shot a laser 21 miles and it ended up 5 foot over water on the other side, and they shot it from 5 foot on one of the sides, right? It's in the chat there. When you have time at your convenience, you can watch that video. Shot a laser 21 miles. There was no curvature detected. They even zoom in to the other side and they can see the beach 21 miles away. This should be impossible on a globe because there should be 260 foot of curvature hidden, right? So that's 100 meters. That's like a skyscraper that you should not be able to see the skyscraper on the other side if Earth is a ball.
A question that I have is, if the flat is Earth, what is in the edge?
Well, I'm not making a shape claim. Flat isn't a shape, right? So I'm just telling you what the surface is like. The surface is flat because it's covered by flat water. I don't actually know the shape of Earth, so I can't tell you where the edge is at. Nobody has actually claimed to go that far out, right? So I don't know.
Then the NASA are lying to us?
Yeah, I mean, look, they show us these balls from space, right? You saw the picture I posted before. That's what they show us. That's a NASA picture, right? And they tell us the size. So I grant everything to them. I believed it my whole life. Wow, okay, I live on a ball in space, okay. But when I go out and test it, I find no curving water. So I'm going to have to disregard their pictures as fake. And they even admit it themselves, right? They have said we take pictures with our satellites, and then we stitch them together, and then we wrap them around the ball. There is a video. We could play that clip if some. Let me play the clip from Robert Simmons is their artist. Maybe you had an iPhone 2012. there was this background on those phones. It's called the blue marble, but they created that. It's not a real picture. They add clouds and everything. They wrap flat photos over a ball. Mr. Blue Marble. Let's see if we can probably play that. Let me try to do that. We have a little time. Do you have time? A minute or so? Let's listen in. See what this guy has to say.
Yes, we need to hear our buddy Robert.
All right, let's do it. I got this. Play. Let's see here. Oh, he couldn't find it. Oh. Does anybody have a link for that YouTube video, maybe?
I think I have it. I'll look.
If you give me a minute.
I'll play the first one.
Who's going to be first? Who's going to be first? Is there a prize?
All right, so one of the panelists here will play it for us. But yeah, I mean, if you haven't thought about this question before, I think it should be really interesting for you to kind of ponder it. And when you have time, have a look at that laser video. We have hundreds of them. We have observations. People have taken infrared photography 250 miles away. There should be miles of hidden curvature over that distance, right? But we can see it's completely flat, and you can see things 250 miles away. It's insane, really. And it's something that a lot of people have a hard time wrapping their mind around it. So you're probably going to... Go ahead.
Do you think this have something to do with secret societies?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that, so I would have to speculate. I don't think it's hidden, because you can just go out and look at it yourself. You can do the test that I outlined, right?
Right.
Would that matter if you went out and measured it yourself and knew it was flat? Would all of that matter?
Let's have a listen to Robert Simmons here.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, this is Obama first.
I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simmons.
You have your hot mic.
And it had wide appeal too.
Oh, man.
It ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simmons' job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is. A composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the Moderate Resolution Imaging Spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
there's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space, but I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Yeah, so there you have it. I mean, they did Photoshop those blue marble images, and they continue to do that. So even if I granted NASA, if I granted them, sure, it's a real picture from space, I cannot confirm it. It's impossible. There is no curvature.
To me, one of the most strange information is when they say about the rotation of the Earth. It's insane.
Right. Yeah, we don't feel any movement for the simple fact that it is not moving. But if you're a glober, you would have to believe that it's actually the opposite. We don't feel any movement, and that's proof of movement. And when you see the sun move from one side of the sky to the other, from east to west, you have to believe that it's actually standing still, and it's the Earth that's moving. So you see, everything is opposite in the world, right? It's very, very weird.
Yeah, let's. I want to bring something up that's very important. So, in 1890, roughly, two guys named Michael Somorley did an experiment to measure the speed of the Earth through the ether, and they measured that the Earth was not in motion. And this is why the theory of relativity exists. Did you know that? Because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth, they had to invent a theory which made it immeasurable.
I didn't know.
Yeah. Now, a lot of people don't know that this is where Einstein's idea came from, because of this experiment showed, well, it's not just this experiment, there's a couple others. There's one called Airy's failure, which was done a little bit earlier with a telescope that showed that the Earth was not in motion. And then Michael Somorley testing a ether theory, it showed that the Earth is not in motion. So they can't have that, right? The Earth has to be in motion. So they came up with a theory, the theory of relativity, general relativity, to explain away why they cannot measure the motion. Because they say, oh, it's just because the speed of light is a constant, no matter how fast you're going. So no matter how you measure it, you're never going to no matter where you measure the speed of light, no matter how fast you're going, you're not going to be able to use light to measure your motion.
Seems everything is about the word gravity, isn't it? Everyone says that's gravity. Do you think the gravity is proven?
No.
And half the time they can't even tell us what it is.
Okay.
I mean, what is gravity? What is it exactly? Is it I drop something falls? Is that gravity? Is it mass attracts mass? Is that gravity?
I think it's that.
Because those are two different things, One is little g and the other is big G. Little g is the rate of acceleration that something falls toward the ground. That's called gravity. But then there's the universal law of gravitation, which is a consequence of Kepler's laws. But that's never actually been experimentally proven to happen. It's just a hypothesis. And in fact, Newton himself didn't believe it. He wrote a letter to another academic that said he hopes that no one ascribes it to him, meaning he doesn't want anybody to say it was ever his theory.
Yeah, and there's so many of them too. Indio, by the way, I found a clip where Brian Cox talks about it's impossible for us to tell if Earth is moving or not. Should I play it? It's like 20 seconds.
Oh, yeah, sure. Just bracket this. Brian Cox is a science communicator, PhD physicist, astrophysicist.
Okay, well, I couldn't play my own clip there, but it's in the chat. So if anybody wants to listen to it,
I'll try and play it.
All right. It's a good one. He's an astrophysicist, so he's like a glober. and he admits here.
Track is too short.
Yeah, well, there you go. Anyway, you can listen to it yourself then, Invisible. Sorry for
Do you
interrupting.
do you recommend any book about the topic?
I like the old book called Earth Not a Globe. The Globe, not... Wait, what is it? Earth Not a Globe. Yeah, that's the title.
Dandelion, what's the title of
100 of
Hendry's?
Proofs.
What's the title of Hendry? Hold on a second. There's more than one book. What's the title of Hendry's book, Dandelion?
It's called The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof that the World is Not a Spinning Globe, something like that. I'll find the link to it.
100 of Proofs on a Globe, maybe?
No, it's not 100.
I actually got a copy of it around here somewhere, but I'm not
Tab.
climbing those stairs right now.
The Greatest Lie on Earth, Proof that our world is not a moving globe. That's the exact title. But I know you can find it online. I used to have that bookmarked somewhere. Openlibrary.org, is that a good website?
It's quite
I think you would send me a link to it before to archive.org. I think it's on that too.
Yeah.
If I say the title, maybe you can give me the author. I think it's in consideration of the figure of the earth, or considering the figure of the earth. I can't remember who wrote it.
Oh, I don't even know about that one. That sounds good.
All right, I posted a book in the chat there, and it's a book from the 1800s, so there's no copyright on it anymore.
Hey, can I try to play a video? Hopefully I think it's like a minute.
Yeah. Why not?
Alright, that didn't work. Is it -- play? Like, what's the command for it?
It's like I tell the bot usually, if you, now that it's already there, I can copy.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
I can copy the media link, and then I can use the @ thing to play it from Haiti, I think. Let's see. And try that.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
I don't know.
Nobody in the entire world knows why that falls.
So what is pushing this?
Here. Why does that fall?
Newton didn't know.
We can describe it pretty accurately, but no one knows why.
We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it.
I don't need a computer to get a kid interested in that. To spend a week playing with gravity and trying to understand it and come up with reasons why.
So what is pushing this?
I don't know.
Nobody knows why.
So Newton simply threw his hands up and said, I don't know. So I'm going to invent something called gravitational pull.
Yeah, there you go.
All we did was ask questions, man. And what we found out was there weren't any answers. And in fact, some of the answers we were given were completely wrong.
Yeah, well, you have a lot to think about now, Invisible. We don't want to overload you. You should take some time and think about it. Maybe read a little bit of the books there. Have a look at the laser tests, and ask any questions you like. We have some new people in here as well. I'd like to say hello to Ninja, and I think that's it for now.
I want to say something real quick before we move on to somebody else. Now, you shouldn't just trust what we say. You should investigate, check out what we said, and ultimately, flat Earth is not on this computer or on the screen or in a book. It's out there in the natural world. The best bet is to conceive of a test. They're quite easy, and go test it yourself. That's really the best thing to do, instead of just running around believing things people say about what the Earth is. You can find out yourself. You don't need us.
100%. Good advice.
But in your personal opinion, there is a dome?
I don't know about any dome, man. I know it's not
we
the
don't
vacuum of
think so.
space. Like dome is like claiming some shape or form. I don't know about any of that. I know we have to be in a contained environment because we have gas pressure, and that the second law of thermodynamics dictates that there's no way gas could be next to a vacuum and not fly away, right? To reach thermodynamic equilibrium, it's not possible. No one can demonstrate it. They can talk about it and imagine it, but there's no way can anybody actually demonstrate gas being held away from a vacuum by gravity or any other thing. So there has to be some sort of container, whether it's a dome or not. Who fucking knows?
Yeah, I was going to say, when Plain and Truth was talking about that map that someone posted earlier, I mean, these things that can't be verified, at least they get people thinking outside of the globe box. But the trap that people sometimes run into when they're new to destroying the globe is thinking that they have to come up with a replacement explanation for everything, which we don't have to do. And in fact, trying to come up with a replacement explanation for everything, or a map, or, definitions of everything, or trying to define any kind of limits of this environment, end up actually making things more difficult, because that's one reason why we got into this mind trap in the first place, is thinking that everything can be defined, that we can go to some outside place in this fantasy realm of outer space and look back on the Earth, when in fact, just like that little film that Ethergraph put in there earlier from the 1940s, when they first were sending rockets up, they soon discovered that it wasn't possible for them to get a bird's eye view, and that indeed it was not a globe, and that indeed all of that had been false propaganda that had been going on regarding the globe, and they were wrong. So we don't claim to replace the science fiction of the globe with a new science fiction.
It's an easy trap to fall into, because when you realize, oh shit, it's not curving, water is flat, right? I'm not living on a ball. Then immediately it's a natural thing for a person to want to try to replace that. So where am I living? And a lot of people kind of fall into the trap of thinking they live on some kind of disk in space, right? But you can kind of move on from that thinking if you just think about Earth as the floor. Everything we see is above us in the sky, right? And we're like more like the floor of your house or of the realm, right? And we're not making a shape claim, so we can't tell you what it is, right? But don't think of it as a disk in space, because that you're going to do yourself a disservice if you do that. Just think about it as the floor.
And think about how silly it is to think about the Earth as a shape anyway. Nothing in nature has an ideal shape. Nothing. Like if you were walking by a river and saw a rock that was a sphere, you'd be fucking stunned. You'd be like, holy moly, right? Or if it was a square, or if it was a pyramid, right? You'd be amazed, because nothing in nature has these ideal shapes. Now, to think that the Earth somehow has this like weird ideal shape where you can say the Earth is a sphere or a cube or a freaking dodecahedron. That's just bizarre thinking at this point.
Right,
Earth
like a lake is not round; it's lake shaped, right? A tree is tree shaped.
Yeah, they ask what's the shape of the Earth. I tell them it's rock shaped. What's the shape of a rock?
Right.
Yeah. But like, even when you say, "Hey, is there a dome?" Even that is like an ideal shape. Only domes are only man-made, right? There's no natural domes. Not internally natural domes. Maybe externally, you can have a dome pile or something like that, but you pile of sand that looks like a dome. But you can't have an actual hollowed out dome in nature. It just doesn't happen.
Why everyone is mocking the flat Earth theory?
They've been programmed to.
In the media.
People have been, so people have been programmed through the media and the educational system to mock the idea that the Earth is flat, even though that's everyone's experience. And I think that is by design. If you're going to ask me personally and not anybody else, VC or the chat, but by design, things that are not agreeable to the agenda that is being put forth should be mocked, right? And so if you can condemn or mock things, then that will probably save people from going down that road. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
Yeah. Because, and I will, even though there's not too much dead air right now, but I'll piggyback off of what most people have said already. I've been in a lot of different debates, right? So political debates, religious debates, and even, debates about the reality, which doesn't make sense to me, but whatever. So essentially, if you come into a flat earth or a channel like this one, and we have an idea to put forth, we are challenging your already established idea of what the earth is. Now, your idea of what the earth is not based, for the most part, not based on what you perceive or what you experience, but what you've been told. Well, that would be more religious than it would be anything else. So it's going to be like a hand in a glove debate. You believe something, but you don't know how to prove it. So somebody else has convinced you that the other idea about the belief that you already have is absurd. And so they're going to tell you things, condemn the people that push that idea that is contrary to the religious belief that you have. Stay away from what could be true. So if you're religious about the globe, which means, the way I'm saying this is that if you believe that you live on a ball without any experience of your own, affirm that, and somebody else like us comes along and says, reality, the experience that you have is the truth, they're gonna create enemies out of us and the idea. I'm not proposing an idea. Nobody here is actually proposing an idea. We are asking you genuinely to go ahead and test reality for yourself. And this actually applies across the board, if it's religious or if it's political. If there's any political agenda, you have to measure what they tell you about the policy against what would be true in experience. Just, you're going to have to challenge the ideas or the dogma of the religion against what you experience as true. And we are asking you to go ahead and challenge the idea or the religion about you live against what you, what you experience, what is true. Is it flat? Yes, measurably. Is it stationary? Yes, measurably. Is it contained? Yes, measurably, because we have gas pressure, right? So everything that bears out in reality to be the truth, anything you believe beyond that probably has been given to you as an idea or a religious system that we're not asking you to defend, we're just asking you to test it.
Yeah, that's a really good point, that they're just trying to keep people stuck there in the globe religion, and and one way they do that is to tell them like how scary it is out there in the flat earth world. Yeah, with those scary, crazy insane, retarded people. Yeah, you got to stay away from them. They might hurt you. That's kind of like what India was talking to Josh about, how the some kind of CBS News piece that was saying flat Earth is dangerous because it will stop people from trusting science, right? Yeah, and so it's like, yeah, they're gonna take our religious fundamentalist globehead children and scare them with this flat Earth information. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it, because it's true.
And nowadays, the so-called science resemble a religion.
Well, it's pseudoscience. I mean, they've hijacked the word science, even though it is pseudoscience that they're promoting. Pretty much all of astrophysics, so-called astrophysics, is pseudoscience. It's a religion. The globe is a religion based on a belief. It's not based on any empirical evidence. It's not based on the traditional scientific method where you would make an observation in the natural world, come up with a testable hypothesis, design an experiment with an independent, dependent variable, rigorously test it in a way that is repeatable by other people by writing out your procedure and explaining exactly how your experiment would be tested. So pretty much nothing in astrophysics is science. So yeah, they use the word science, but it is not science. It is a religious belief in this globe figure, which has repeatedly been demonstrated in reality to not match the actual world where we live. So that's why we call it a religion. It's a belief. It was started by the ancient Greeks, who had a philosophical preference for the globular shape, and they just kind of sat around in their Greek way and said, oh, spheres are cool. Maybe we live on one. Because I guess they liked the celestial sphere. I guess that's why. I don't really even know why they liked balls so much. I don't really know why. I just know that our children now are being indoctrinated into this globe cult started by the Pythagoras cult many years ago, back in ancient Greece. And now if we try to use empirical evidence that has to do with what you can actually observe and measure and test in the real world, we're called names because we don't like that our children's brain have been hijacked by a science fiction globe cult. That's why we call it a religion. But you know what is testable and repeatable and verifiable is going out and observing and measuring how there is no curve using laser tests and long distance observations. Has anybody told you about that? Invisible?
If the globe is a lie, imagine other things that could be a lie in the modern day.
Yeah, there's so many lies. It's just that flat Earth is the easiest one to verify for yourself. Like Plain and Truth has been saying, you just have to find your 10-mile or larger body of water and do your test with your friend or even alone. Yeah, Super Gremlin, if you've got something to say, go ahead. Oh, you think you don't have mic perms? I don't know. I thought in English Hub that you just had perms right away. I'm not really sure.
Here in Brazil, a guy tested in a long range an island called Ilha Somitica, it's called. And it was possible to see the island far away. It was very strange for a globe.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't know if something is going on with the permissions in English Hub, but like I found earlier when I tried to just make an invite here, which I used to be able to do, I clicked on that invite a friend at the top. It says missing permissions. So I don't know what's going on here.
We do have some mods in the server that are flat earth saboteurs. But I think this guy's problem is he doesn't have enough posts or something because he's new to the server. He just joined today. They might not let him talk in the guest channel till
I
he's
think
either been here a while or
hello everyone.
There you go. Welcome.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, it was just my Chrome. Yeah, I have it to where it's set to ask me permission, so I just needed to reload the voice call. But yeah, I wanted to chime in off of Dandelion's point. For me, coming into like a server like this, as well as, you know, being a parent, I like to stay informed on things. And coming from, I remember that was my main thing in 2022, where I already come from a culture where a lot of history and just a lot of education was suppressed and changed. So this is second nature. So coming with as well as I have a religious background as well, but even for the people who aren't maybe religious or maybe come from a background where maybe their culture might have been oppressed or changed in modern textbooks for learning or just in certain cultures compared to if they went to maybe their home country, you can just look at how society, it keeps us from asking the questions and having it be open, as well as there's a lot of restrictions on things. So if you're being fed instead of getting your own food, you don't really know where your food's coming from. It's like I can go out to the grocery store myself and I can pick up, well, you know, certain chicken, certain XYZ, but yeah, I didn't grow that chicken, so how do I know what happened to it? And 9 times out of 10, it might have came from like a kill show, like an overfeed, kill, bad. I'm rambling, but you know what I mean. Like the mass production of food in America, I'm not sure for other countries, it's insane what they do to the animals. So you know where your stuff is coming from if you do it yourself. So if you do the homework yourself, if you do the work yourself, maybe if you grow your own plants, you know your vegetables haven't been sprayed. Simple common sense like that. However, when it comes to knowing more about our world, our chances to be able to do those experiments on like a higher level always gets cut off. We can do the experiments at home, like Lion mentioned, but why are certain things like going to Antarctica now barred? It used to be a thing for cultures where we can just get up and explore. That was like our whole main thing. Now, if I want to be able to take a flight, I have to get all these permissions to be able to see what's going on. And then when you take the flight, it's not ever really a straight flight. They take you to maybe 50 million stops around the world and then they drop you off. And it's like, I can't just get straight to what I'm looking at. It's like, I want to be able to see Antarctica. And
Yeah,
then,
and then when you go and they take you to the peninsula and that's it, and you go home.
yeah. Yeah, it's like we're going on these little Disney tours, right? It feels like we're in Disneyland.
Well, I want to
Sometimes
touch on
I
the first thing
feel,
you said about your history being wiped
yeah.
out. So that's very important for this topic, because the globe idea, it's only really an idea for Western civilization. Nowhere in the rest of the world did they think the Earth was a globe. And when the West kind of like conquered the Earth, the first thing they did was kill the people with the knowledge, right? In the other culture, they killed the people with the memory of the past. They killed the people with the knowledge, and then they tried to rewrite their history. In fact, there's even a book, I've seen it. It was purported to be written by the Mayans, and it described them believing in the heliocentric model. Now, this was written like in the 1500s. Well, 100 years go by, 200 years go by, and they find the Dresden Codex and found out that the Mayans were flat earthers, and that book was a bullshit story, completely fabricated by a Spanish missionary priest. Completely fabricated, because they thought they had burned all the books. They missed a couple, exactly 3, okay? And one of them just happened because they couldn't translate it at the time. They had no idea it was an astronomy book. Then when it got translated, it turns out it's an astronomy book, and this is where the whole year 2012 comes from, and all this stuff is the long count in the calendars that they use. But it's all based upon a flat Earth conception. They didn't have any heliocentric model or anything like that. But the point is that all the cultures, one important one is China. Nobody knows that China were flat earthers into the 20th century. They didn't believe in any globe. Nobody believed in the globe. It's an idea that was forced on the rest of the world at the end of a barrel of a gun, and that's the facts. But everybody thinks the Greeks discovered it, and everybody has said, "Oh my God, the fucking Greeks are so smart; they discovered it's a globe," and the whole world instantly knew it was a globe. That's just bullshit.
There were so many. I remember in 2022 we touched on this topic before, where a lot of the people were coming in. They're like, "Oh, well, how do people do any naval stuff without using poles and using the Earth as a circle?" I'm like, there were people traveling the Earth in the water with ships before using any of these poles. Everything they used was based off of eyesight. It's like all the cultures that existed before, they could easily do all this stuff with the concept of using their eyes, using the horizon, even the tools. It's like, I'm the type to where if I am going to pull from something, when I'm explaining to someone else the discrepancies inside the information, I pull from the straight facts. It's like, okay, so the tools, I'm going to pull it up later on, but the tools they use were all based off of maybe wind, holding up something to the eye, maybe like a spectacle, looking at the horizon. If you look at how pyramids were built, they were built off of the idea of the sun going around like horizon. It's like everything that was built for whether it would be astronomical or naval was based off of those concepts. And they worked to a better degree than they do now, to where we have to look backwards at some of the marvels to even wonder how they got there. It's because they made it seem that everyone before them were extremely archaic cavemen, and that was never the case. They were not archaic cavemen hacking away at stones and
That's what the West
whatever
tries to do. The West has tried to convince the rest of the world everybody was a dumb bunch of cavemen except for them, and they figured it all out, and they're the best. That's literally the narrative that they sell. Newton, Galileo, Copernicus, right? These are the smartest men that ever lived because they figured out the Earth was a globe. Why everybody else thought the Earth was flat and they were stupid, right? This is the narrative that's been spun in the West for hundreds of years. and it's an absolute concoction. There's like blue-eyed people in New Zealand that are natives. They have red hair and blue and green eyes. And they're natives of New Zealand. They didn't come from Europe. Well, at least not when they come from Australia when it was a prison colony. They have been there the whole time. They even have a name in Maori for them. And they're according to their mythos is that these red-haired, blue-eyed people freaking showed up and they all just interbred and that was that, right? But they estimated that those people have been there for at least 50,000 years. So the modern narrative of how people traveled and where they went and what they could do is just made up. It's just a story, just a nonsense story used to I hate to say it, dude, without sounding crazy, like a crazy, whiny freaking liberal. But the basis of it is like European supremacy. I'm not even going to say white supremacy. I'm just going to say Western European culture supremacy. I can be really narrow. Western civilization. That's all.
Yeah, and if you want to ground yourself even more, even not even taking a political side about it, if you think of the concepts of war, it always was total war, even though they try to pretend like with the Geneva Convention that they aren't doing these atrocities still. When war happens, you get rid of everything from the other side. You take people, you assimilate them over, and you destroy so that they can't come back to power again. That's just concept.
You erase their history. That's the whole idea. So I don't know if you're aware of the current Ukraine-Russian war. So when the USSR split up, half of Ukraine wanted to be in the West. I mean, obviously the U.S. was in the West were meddling, but they rewrote all their textbooks. Like Ukraine, like they teach for the last 20 years, they've been teaching like the Ukrainians that they're descended from Celtic warriors and freaking that they literally dug out the Black Sea. And dude, the Black Sea. They're teaching their kids in school that they dug the Black Sea out. That it's a man-made fucking sea. So they created this whole new mythos for them to rally around. I mean, Ukraine's kind of like neo-Nazi almost. It's almost like the whole same ideology. Aryan, Slavic, they have their own language, that their history goes back thousands of years and yada, yada. But like before the collapse of the Soviet Union, this isn't like the story they told themselves about their own people, right? They created a new story about where they're from and a new story about their history and a new story. They erased the old story, right? And this is happening even now in real time. And people pretend like the history we know now is the actual history of the world. No, it isn't. That's just been rewritten and rewritten and rewritten. I mean, you're watching history being rewritten right in front of your eyes right now. I guarantee, like, if you thought about a news story from 20 years ago, the story they're telling now about that story is completely different.
Exactly. And then when they find out more facts about it, they'll come out years later and then they'll sprinkle it to you just so that they can show like, oh yeah, we lied about that, but you can't do anything about it now because the effect already happened. But they'll build off of what you mentioned when, again, like to ground it with the science, when people come in with scientific facts about certain things, my issue is when they find something that literally is a scientific fact, they still don't try to refute their actual whatever they're trying to tell us. Like, for example, the Sumerian list. When the archaeologists found that over inside Egypt. And that was what happened before the deluge or before the flood. And then the census afterwards for who reigned and who ruled. That was actual evidence. It was a rock written in cuneiform, and they're like, oh, it must have been fake. Someone just must have made it up back all the way back then. They just made it up. Who would have the time? Who would have the time to sit there, chisel out each of those names and the dates just to make it up, so that later on we would believe a whole different idea? Like, who would do that? But archaeologists found that, and they're like, "Oh, this is fake news." So even when they do find things, they don't even use that to challenge their current view. Shouldn't science always be growing, always be finding new information? They did that with dinosaurs, apparently. They're like, oh yeah, we said that they were scaly, but we kind of think that they had feathers. But they still don't even know what dinosaurs look like. So all the pictures we have of dinosaurs are just made up. But
Pretty
they
much
won't
everything
actually,
about dinosaurs is made up. Oh yeah,
literally,
there was
they
an asteroid and it killed 75% of the dinosaurs. How do you know that? How do you know any of that? Oh, we know that because there's no dinosaurs left. So it must have vaporized all of them. So the evidence of the absence of dinosaurs is the evidence that they existed. It's freaking retarded. It's the dumbest thing ever. And like the history thing you're talking about is, do you know that they've found coins with Arabic writing, tens and tens and tens of thousands of them in Germany?
Mm.
In Germany, man. All over northern Europe, all over the place. They found them in Britain, Arabic writing on coins. Now, the thing about Arabic is nobody knows what the original Arabic is. Nobody knows what the original Hebrew is. They're both made-up languages that were languages that exist today were made up in the late 1800s. The languages were quote-unquote completed because the only Hebrew was in the Bible, right? And there's not enough Hebrew words in the Bible to create a whole language, right? So if all you're doing is reciting the words in the Bible, that's great. You can know what everything in the Bible says, but it's not enough to have a spoken language. There's not enough words, right? So say there's 2,000 words in the Bible. That's not enough for a language, right? So they made up Hebrew. The same with Arabic. International Arabic, I should say. There's a lot of different Arabic, quote-unquote, Arabic dialects that are in different parts of the world. Like if you're an Egyptian, you can't go to Kurdistan and you both say, I speak Arabic, but they don't both speak Arabic. Right? They wouldn't be able to. They can't communicate with each other because they call it local dialects, but it's actually just different languages.
and that's the main
So a lot of
issue
the stuff we hear is just the narrative is just not true, and it's like but you can tell people, and what does it matter? People try to take the path of least resistance and just whatever the mainstream says, that's what I'm going to go with because then I'm not going to get any flack and it's just safer that way, So that's what they do.
Yeah, and that's the main issue I have with the Bible or maybe some other religious texts not being considered as history books, even though how old that they are. I think that they definitely should be considered a point of history because we use people's autobiographies. They can say whatever they want in their autobiographies. I can say I flew in mine. And we use that as some sort of documentation. So I don't understand why we aren't using a collection. Well, they say it was a collection of people who wrote it. I don't understand why that wouldn't be multiple sources all collaborating about one thing that they all seen together. However, if we want to ground it again, there's so many things inside the Bible that you mentioned got translated over and translated over. So you need about like what? A bunch of them to be able to even dissect what truly happened. And then you need to have Bible studies at that point with a bunch of other people to discuss what this passage actually meant for the time being or what it was. But when you start breaking down the passages, it tells a lot of similarities to what they're trying to pass off to us now. They're just big gaps now with what they're saying, which is the main issue.
Well, I'll say this. If you believe the Bible is a holy book, inspired and indirectly written by God, then the only way to interpret the Bible is to use the Bible as its own interpretation source. And everything is interpreted for internal consistency so that it doesn't contradict itself. Right? Because the problem of interpretation is ours. It's not God's fault if we don't understand his meaning. It's our fault, right? And it's our fault because, we try to interpret it from our own mental framework as opposed to the framework that it was written in if it's divinely inspired. Now, if you don't believe it's divinely inspired, you're going to be a textual critic and nitpick it and say, well, this contradicts itself. Yeah, well, maybe it contradicts itself in the modern meaning of the language. It doesn't mean it contradicted itself then with the meaning of the words as they meant them. You know what I mean? Like, it's a tough nut to crack, man. But like I said, if you don't believe that the Bible is divinely inspired, then, like, I don't even know what to tell you. Then, like, you know, you can nitpick any text.
This is one of the reasons why I encourage people to use etymology on everything when they're studying history, because our modern words don't cut it. You have to go back to how people were thinking back then.
I was wondering if you guys talked about etymology. I remember I mentioned it to Dandelion. I was looking for more people who were informed about etymology, definitely.
Words matter, and gradually changing their meanings is how they've confused everyone.
Anyway, Gremlin, you never said if you were a flat earther or not.
Oh, for me, it's hard. It's like I have like okay, so to give a background, you guys already know I am indigenous to America. I identify as
Between
being
Turtle
black.
Island.
Yeah, right. I identify as black. However, for my father's side, they are from what we mentioned is Jamaica, and then my mother's side, they are indigenous African American and Native American. So, for what information does that mean? Absolutely nothing. And that's why someone like me is here, because that means absolutely nothing. However, for my religious background, I grew up Baptist. However, I'm still religious and I still follow the Bible. However, I know the extent of how much stuff was changed. So that's a piece of why I'm here. And then the second piece is I know everything that you guys are saying is correct. However, I am trying now at 28 to find a way to concise it with as much evidence that I can all at once. Does that make sense?
Okay,
I don't
yes,
know if
yes,
I'm
it
gonna
makes sense,
actually
dude.
write a
Like,
piece.
listen, this is when I first heard about this, I looked at it and then I'm like, this is too much. Like, I have to put this down. And I, for like 7 months, this is like back in 2017. So 7 months, I didn't look at any, like, from looking at it at first and then not looking at it for 7 months, just like, oh, I got other stuff to do. I ain't got time to be researching this crap. It's not that important. And then, but it was like eating in me, in my head, dude. It was like eating away at me. Like, and like eventually I was like, fucking flat earth shit, dude. Like,
No, I
holy
love
crap, dude.
the research of
And
it.
hold on. And then I went back and I started looking at it. And when I realized for certain that the earth was indeed flat, it was like, I don't know. I wouldn't say it was like a weight lifted off of me, but it was something like that. Like the realization that, my goodness, man, it's like, it's just like a large freaking deception. All of the crap on TV, it's just a big circus. Right? Because if you think about what you actually experience every day on a day-to-day basis, when you go out, when you go to the beach, when you get in a plane, when you go to the mountain, when you go hiking, when you go camping, the way you actually experience reality versus the way they portray how reality is, right? Like on television or in books or in this classroom, how they portray the world versus how the world actually is. I realize that they are like, their shit is a fantasy. Like, if you're like a realist and just go, hey, dude, how is the world really as I experience it and how all my friends, family, brothers, sisters, neighbors, how they experience the world versus how they say the world is in books, it's like they're nothing like each other. The books is just fantasy land. And that's where they first tell you the earth is a globe. They tell you it's a child. Earth is a globe. Look at the toy in the corner. And you're like, ooh, toy, right? Oh, there's the globe. Yeah, cool. And in fact, when children are first told the Earth is a globe, they initially think the Earth is flat, and they end up adopting like a two Earth theory because they can't they can't instantly go into cognitus, and like it takes a whole childhood and then into adulthood to accept the idea that your senses are lying to you. The Earth looks flat, but it's actually a big ball. That all your perceptions are wrong. That the world is just a big optical illusion. And that's my main point. That's the main thing that is like, I think anybody that's religious and believes in God, if I just say to them, like I'm going to say to you right now, do you think God would create a world that that deceives you? That at the most fundamental level, that when you look at it, it's not really that thing that you see. So when you look out and you see that the Earth is flat, that is actually an illusion. That's not how the world actually is. Would God create a world like that? Because he said you will find me in nature, right? That's where God said in the Bible is that you will find me in nature. Well, if nature's a deception, that would mean God's a deception. That doesn't make any sense. So I can't believe that God would create a world where it was just a fucking optical illusion, and that if I somehow escape from it on some man-made frickin' rocket, that all of a sudden my world that I've experienced my entire life is just going to magically change and turn into a ball. I can't believe that, dude. Just because some frickin' asshole in a goddamn lab coat said so. I'm not buying that.
I wholeheartedly agree. And like I mentioned before, for me, I always enjoyed looking deeper. I always had that. It was always instilled in me that things were changed in the first place due to my culture growing up. And just me as an inquisitive person, I would have these discussions ever since I was 12 inside like different chat rooms or maybe Omegle. I would play, but I like to play both sides so I can take a better grasp at my own point. But even though I grew up in that culture, thank you forever said native English speaker. My parents so that oddly enough, so I can get a better education, which I find funny because I was more well, I knew I was being brainwashed, but going to Western, not to offend anyone who's identifies as white or Caucasian, but going to the majority schools like that to receive a quote unquote better education, I noticed there was even more of the textbook rewriting and just the glazing over topics. They were also very anti God. They were nihilistic in the quote unquote white schools I went to. So it made me want to dive even deeper since I knew that there are topics that I had living relatives who lived through, and I was being told in schools that certain things didn't happen the way that they did. Or if things were mentioned about God, they would go on to long rants about how, if God existed, then why did he make the human body like this? But no true identification with ever reading the text of the Holy Bible once in their life, but they're going on these thyroids. So it seemed like I was being indoctrinated into
Dude,
something.
anyone that said that to me that said, why did God make the human body like this? I just like, you think you can do a better job? Go for it. Go ahead, Frankenstein, make a better one.
And even that, it's like God, like our bodies are a vehicle for our soul. It's like I can go into all of the deeper spirituality aspects of it, but I notice when you're talking to people who aren't spiritual, it might as well be talking to a brick wall. Which is why I came back here because I know you guys had amazing articles and ways to combat. But I like to play fire with fire. So if I want to concise, also that's the thing too. if we end up speaking to all these people, they're not going to want answers in a discussion. I noticed they want you to sit there, give them like, the car keys, dangle it in their face on reasons why they should stop believing what they're believing. So I like talking
Look,
to other
even
people.
getting them to acknowledge that that the globe is a belief takes at least 10 minutes, because they think that it's just an objective fact, and they'll tell us we're delusional, right? But then after discussion for a while, they realize that they just have a belief, that they believe that they don't have the proof, but there's some science guy out there, and that guy's got the proof, and he just believes it. And I just believe the pictures of space are real, or I believe this, but they think their beliefs are facts. But then when you point out that they're actually just beliefs, eventually they either do, you got a choice of three things. If they're like well-adjusted, emotionally secure people, they'll acknowledge, yes, I just have a belief. But then there's others that get angry that you pointed out it's a belief, and then there's the others that get really, really angry and call us names and do all sorts of whacked out stuff. But
Yeah, I can mention it today. Oh, sorry to cut you off. I didn't mean to keep cutting you off, Indio. Did you have
no, that's
something else to
fine. You're not cutting. No, well, I was just gonna say is just that this is something we harp on, the difference between knowledge and belief. What do I know versus what do I believe? And if you actually think about it, we all believe a lot of things, but we don't know a lot of things.
Agreed.
You know what I mean? We think we know. We say, yes, I know that, but I read this in a book, so I know it. No. There's some, say, scientists did experiment and got this result. And you're like, yeah, I know that if I do this experiment, I'll get that result. No, you don't. You don't know that. You believe that. That guy that did the experiment, he knows that. You know what I mean? So we have to be we try to be very careful with our words. So when people say, yeah, I know the Earth is a globe. Okay, how do you know that? Well, the scientists told me. No, buddy, that would be how they know it. I want to know how you know it. Well, NASA's got pictures. Well, that would be how NASA knows it. That wouldn't be how you know it. How do you know? So we have to keep they live, what do they call it? Live, I can't remember the word. Live vicariously through the eyes of NASA, right? They're they're it's crazy how they think about the world, and it's like this third person mentality goes into everything, that somehow they can get outside of the Earth and look back at it like a third person point of view, that they can just do all this magical astral projection shit. And we're just trying to bring them back down to earth and say, hey, why don't you actually think about what you actually do experience in life, and actually think about that, and then compare it to what you're being told, and they don't match up. And that's the whole point of this endeavor, right? We're just here giving information. If you want to think the Earth is a ball forever, I don't care. We're going to give you information. You can do whatever you want with it. And we're here to inform people the Earth is not a ball. We checked, okay? And when we checked, it's not a ball. A lot of people have checked. If you go out and check yourself, you'll find out that the Earth is not a ball. It can't be, because it doesn't curve on its surface. You can't have a flat ball. Okay, so that's a necessary property of the Earth. If it's a ball, the surface has to curve at the rate they say it does, and if it don't, it's not the ball they say it is. It's very simple. In this fact on whether the Earth is flat or curving, you can know this for yourself. You don't have to believe it, right? This isn't something that's beyond what you can discover on your own. This is a very simple test to test this. You all you need literally is a friend in a mirror. You don't even, in a large body of water, that's all you need. Because the rate of curvature is so way more drastic than people think it is. It's supposed to be 66 feet of drop in 10 miles. That is an easily measurable amount. You get a friend, you get a mirror, they go 10 miles away to the other side of the lake, and if you can see the mirror flash, he's not 66 feet under the curve of the Earth. It's fucking really simple. These aren't difficult tests. This is a simple geometric question. It's third grade geometry. It's easy to test. It's not hard. And we're just telling people, hey, bro, you know, they say all this stuff on TV that the Earth's the globe. Well, we went out and checked, and that's false. And they go, well, you're not a scientist. You're not this. You're not that. You're the. I say, okay, go check it yourself. I've actually had people that said that if they went out and they measured the Earth is flat, they wouldn't trust their own results.
And that's the main issue too, where once you to even be able to break that concept to someone on the you can go out there and test it yourself. We've been so conditioned by the societies that we live under because it's all one big society and no one even gets that concept. They think that everyone's
Well,
like
no one fucking, I don't know where I signed up for it, but you know.
yeah, it's like we're all underneath one big agreed thing since it's so systematically created so that we cannot ever level up to a higher state of enlightenment to be able to question stuff. Similar to if when you're ask maybe your parents something, they're like, oh, too many questions. I'm not going to dive into this, you know? They tell you, stop asking why. But that's the key so that we don't ever have enough information. They might make it expensive. I know for America is a main thing where it's expensive to be able to get better education. Like for me, if I didn't want to go, if my parents didn't want me to be put into the inner city underfunded education, where we're still getting the poopy textbooks, but on top of that, we also have to worry about actual violence, actual crimes happening, low funding to where there's nothing ever working in the school. Teachers are underpaid, so then they don't actually want to dive in deeper, and they're also brainwashed. Then you have to go outside to higher, maybe quote unquote higher education, and then there's even stigmas in there. So me even going to those quote unquote better schools, I was more so assimilated into a doctrine that wasn't more correct. No teachers really helped me. They didn't like seeing me in my skin next to them. They didn't aid me in my endeavors. And I was a pretty bright student. If I showed any resolve that I wanted to be there and I wanted to excel in a higher degree, all of them would kind of cut my dreams short and be like, I don't think this class is for you. I don't think that, you have the right like idea or look for whatever we're going for.
Look,
It would
Gremlin,
be
I hear what you're saying. Are you just realizing now that universities, the modern university, is just a gatekeeping operation? That's all it is. No free thinkers allowed. No independent thinking allowed. If you independently think, you're not gonna move on. It's just that simple. They're gonna stop you every step of the way. If they can't stop you as a freshman, they'll stop you as a sophomore. They can't stop you as a sophomore, they'll stop you as a junior. It's literally it's almost like a filter. The modern university is like a filter, and only the worst suck-up sycophantic ass-kissers are the ones that make it through the filter. And if you're not one of those, you get filtered out.
Yes, but that's like where I was going to the point to where all the free thinkers to even get to the education to where they'll get to a point where they feel comfortable to do these experiments or to be able to look outside, they have to think about survival. Like for me, growing up in inner cities, when I'm even discussing these topics to people, they're just like, I gotta go to work because I need to feed myself and my family. They make it so systematically tracked to where we're constantly looking towards, like, like we're dogs panting for the next meal to where it's harder to get even to an enlightened state. But that's the idea of Maslow anyways. Like before you even can get there, you need to have the basic of shelter, which they rip from people, the basics of food, which they rip from people. But
well, what they do is they keep it so that you can tread water, right? You're not going to excel, but your head's not going to go below the water, right? And that's how they keep people in this, just what you said, right? I got to get up, I got to go to work, I got to do my thing. I don't have time to work on anything more complicated than doing that, right? Just survival. But it's survival that's good enough, right, to keep them from not revolting, right? So we have our entertainment, we have our football and our freaking video games and our little things to keep the people entertained just enough so they don't pick up the pitchfork and torches. But like but that's the thing. I mean, this is so important that it's like they keep it at the edge. They keep it at the edge of revolt. Life is just good enough so you don't revolt. Just good enough. If it was any worse, you'd revolt. But it's just good enough so you don't. That's the trick. That way they can give you the least amount of resources they have to share with everybody else. You understand? It's like the minimum. Like, what's the least amount of resources we can share before they freaking kill us? Oh, this much. Oh, okay, we'll give them that much.
Mm-hmm. And then
That's where we're at right now.
Well, they figured that out a long time ago. Now they're figuring out how many.
They're fine-tuning it right now.
Yeah, well, now they're figuring out how many of our kids they can fucking eat before we, do something about it.
Oh my gosh, I didn't forget about that.
Dude, I wonder if Jeffrey Epstein's got his own barbecue sauce, Gable.
Call it the pink sauce, Junior.
Yeah, let's not go there. Ugh. It's fucking gross.
Oh my goodness.
Anyway, that's all interesting, but I hate to drag this back on topic because we are focused individuals here. So
oh no, I was gonna.
Is the
topic? Flat Earth?
Am I?
I was gonna mention it to. They don't ever mention once you do get deeper into the scientific process for learning that everyone accounts for human error. Even when I mentioned earlier with a fast food joint, you can walk into McDonald's. Yeah, they might have put rules in place, FDA rules and whatever, but there's always cases where they're doing callbacks on food. There was a whole entire the muckraker incident where they went into the food factories and seen all the gross things that were being put into it. But there's always a lie they put on top, the customer service. Oh yeah, we're totally not just using the bathroom, not wash our hands and then making your meal. So I never understand why people don't want to do the scientific process themselves, understanding that there's always going to be human error on any level. And the fact that we as the people, we can't fact check or we can't check the scientific process on the higher levels.
They can't even check each other. They can't even check each other. You can't replicate experiments at CERN. They can't do the same experiment again. Those are one-shot deals, man. And whatever result they get, they just have to go, oh, we got this result. I mean, like CERN, it's like the Large Hadron Collider, atom smasher, for lack of a better term. Right? It's in Europe. Mm-hmm. It's the most expensive fucking scientific piece of equipment in the world. So they freaking smash fucking high protons that are going the speed of light. They smash them together and look at the debris. And then that debris, they say, look, we found a new fucking particle. Look, we found the Higgs boson. Look, we found this. Look, we found that. That's supposed to be the highest level of science in the world, high energy physics. None of those experiments can be replicated because A, no one owns a fucking Large Hadron Collider except for them, so no one can actually test what they're like. No one can replicate their experiment to see if that was the actual result. And in a lot of it's just like statistical massaging because what you're talking about, right? The human error, they take human error into account. They take measurement uncertainty into account. They take measurement precision into account. And they apply statistical models on how they can, quote unquote, eliminate these errors. All they're doing is eliminating them mathematically. They're not actually eliminating them. But what passes as science now is nothing. It's not actually science. It's fucking voodoo and witchcraft.
And if I can add to that, India, sorry to interject, but is there, on top of what you're talking about, is it not fair to say that there's also, in some cases, some sort of philosophical bias at play as well, right? Because they can be doing whatever they're doing to the T in terms of whatever technical standards at play, but then there's a result, right? The statistical, analysis that goes into whatever they do, that then needs to be interpreted, right? And that
there's
that
always
is where,
interpretation in the
can
data.
lead you down a certain
Hey, man,
direction.
You can always build
you know?
your own Large Hadron Collider.
Well, I mean,
A Boy Scout built a nuclear generator in his backyard. You could build a Hadron Collider.
dude, it took like a decade just to survey the spot, dude.
Well, it sounds like excuses. Come on, man.
Yeah, man, that's what concrete's for.
No, just to survey the spot, because it was surveyed down. They actually used stainless steel fucking wires to measure the distances. That would not shrink or expand in temperature changes.
Hey, man, if they did it, it could be done again. You could build your own. You just need to get your money up.
I need to get my money up.
Come on, Indio, get your dough up.
Pimp your mom. How about that? Would I get any money for that?
Not very much.
Yeah, fucking die broke. God damn it.
Yeah, my mom's dead, so you're not unless you're into grave digging. You're not getting much out of that.
Oh, dude, people are into that. What are you talking about? Stephen Hawking was at Epstein Island. Obviously, people are into that.
The recent revelations, grandma jerky.
Well, then that proves it even more that there needs to be even more transparency, since
I don't want any transparency about Epstein Island. I've heard enough.
Oh, no, not Epstein. I was going off of what 20K Ups was mentioning about how if you have your own philosophy, since back to scientific process, you're supposed to go in unbiased for the concept of you can
impossible.
Take any.
That's impossible. It's not possible not to have. Look. The way you eliminate bias, you can't. Listen to me. Listen. You cannot eliminate human bias. Okay. The only way to control it is so that the experiment is repeatable. That way, human bias doesn't matter, even if you are biased. Because someone that's not biased or has an opposite bias can check, and if they get the same result, as long as they're honest, okay, even if they're biased, as long as they're honest, they're going to say, look, I got the same result. You know what I mean?
I have a question.
The purpose of the scientific method, the very purpose of the scientific method is to mitigate human bias. That's the point of it.
Is there
Because
a
we're all
reason that the sun in like the flat Earth model doesn't illuminate the entire disk?
First of all, no, there's no flat Earth model. A, we don't think the Earth, and B, we don't think the Earth is a disk.
You think it is?
Not a disk.
It's a sphere?
No, it's not. Definitely not a sphere. Because if it was a sphere, the waters of the Earth would curve, and they don't.
Wait, so you don't think it's a disk or a sphere? You think it's what?
Yeah, it's not. It's like we no. There's no outer space, so it's not a freaking Earth floating around in outer space. There's no solar system. There's no fucking infinite fucking vacuum surrounding the Earth. None of that crap.
We're just on like a table.
No, we're not on the table, dude. We're not inside of something. It's just the Earth, and that's it. There's nothing else.
The main thing I dislike about the globe people, it's like if you're going to stay on top of like the shape of what you guys are pushing the Earth to be, at least stay on like collective's like topic on what the shape is, because they just updated it for the people who believe it's a globe, and everyone now is saying it's
Were
a
you
pear.
here 5 minutes ago before? Like weren't you in here? Okay, weren't you in?
Actually, for all the people who believe that it's a globe,
an egg.
It's been tossed out, and it's now they mention a pear shape.
Yeah,
Not an egg.
an oblate ellipsoid. Yeah, fine, great. Listen.
I'm not.
Weren't you?
I'm not saying that
Listen for a second, Super Gremlin.
Okay, I'm listening.
Listen.
I'm not saying
listen for
that's
a
true.
second.
I'm just saying that they don't stay.
I know. I'll address it. Now, weren't you here when we were talking about people asking about the shape of the Earth and how they insist that it must be some ideal geometry, like a fucking cube or a sphere or a pyramid, and that nothing in nature actually has any of these shapes?
Yeah, I came on top of it. I was just
Yeah, okay. So if I asked you, if I told you the Earth is the shape of a rock, what shape is that?
Organic.
Yeah, what's the shape of a rock?
Organic.
It has no shape. It doesn't have any shape that you can describe. You could say, hey, that looks like a rock, but it doesn't actually have a shape. So when people ask us, what's the shape of the Earth? They're basically saying, I'm a Platonist. I think that the universe only exists in ideal forms. And I think the Earth must be some sort of Platonic solid. That's what they're saying, but they don't know they're saying that. Now, the idea of the globe comes from Plato, was the first person to mention it. Maybe Pythagoras. There's some references that he mentioned it first. But it was Plato. He wrote in the Dialogues of Timaeus that since the sphere was the most perfect shape, that the Earth must certainly be a sphere. Okay? And Copernicus, 1,000 years later, said the exact same thing in his Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, and he came up with the heliocentric model, at least the circular orbit one. The point is that the idea that the Earth's a globe comes from an aesthetic preference for Platonic forms, meaning shapes, meaning that there is no reality. It's called the ideal system, where there is no actual reality, that the only real reality is the world of ideas and ideal forms, in that the Earth must be one of these ideal forms, like a sphere or a cube or a pyramid or something like that. Well, it could just be, nothing in nature is actually like that. So why should the Earth, which is natural, be like that? There's no reason for it to be like that.
Well, it just seems like, the Earth is a physical thing that physically exists, so it must have a physical shape. Like, what about
Yeah,
like
but that doesn't mean that you have a word to describe that shape, dude. Did you even hear what I said? What's the shape of a rock?
Yeah, well, amorphous. A rock can have many different forms.
Amorphous isn't a shape, dude.
Obviously, you wouldn't.
See, what you're trying to do, you think we're naive. You're just trying to infinite regression fallacy. You just ask, hey, where's the edge? Just ask.
Well, I'm not saying anything about
Just ask, where's the edge, dude? Just get it out of your system.
If you're gonna ask me what shape a rock is, I'm gonna tell you what shape a particular rock is. I'm not gonna.
You wouldn't even be able to tell me the shape of a particular rock.
Yeah, shaped like a rock.
A rock shape, which is no shape at all.
Yeah,
because rocks take infinite variety of forms, right?
I hear a lot of confidence. I don't hear a lot of logic in that, though. Like, what about like
everything I said is completely logical. Even this was even made out by Greek logicians way back to Zeno. So you can say it's not a lot of logic and say fucking buzzwords you think sound good, but you're full of shit. Rocks have infinite fucking forms. Can't say rock shape. That's just saying anything. That's when you might as well say it's formless if you're going to say rock shape. We don't think the Earth is inside of something. So to be inside of something like an object, right? We don't think the Earth is like an object that like you could hold in your hand.
Well, I tried asking.
Well,
so are you
we
saying
don't think the Earth is like an object that's inside of something. Let me ask you this: what's the universe inside?
Well, that's why I was trying to ask. Would you think that it is perhaps an inward-facing sphere, and
no,
that there is
it's not
some
a sphere
point,
at all.
and there is some
it can't
point
be a
in the
sphere
middle
because
that
the
bends
surface
light
of the
around
Earth isn't curving. Do you understand? A property of a sphere is that the surface is curving. An inverse sphere, a concave fucking sphere, the inside of a sphere, it has to curve. The surface of the Earth does not curve, so it can't be a sphere. Can't be. It can be anything else, but it can't be that.
So what's the angle on like it's not curved?
That if the most of the surface of the Earth is water, as far as we know, we can measure the surface of the Earth, oceans, rivers, lakes. In those surfaces, the surface of water does not curve. Okay, it's flat. It's measured flat. So if the waters of the world are flat, and that waters take up 70% of the world, then the world has to be flat.
What do you mean water is flat?
Water's flat, dude.
What do you mean? Like it goes level?
No, I didn't say level. It's flat.
Right. What do you mean?
Yes, it also is level.
What do you mean by it's flat?
Meaning it's vertical to You don't know what flat means, dude?
I know what flat means.
Here we go into the gigantic fucking Bev bullshit. Okay, dude. Flat means there's nothing that's actually perfectly flat, obviously, because things are made of discrete frickin' elements, okay? Like atoms and molecules. So, but we don't want to conflate flat with smooth. Flat is so that the vertical versus the horizontal size, length, distance, whatever you want to call it, it's so large, the proportion. So, for instance, the proportion of the vertical versus the horizontal, if the Earth is 193 million miles, square miles, and the biggest bump is 5 miles, the shit is smoother than a billiard ball. Okay? So that's what we're talking about, the ratio of the vertical to the horizontal.
Yeah. Okay.
It's flatter and smoother than any surface ever created by man. If you think about it, even if you had 50-foot wave heights across the entire ocean, it would still be the smoothest surface ever.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. It's like smoother than a ping pong ball.
Smoother than a billiard ball. It's smoother than any man-made surface. But that's not the point.
Well, I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense though, because if you think about it from the perspective of like everything is built up by, like atoms or molecules, right? Like obviously things that are of a smaller scale are going to have like a poorer resolution. So like the discrepancy of like one molecule on something the size of a ping pong ball is not going to be the same as the discrepancy of one molecule on something the scale of the Earth, right?
Yeah, so if you had a ping pong ball, the bumps would be smaller than the molecules on the surface of the ping pong ball. That's how smooth it is. Because you got to remember, we just have like most of the ocean, most of the Earth's surface is water, and the roughness is the waves. Let's say you have a fucking 3-meter average wave height. Well, I have a 3-meter wave height, and the fucking Atlantic Ocean is 5,000 miles across. Okay, that's pretty goddamn smooth.
Yeah.
So, but the point is that we can measure for curvature, we can test for curvature, because the drop that they say of a ball of 3,959 mile radius, the math comes out that the drop in 10 miles is 66 feet. So if you had a friend 10 miles away at the shore, on the shore of a lake, unless he's on top of a 66-foot ladder, you won't see him. Allegedly. But when you actually go out and do this test, you do see him.
That's weird. I wonder why that is.
Because the Earth is flat. There's nothing to wonder.
Wait, didn't some guys do something exactly like what you're saying with a laser? And they're like, that's not how it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be lower than that.
No, you're butchering it, brother. You're butchering your.
No, was that fake? You were getting excited earlier.
It wasn't. No, it what? What did you say?
I said you were getting excited earlier when you were talking about the edge. What did you want me to say about the edge?
Because you guys always try the infinite regression fallacy. Where's the edge? No one said there's an edge. Only you guys think there's an edge. Flat earthers don't think the Earth has an edge. Only globe earthers think the Earth has an edge.
What earthers?
Globe earthers.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, they think the Earth has an edge. They think they're standing on the edge.
Globetards.
The edge meaning the furthest distance from the center. No, not yet. I want to go back to the fucking the laser. Okay, so what you're talking about is the Netflix mockumentary. It's also been a TikTok freaking short. It's also been a freaking YouTube short. So there's a lot of freaking, I don't know what you want to call it, bullshit surrounding this. It wasn't a laser. They didn't measure that part where he says, oh, that's interesting. He said 4 hours before they ever even did the test, the people that freaking produced the video clipped that in to make him look like he was responding to the results of the test. He wasn't. They didn't use a laser because they melted the collimator on the laser from leaving it on too long, and they used the flashlight. And they tried to shine a flashlight through 2 8-inch diameter holes across over land, which could be sloped, it could be anything, and tried to shine a flashlight through 2 holes. Now, obviously, this is fucking impossible. Over 1.6 kilometers. There'd be a freaking severe engineering task to even make that happen. Even if you had like fucking surveying equipment.
So hold on, they
It
had the
surveyed
tool
for fucking 3 months.
tool they needed, and then they broke it so that they could do the experiment with like the wrong tools.
Well, I mean, a collimator attaches to a laser, and if you leave it on too long, it'll get hot because it's focusing the laser, and what they did is they ended up melting it. Now, I don't know. I'm not Jaren.
What a
Jaren's a
regular
fucking
laser
idiot.
pointer
It was
not work?
look, the test couldn't have worked anyway, no matter what they did. And I'll tell you why. It's too hard to align the holes, number one. Number two, it couldn't have worked because there's something called diffraction. When light passes through a small aperture or hole, also known as a hole, it spreads out again. So the laser would have became uncollimated, right? So all they would have got is a dispersed fucking light anyway. It was ill-conceived. I don't know why the guy ever thought of it. It was just dumb to even try that. It was a dumb experiment. And it was only 1.6 kilometers, which is nothing. We have 800-mile LoRa chirped fucking radio. So LoRa radio is like a half a watt chirped radio transmission. We have there's an 800-mile over the ocean surface. So it's a buoy and a ship talking to each other over LoRa 800 miles away. Now, if the Earth was a ball, there'd be freaking something like 150 miles of fucking Earth curve between the 2 fucking points. That's right, 150-mile hump of fucking water between them. 10,000-mile radio transmissions. There's fucking 50-mile long distance, even Chicago skyline, 275-kilometer Alps to the Pyrenees to the Alps, and vice versa looking back. There's so much flat Earth proof that I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, so you're not familiar with the concept of propaganda? Like, we get it that you saw something that made you feel like you could stick with the mainstream story. So what we're telling you is propagandists made a piece and edit it together to make it tell the story that they wanted to tell, which just so happens to be.
I heard the other guy when he said it.
Yeah,
and they admitted why they did it too, by the way. Just for the record, they admitted they did it because when the flat earthers when they were interviewing them, they started talking about their children. They felt a moral duty to make the flat earthers look bad because they didn't want children to start believing in flat earth. This is what they said, the producers.
So what he's telling you is it's been repeated thousands of times and shown that when you measure it, there's no curve, and you could repeat it yourself. So if you saw some story on TV that was just trying to reiterate what the military-industrial educational complex has been trying to brainwash you with since birth, you can discard that because you could go out and test it for yourself if you cared enough.
Okay, so like if you have just like a really powerful telescope, then you should be able to see any point of the planet from any other point.
Holy shit. You're not on a planet A, and why would you be able to do that? Do you have a weather app on your phone?
Yeah, you said
yeah, it has a visibility. The visibility doesn't say freaking 25,000 miles, dude. It says 10 miles. The air's opaque, dude, at long distances.
You're talking about the atmospheric stuff, right? It makes the mountains look blue.
The air's opaque at long distances. Even according to like even a model of the air, the furthest you could possibly see it through sea level air is 296 kilometers because the air would absorb all the light.
So are you going to concede that the Netflix mockumentary is not a valid source of proof of curvature, Wake?
No, I'm not going to concede that because I don't know that for a fact. I know that you guys are saying it, and I'm operating on that being true for the purpose of the conversation.
Well, what did you rely on with them? How did you evaluate them?
Nothing more or less. I'm as cautious of them as I am of people telling me that it's not true.
What? That makes no sense.
I'm saying I don't trust either one of you. I'm taking it just as a data point.
Look,
okay.
I like you. You guys seem to think I care. You seem to think I care a lot more about the Netflix thing. I didn't even know it was a Netflix thing. I don't really care.
No, it's just like it's annoying because we've done so many laser tests, and then we have to hear about that shit, which wasn't even a laser. But so here's the funny thing: in the documentary, they never even say it's a laser. That's the funny thing. But for some reason on the internet, when I talk to people about it, they all think it's a laser, even though they never said it. So why would people do that? Why do you think, even without prodding, right? Even without prodding or being told, or even being said on the internet, that people make up in their head that it's a laser?
Yeah, man. I don't know. I think
that's very strange. I mean, you just did it.
I'm remembering it as being read, but I don't know. I haven't seen the clip in a long time. It's something I saw a long time ago. Also, like this doesn't need to be like adversarial. I'm not trying to prove you wrong or anything. I'm just asking because I want to understand.
I'm not being adversarial. I'm just pointing out, like, listen, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance associated with this. I just pointed out that you did something that you didn't even realize you were doing. Are you fucking rude, dude?
Yo, chill.
No, shut your fucking hole, dude.
No, shut your fucking hole. Yeah, just say hello. I joined.
I know, but first you listen, see if somebody's talking, and then you speak. You just don't freaking join a voice chat yelling. Anyway.
Okay.
The point is,
if I could.
Go ahead, Tetsu.
Yeah, so, Wake, you're saying that you're not adversarial, and yet you ask a question about something that you saw maybe on Netflix that apparently proves that the Earth is curved according to you or what
I
you
saw it on even
perceive.
less than Netflix. I only ever saw a YouTube short. Like I said, I'm not coming in here saying one thing or another. I'm genuinely curious about what you guys believe.
Well, instead of leading off with something that would only assume that the only man in history to prove that there is Earth curve is a washed-up YouTuber, you must have something better than that, right?
Yeah, so let me just say, because I feel like this is something that maybe needs to be said. I didn't realize that. I thought they were like adults that could just have a conversation. I understand that you guys have probably a lot of baggage dealing with people that come in and bag on you and think that you're dumb for believing something different. I'm just curious.
Nope,
what you
that's not
believe
the
and why.
problem. You're wrong.
That's not the case.
It's your passive aggressive phoniness. That's what it is.
But I know I'm not being passive aggressive because I'm genuinely just wanting to know what you guys believe. That's why I'm asking questions.
Okay, so let's do this. Just and for the fucking peace of all people, we're gonna push the reset button. And we're gonna start over, and all ideas of ill will and bad feelings are gonna dissipate instantaneously. Poof! See, there they go. So says who? Continue your whatever you were doing.
No, that's it. That's all I wanted to mention. Hold on, Super. That's all I wanted to mention. We can't base what we believe on something that we saw on YouTube necessarily. That was a hit piece, right? So let's go ahead and deal with what's empirical. We can test and reproduce something that's repeatable. That would be the best way to attack this particular topic. Let's do what's empirical. Let's forget about propaganda. How about we all just agree on that? You think so?
Yeah.
Okay. No, great.
Right.
I'll let Indio go.
So
is it okay if I
yeah, you can put in your 3 cents. Go ahead. It's on topic,
Um,
sure.
yeah, of course. I'm always on topic, even though I might tangent. Um, and everyone can interject if they disagree afterwards, but to play a devil's advocate, but to help Wake in 420, I guess, separate a little bit from the idea of the globe, since, looking for proof of the globe. If you do want to think about the globe itself, even current philosophers or scientists working on it currently say that the globe is inaccurate. You can even quote Neil deGrasse Tyson. He mentioned it. I know people have feelings about him. Even I have feelings about him. But even with his studies and other studies I can bring up, what they are pushing now, the globe, they say, is completely inaccurate. Nothing about it is accurate, and they changed the script over to it being a pair. You can both look that up, Wake in 420, to what the current opposite idea of the shape of the earth is being said to be currently from the other side. And it's not even the sphere that they've been telling us the whole time. The globe that they've been showing us the whole time, they are currently canceling that idea and changing it again. So knowing that we're still constantly changing the idea of what the globe even is, can we just all agree that the globe is bullshit? Because even the people who claim that the globe wasn't bullshit are currently calling it bullshit. Nobody is saying the globe is good anymore.
Well, I don't think it's a big stretch to go from a sphere to an oblate spheroid.
They said that the top.
Yeah, it's a little stretch, 11-mile stretch.
Yeah, they said that the top is flat. They said that the middle is stretched out, and they said the bottom is like a round butt. So I think that's a big stretch.
They said the top is flat.
Yeah, they said that the top was flat. You can look it up. They said the top was flatter. They said the middle, where the equator was like stretched out. Neil deGrasse Tyson mentioned, he used this odd analogy. He said if you have pizza dough and you spun it in the air, the edges get stretched out and the middle gets flat. Don't know why he used that analogy, but he said it's the same concept.
He was hungry.
But you can look it up. He spoke on a panel in front of people, and he said this. So, and also you can look up different scientific graphs as well of them changing it over to this pair theory. So it's not even like you can consistently say the globe is correct, because everyone on both sides says it's not. So I say that you can open up your ears and be open to anything at this point.
I mean, disproving the globe is simple.
The picture they have for the pear-shaped Earth looks fucking retarded.
Yeah.
But that's what he said. You see what I mean?
So we don't need though there is no proof for the globe. In fact, you can't even form a statement that would be considered any type of logical proof that would support the globe. For a simple reason that there's nothing you can actually observe on the Earth that would indicate that it's a globe. The globe is based completely upon the sky. It's not based upon anything on the ground.
What if you were to build a pipeline that ran like north, south, east, west, and connected all the way around? Would that would that change
all
the
way around?
Yeah,
No.
all the way around, connected.
No, because east and west are circles.
So you would think it would just be two overlapping like circle pipelines?
First of all, I don't know how this is like a hypothetical that can never be done.
Yeah,
This is it's like we're trying to stay in the real world here, in what we can actually do. There's only one way. I mean, I know it's like seems so simple to you. Oh my God, that's too simple. You can't just measure the curve of the Earth. How does that going to prove a globe or not to prove the Earth flat or a globe? Because that's the only thing that can't work in either one, right? Almost all things, no matter what you do, you can bring up maps, you can bring up flight routes, you can bring up freaking oil wells, you can bring up almost anything. And it can work in either a flat Earth or a globe. But the one thing that can't work in flat Earth or a globe is the surface of the Earth, right? So a property of a sphere is that it's equidistant from the center. Well, a straight line can't be equidistant from a point. The center being a point, right? A straight line can't be equidistant from a point. So you can know for certain, you can definitely delineate one or the other by a simple test of whether the surface is curving. That's why we choose this. That's why we want to do this, because it proves one or the other than speculating about, it could be a globe. This is how this particular measurement would work on a globe, but it could also work on a flat Earth too if you assume this other thing, right? We're trying to get rid of the assumptions. We're trying to get rid of the faulty logic. We're trying to just peel all that away. And if you start and try to rebuild this idea, right, what's the Earth from first principles? Just first principles. What do we do first? Let's observe it. Let's observe the Earth. What does it look like? Oh shit, it looks flat. Okay, why can't I just stop there and go, okay, it looks flat because it is flat? Oh, because I can imagine it's something else that's gigantic. It's so gigantic that it's flat. Okay, fine. I can imagine it being something else. Let's test my imagination. And we can go out there and we can measure the surface of the Earth. And we can measure that it's not curving. And that I can see 52 miles across Lake Michigan to the Chicago skyline. That I can see the French Alps from the fucking Pyrenees 275 miles away. Right? That I can see frickin' Cabo San Lucas from an airplane 780 miles away. Right? None of these should be possible. That I can take a laser to the Great Salt Lakes and shine it 21 miles. Or I can take it to Lake IJsselmeer in the Netherlands and beam it and shine it frickin' 25 miles. And that, I can shine lasers all over the place, and they're never running into the curve of the Earth for some reason.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at this retarded shaped Earth, I almost wonder if depending on where you would do your laser test, you would get different results if it's this fucking chop.
Well, I mean, so according to the globe Earth, right, gravity conforms water into the shape of a ball, right?
Yeah.
So that's where the curve is going to be, 100%. Gravity is going to curve the water. Right? You don't have to worry about frickin' changes of elevation. You don't have to worry about a slope. You don't have to worry about frickin' mountainous terrain, right? Just go to the water. Water's got to be curving. Right? That's all and people will come in here, and I'm just telling this for your benefit. People will come in here and they'll bring up things like, what about the Coriolis effect? What about orbits? What about satellites? What about this? What about that? What about all these things, right? Why does the Earth look like a ball from space? Well, if the Earth looks like a ball from space, if I come down out of space and come to the surface of the Earth, I should be able to measure curve.
Well, I was going to ask about the Coriolis effect. What's the explanation that you guys
doesn't
have
actually
for that?
exist.
But don't snipers have
It's an idea. It doesn't actually exist in nature. There's no measurements of it actually existing. That's the thing. This is one of the things that sounds good on the surface, and people think because there's a hypothesis about it that the hypothesis has been confirmed, but it isn't, because the Coriolis is an apparent deflection. It's not an actual deflection. So what you have is a rotating reference frame. That would be the Earth. And if you're outside that rotating reference frame, like in the sky, right?
Yeah.
You would see a bullet that was shot, which is in the what's called a non-inertial reference frame, right? The bullet's not on the ground anymore. The bullet's going straight. But if you're on the surface of the Earth in the rotating reference frame, like on a merry-go-round, and you throw a ball, the ball is going straight. But to you, from your point of view, it appears like it's curving. Understand?
Yeah.
Because
And
you're
what about-
rotating, right? So this effect doesn't actually exist. They don't account for it in artillery. They don't account for it in any of that crap. First of all, the effect wouldn't be enough to even have to account for it in artillery. It's so small. Even if you shoot 30,000 meters, it isn't even enough to even account for it, to need to account for it. Because the imprecision of the weapon is greater than the correction. Right? If you don't know where the thing's going to land within a 250-yard circle, a fucking 9-meter correction isn't really going to help you. It doesn't matter one way or another whether you correct or not. You can't even control a 250-yard fucking circle.
And what's the angle for like stars? Like what is a star?
What do you mean? It's
Like the
composition?
stars
So
in the
this is the
sky.
two things. We see stars, right? We see stars, we see planets, we see the sun, we see the moon, right? We see all these celestial objects. Okay. Now, they exist. We see them. We named them. Humanity named them. We gave them names.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that we believe what they say they're made out of, how far away they are, what they're doing, how old they are, all the stories they tell about what the stars are, as if somehow they're different than 2,000 years when they were making up stories about the stars.
Yeah.
None of those stories. None of those stories can be confirmed. Do I think you can reach them? I don't think so. But that would be speculation. I don't think so. You definitely can't reach them in the heliocentric paradigm because the closest star is 4 light years away.
Yeah.
And if you were going to speed of like what they said they launched Voyager, right, fastest object ever shot, that's not going to reach what would be equivalent to the closest star for 150,000 years. So, can we reach them? Even in the heliocentric model, you're never going to reach them. So, like whatever theory we have or hypothesis we have about their composition, age, all those things, how they work, we're never going to actually know because we're never going to actually get there to confirm any of that crap. I don't think we're going to be here in fucking 150,000 years at fucking Alpha Centauri with a catcher's mitt ready to catch Voyager.
Also, to add on to Indio's point, if you like some more, I guess, grounded stuff, Wake, PBS dropped an article a couple years back that NASA came out and they mentioned that the humans for going to space was never actually a thing. The farthest we reached is considered still the sky. I can link that article in the website. Oh, sorry, the Discord, like little sidebar. But yeah, they confirmed a couple years ago we never reached true space or what they say space is. We've only been to the sky. So it's like the concept of being able to do stars and stuff, it's like, bro, we haven't even been to space. We've only been in our sky.
Yeah, so there's also, we have NSA documents when NASA was created saying that NASA was created to project, to give the, to project power and influence around the world so that no competitors would arise, right? They wanted to project the idea that we were that the United States was so technologically superior that they could not challenge us. These are all National Security Council fucking documents from the founding of NASA, of why they created NASA. It was a propaganda operation. Did you know that NASA is now, since Doofus in the chat? So, did you know that NASA now is officially a spy agency? Officially. You know that, Dud? That NASA is officially a spy agency now? So Trump cited an executive order about 3 months ago now, I think it is, or 4 months ago. It's on the White House website, executive order, made NASA's primary function intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. That's their primary function. Oh, Dud is probably crying in his frickin' soup right now. Yeah, that's right, bro. It's officially a spy agency. NASA, you just replace CIA with NASA.
Yeah, I just searched like fastest known object. What are you using for the fastest object?
They said last I knew it was Voyager 2.
I'm seeing Parker Solar Probe getting speeds of like 394,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, where's that at?
I'm not sure.
Is that the one? That's the one they shot. They said they shot into the sun, right?
Yeah, that could be.
Yeah, I'm sure they measured that really carefully. Look, I don't think there's any satellites in space. I think it's all hogwash. I'm just saying, in that paradigm, in that story, Voyager, even so, there's something called an internal critique. I don't know if you're aware of that. So, you can internally critique a worldview without adopting it, and to check it for consistency. So in that worldview, in the worldview of a heliocentric model and stars and Big Bang universe and all that crap, even in that worldview, you can never reach a star because it's too far away. Within the modern physics worldview paradigm, whatever you want to call it, mainstream, call it what you want. Within that paradigm, no one's ever going to a star. And honestly, in that paradigm, like 99.99999999999% of humanity will never go to outer space. They'll never see the Earth as a globe, ever. Only on a screen. So, anyway, I was doing first principles. First principle is we observe the Earth is flat and motionless. That's what you do in science, right? The first thing you do is you make an observation of the natural world. And the observation is the Earth is flat and motionless. Now, that as it is, it should just stand that the Earth is flat and motionless until someone actually goes and measures the curve or measures motion, which no one's ever done either one of those things. But instead, a story's been told to humanity, and a significant portion of humanity has adopted this belief as their own, and to such an extent they think that they know the Earth is a globe, but they know no such thing because they have no experience from which that knowledge would have came, right? You don't, I don't, no one in this chat don't, no one's ever experienced the Earth as a globe. They've seen it on TV maybe. They've seen it on a screen. They've seen a picture in a book. They've imagined it in their mind, but they don't remember it. There's nowhere in their memory that they can search where they go, yeah, remember when I saw the world as a globe? Yeah, no, they don't have that memory. So they don't have that experience. They don't have that knowledge. They just have a belief. And that's where most, even if you believe, and here's another internal critique, even if you believe the mainstream paradigm, there's only two people left in the world because all the other Apollo astronauts are dead. So there's two living Apollo astronauts. They're the only two people that have seen the Earth as a ball. Two people left. ISS astronauts, ISS only would see 3% of the Earth from their elevation, their altitude. So they can't say that they've seen the Earth as a ball. They're only seeing a little tiny portion of the Earth's surface. So the only people that said they can, the Apollo clowns that claim they went to the moon, there's only two of those guys left. So two people out of the 9 billion people on the Earth claim that they've seen the Earth as a ball. Two people. I mean, if you want to hitch your wagon to that, go right ahead. Look at Dud coping hard. Dudix, man, you're coping hard, man. Now you're going to make me post the executive order. Made me do it. I mean, my philosophy is I'm a direct realist. I believe we actually can trust our senses. I believe that's not to say they're infallible. Nothing about human beings is infallible. We can trust our senses even more than our mind. And that the way the world appears is the way it actually is. I don't think it's an illusion. I don't think, though we cannot perceive everything, the things we can't perceive are of no consequence to our existence. Doesn't matter if I can perceive x-rays or not. X-rays don't matter to anything in my life unless a man makes x-rays and beams me with them. You understand? So all the electromagnetic spectrum that we can't see it has no effect on us. That the senses that we have are good enough to to have long, fulfilling lives. All that other mental masturbation, freaking quarks, fucking muons, protons, it's just a bunch of mental masturbation. And take it from someone who's a freaking uber nerd, dude. That studied that shit for 30 years, 40 years. It's trash. It's freaking literally fiction, dude. It's just a mind virus. It just eats your mind. Has little connection to actual reality of what men and women experience. Modern day bread and circus is fucking Bill Nye the Science Guy. Hello. Hello.
Hey, Indio, I have a question for you.
Just a moment. Whoever said hello, welcome.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
lost
hear
my
you.
train of thought. Oh, I was thinking, I wanted to ask you, how did you feel about the firmament? Like, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, firmament just means expanse of the sky. That's all that word means. The dome of the sky, the expanse of the sky. It doesn't literally mean there's some physical frickin' dome. It just means that when it says firmament, it means that the stars are fixed within it. So the idea that there was nested spheres, that the planets were in their own sphere, right, and then that the stars were fixed in their own sphere, right?
So-
That's why they call it firmament, fixed within the sky.
So what do you reckon the highest you can go is before some force stops you, and what is that force that stops you?
Doing something.
Well, I don't know if it would be a force. Forces are like conceptual. They don't actually exist but I would guess probably can't get much higher than 150 kilometers. I would say 110 kilometers. Somewhere in there, between 100 and 150. The problem is, I do not think you can thrust in a vacuum. In fact, I don't think outer space exists at all, because of the second law of thermodynamics prohibits such a thing from existing. You know, Aristotle said nature abhors a vacuum, and for some reason, you know, everybody forgot that. So we have gas pressure. Just let's give you the rundown. We got gas pressure on Earth. I'm breathing right now, 15 psi gas pressure. Right? Well, how can that gas pressure be adjacent to the vacuum? And they'll say, well, there's a gradient. Well, that's fine. How do you have a gradient of gas pressure? Because I can take a vacuum chamber, cylinder, as high as you want it to be, 1,000 feet tall, 10,000 feet tall, doesn't matter. We can evacuate it so it's a vacuum. We're going to have it on the surface of the Earth where the gravity is the strongest. And if I put gas inside of that, it's not going to sink to the bottom because of gravity. The Earth is not going to hold the gas to the bottom of the chamber, away from the vacuum, the top of the vacuum chamber, which is vacuum, away from the vacuum, and create a atmospheric gradient within the vacuum chamber. No. The gas is going to disperse equally in all directions, and it's going to until it reaches thermodynamic equilibrium. Okay, this is in accordance with all the gas laws, the kinetic theory of gases. And if this wasn't true, okay, you'd need to add gravity to the phase diagram. Because how much gravity there was would affect how fast water boils, when things become solid. Because the gravity would be doing thermodynamic work.
Well,
right?
But does not water boil at a lower point at higher altitudes?
That's because of pressure.
Yeah, but and again that
gravity.
pressure is because of the gradient that you were talking about, right? Like when you have, again, it's about scale. It's like, yeah, if you have an object as small, if all objects are built of like building blocks, like molecules or atoms or whatever, then you're going to have fewer molecules making up a ping pong ball than you are going to have making up something the size of the Earth. And that difference in scale means that like the difference in, however many molecules on each surface is going to be like completely different. It'll be very noticeable on the smaller object. It'll be barely noticeable on the larger one. The same thing with if you're talking about like the atmosphere having a gradient. That's literally like the ocean, right? Like you can dive in the ocean, you're totally fine. But if you go down real far, all that extra water above you is pushing down on you.
Brother, can I ask? You mentioned something, and I don't want you to skip past it. Okay, you said pressure. You keep saying pressure, right? Yeah, we go up, and there's less pressure, right?
Yes.
Where does that pressure?
Because there's less.
Whoa! Hold on. Yeah. There's all this pressure. Where does that pressure come from?
Each other.
We are talking calmly, and I know my mic is probably just kind of abrasive.
So when you're at,
I just want
to surface.
Wait. Just this is
the entirety of the atmosphere above you pushing down on you.
Why do you keep talking over it?
I just want to just say one thing.
Asking where the pressure.
So no. But before we go on, just you and me, just between you and me, I know that I'm on a Bluetooth mic, so my voice is really abrasive, and I know I sound kind of harsh, but don't take me that way. Is that fair?
All right.
Okay. I'm not coming at you. I promise. I just sound harsh. My mic sucks. So you have pressure. Do you know what pressure is defined as?
What's it defined as?
Okay, in physics, the pressure is defined by the collisions of the gas molecules with each other and the walls of the container. Okay? This is in physics. So no matter what, no matter any way that you're going to describe pressure, you're going to be involving a container in what you're talking about, because we don't have any example where pressure is created without containment.
Okay.
The idea behind the globe is that there's no container and yet we have pressure. And we're asking, how come? Because there's apparently this ever-expanding volume called the universe. It's always expanding. There's a huge vacuum. It's this open area, open space for the gas to fill. And it's not doing it. There's a ton of kinetic energy in the gas that's produced on the Earth. And gas goes freely and randomly in all directions, and it fills available volume. In fact, it seeks out the area that has the lowest pressure, meaning the most open space. That's what gas molecules do. That's called entropy. So if that is what we know, and you're describing pressure, there's a disconnect, because all of that gas is going to find the most open available volume to be into. That means that there would be no pressure. That means that there would be the same pressure in deep space as there was on the surface of the Earth at all times. Gas fills space, equalizes pressure. That's just what we know. So if we have pressure, there's a problem. We should have 10 to the negative 17 torr on the surface of the Earth.
He can't do that though.
Okay.
Because he's on.
Well, I mean, I think I would just think about that as like it's a gravitational container. Like if everything is being pulled to a central point, then that kind of still functions as a form of containment.
Okay. Yeah, no, I get you. Okay, that's the next place to go. So from the heliocentric paradigm, they dictate, they say, right? They say that there's this force that would be Newtonian gravitation. The idea that mass, which is undefined in physics, mass attracts things. So we have something that has no definition and it attracts things. That makes no sense. But ultimately, what you're actually trying to describe is not Newtonian, but Einsteinian mathematics, conceptual ideas, where mass, which is undefined, usually they conflate it with weight, okay, is warping these other two concepts called space and time. A space-time fabric is how it's reified. And that mass, that weight, is deforming the space-time fabric, and everything is flowing towards this central point within the gravity well in the fabric. And they demonstrate this in a classroom with kids, and they go, look, we've got this trampoline or this big rug. And the whole time, they're using a downward vector on Earth, which we experience. I'm not going to deny that, right? Like, we all live in air. You and me, we live in the region of the air. We have to breathe it. We're not fish, so we're up here in the air. And if you take a solid object in the air and you let go of it, it will go downward. That's the observation, right? Okay? We both agree on this. No problem. And they take that same principle and they put this frickin' bowling ball on the fabric or on the trampoline, and then they take like a marble and you can see that depression, right, in the fabric. And you're like, oh yeah, cool. And they'll take a marble and they'll throw it in the rug or the fabric or the sheet or the trampoline, and it'll kind of spin around, right? And they give you this perception of what's actually going on. The whole time they haven't bothered to remind you that space and time are both concepts. They're not real. And so you can't warp them. But they're giving you a magic trick to look at and say, this is our reality. When the whole time you forgot that when you're in the air, because you breathe the air, you'll drop a solid object, right? And it will go down. Yes, we observe that. Now, if we change the medium, and just follow me for a second, we change the medium. Now I'm not any longer in the air. I'm in a pool. I'm in a pool, and I take solid objects of all different kinds. I could take a rock, and I'll let go of it. And in the water, it will kind of, float down. Everybody's observed this. If they've ever gone swimming or been in the lake, right? Like the rock will kind of slowly descend. It'll kind of wobble back and forth depending on the shape of it. We know this. And then we'll grab different things. And then all of a sudden we'll grab a piece of wood. And we'll take the piece of wood and we'll drop it, and it floats at the top of the water. And you go, oh yeah, of course, it's less dense. And you push it towards the bottom of the lake, towards the ground, where gravity's supposed to be. And the block of wood comes back up. Why? Well, because there's a relationship in densities of objects and the medium that they're in. There's a relationship. So, yeah, in the air, a lot of stuff goes down, except for when you grab gas. Oh, gas is really hard to grab. We actually have to put it in containers. You can't do that. You can't make pressure without containment. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions, but it's under pressure. And if you realize that if you have a vacuum chamber and you have water in the vacuum chamber and you start to draw pressure out, the water turns to gas and evaporates and leaves the chamber too. So you have a void, a volume where there's very little air. There's still air in there. There's pressure. You can put a gauge on it. It's really hard to create a vacuum because nature freaking hates that. There's a saying that nature abhors a vacuum, right? So it's always trying to get in there. So you live in a pressurized system. Any void, gas is trying to fill it. If the void is outer space, the gas is trying to fill it. If we have pressure here, we're under containment. Solid objects, for the most part, through air go downward. If you change the medium to water, things start to not do the same thing. Some things will go up. We have helium balloons that go up in air. There's this density column that we live in. But it's all vertical and horizontal. It's flat, right? Horizontal and vertical. It's all flat. It's all we experience. So I know you'll go down every road. You'll go down, oh, the gravity's holding the gas in. Well, no, because if we create two chambers, and in the bottom of one chamber, we have gas pressure, and we have a chamber on top of that one, and there's a little doorway called a valve, right? If we have a valve, and there's a vacuum on the top and pressure on the bottom, and you open that valve, the gas goes and equalizes with the vacuum above it, and pressure stabilizes. That's what entropy does. So there is no reason for us. No, there's no scale, because guess what? There's no force of gravity that can be detected, and there's no space-time fabric. Those things are concepts and pseudoscience.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the two vacuum container things. It's like, yes, I agree that's what would happen, right? But again, it's the scale of the thing, and I mean, I guess if you don't acknowledge gravity as a thing, if you don't think that's a reality, then I can see that complicating explaining it.
Bro, it's not a matter of me accepting the idea. I understand the idea. I get the concept. I mean, I explained it to you fairly well. I get the concept completely. The problem is that, number one, I don't have any scientific experiment in the history of all mankind to validate the ideas, either one of them. These are the most two common ones. Okay, you would be shocked to know it, but there's probably more than 80 theories about what gravity is. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's 80. And then we have the two most common ones.
If we knew what gravity was, we'd be using it. You know what I mean?
We do use it. We use it every day. You want to know what we use?
I mean, like using it to get around.
No, listen. We do. I'll tell you what we use. You ready? We don't use big G. Big G is the idea behind the observed phenomena. The observed phenomena is things go down in air at an average. Okay, actually, this is in a vacuum. An average rate, because not all elements fall at the same rate within the vacuum, you should be surprised to know. But an average rate of 9.8 meters per second squared, 9.8 meters per second in a vacuum as an average. This is what we observe. So in the medium of a vacuum, this is how fast things go down. Now, if we take those same elements and we put them in water, we would be discussing how fast most of the things go up. It's all medium dependent. There is no downward exclusive vector. Things go up and down depending on the medium. That's it. That's the observed phenomena. And they're trying to give us some kind of nonsensical explanation for why this happens, and they can't do it. They're just guessing. What actually is happening is the gas is moving. The gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions, bro. There's no gravity. It's going up and down and all around. There's no gravity. Sorry. We're in a pressurized system. That's the way it is. I'm not denying anything. I'm actually hoping for someone to give me a gosh damn answer about why nature is the way it is, and they're just going, I don't know. Neil deGrasse, Michio Kaku, all these dudes, they're just like, I don't know. You want to know what they're telling you? This is the observed phenomena. Things go up and down based on the environment or the medium that they're in, and that's what we know. We're trying to give you a reason as to why that happens, but we don't have one. But hey, look, NASA photos, and hey, look, I'm dropping a microphone in air, by the way, and I'm showing you the scam. There's no gravity. There's none. We have relative density. They call it Archimedes' principle. It's been around forever. We actually already have what gravity is. It's what we observe. That's it.
And it's reproducible. It's testable, right? Measurable.
Yeah.
It's
So-
you can
so what is it
demonstrate that
then?
using the scientific method, right? You can say why is that egg floating, or no, why is it sunken to the bottom and not floating at the top? Just change the medium, the density of it, right, to salt water. Pop, up it goes.
So what is the downward force then?
Hold on a second. There isn't one. So you're asking, in air, why does stuff go down? I'm going to ask you the same question. Why in water do most things go up?
Because they're less dense than the water.
There you go. It's the same thing, dude. It's the same thing. Now, if you want to ask me personally, I'm not speaking for anybody else in this VC, okay? Just you and me. We have laws of nature, okay? We have the first law, which is essentially matter cannot be created nor destroyed. I think most people understand that. These are laws of nature. These are the things that we just observed. Everything changes states, and it seems like it all kind of recycles, okay? So matter can change states, but it can't be created, nor can it be destroyed. We just have what we have. That's the first law. We just observe that. Number two, high pressure goes to low pressure over time. That's the idea. That I try to make this really simple for people. Over time, we see this degression or an attempt by nature to equalize pressure and heat, mostly. That's what we're talking about. These are energy states. So, you know, when you get your coffee in the morning and you bring it in and you're sipping it and it's really hot and you're like, oh, damn, I don't want to. It's too hot. And then if some time goes by and it's a little cooler and you're like, okay, I can tolerate it and it's good. And then, 10 minutes go by and you're like, oh, it's about to that point where I don't want to drink it anymore because cold coffee sometimes is nasty. But if we put it over ice and add some sugar and some cream, it's not that bad. Right. So you're at that point and you're like, I'm going to freshen this up. I'm going to throw this out and get warmer coffee. That's because the high energy state always tries to equalize with the low energy state. There's always there's a balance that's trying to be established in nature. This is just what we observe. It's a law. We can't change it. We don't even know why. It just happens. It almost seems like it's by design. And I think that this idea, we call it the law of gravity. Everybody talks about the law of gravity, and we all sort of like understand it, where we're like, one thing moves towards another thing, but usually we think of it in a vertical relationship. I think there is a vertical relationship between items within their particular medium, and they have this relationship. Wood in water floats. Rocks in air, they sink, and so that they do it in water too. But if you get mercury is a really dense liquid metal, and you can float an anvil in mercury. So there are things that are so dense that they will support cast iron, okay? So everything is based on this law of a vertical relationship of the item and the medium that it's in, and then when it hits another solid, it stops. That's what we see. It seems to me that is just the relationship. It's like a law of nature, and we call it the law of gravity. And someone's all like, yeah, but it's the bending and warping of space-time. And they're full of shit.
Okay, so even with that model, then, if you've got you've got air, you've got water, and then you've got Earth, is there anything above air or below Earth?
I don't know. That's the fun part about this whole thing. What I can tell you is that air needs containment to have pressure. So whatever is above us, okay, and Indio talked about this before. I don't know what it looks like. Dome, blah, blah, blah. Who knows? It looks like a cake top. It could look like a tetrahedron or whatever the hell it is. I don't care what it looks like. We have pressure. So what is it made of? I don't know. How high is it? But we have pressure. And we understand that pressure needs containment. And yes, it can be more at the surface level and less at the top. Because number one, we have a dynamic system. Number two, most of the gases that we breathe are circled around water. Like the oceans are the thing that circulate and process and create the most gas. And the trees, they kind of filter it, blah, blah, blah. But most of our oxygen, the breathable air, all the gases, everything that's circulated, everything that comes from the surface, we actually have pockets of gas that are being released from the surface constantly. Like it all happens down here, so there's more pressure here. This is where most of the temperature is. There's more surface area. That's why we have more pressure. Up top, not so much, and it's colder. And there's a relationship between the pressure and the temperature. It's this just varying scale, but it's still under pressure. We still have the oceans. They haven't floated, they haven't evaporated off into space, which is exactly what they should do. Everything is going to go back to its gaseous state and try to fill the available volume at 10 to the negative 17 torr. It's ridiculous. It's a bad idea. Doesn't make sense. It's a lie.
Yeah, it's almost a triad relationship between the states of matter, because one can't really exist in the form that it does without the other being at a certain consistency or pressure, temperature, etc. Right? And the triple point demonstrates how there's an optimal environment within which all three states of matter can exist simultaneously. And the way that they demonstrate it to physics students in classrooms, guess how? In a container. You can't demonstrate it any other way.
Yeah. But yeah, man, this is just how we all experience the Earth, right? And the scientific communicators, everybody is actually sort of admitting that they're just throwing stuff at the wall and hoping it sticks. Like there is no established cause of vectors of objects within mediums, period. There's nothing that you can point to. We're talking about relative density, but that's not a cause, it's a description. People talk about like putting salt in, a container, like, so you can take an egg and you can put it in a glass of water and it'll sink to the bottom. And if you pour salt into the water, it makes it more saline and more dense, in the same way that, like the Great Salt Lake or the Black Sea or the Dead Sea or whatever it is, they're so saline that you don't even have, like, you almost have to force yourself to sink. The more saline, the medium or the water, the more dense it is. And so you can do this with like a glass of water with an egg in it and add a bunch of salt, and then the egg will eventually float. Okay, so you're like, oh, well, that's a scientific experiment. I've proven that density, creates some kind of action. It's like, no, actually, you've just changed the description. It's like you've changed the description of what the medium is. It's like, okay, so it's more dense, but density doesn't cause things. It's just a description. What is the cause of it? There's no way to determine that, because the pressure is equal, like all the way around the object in the medium. And I'll give you a perfect example of this. Have you ever been in the ocean or a pond or a lake and you see bubbles coming up from the surface, or any time you've ever seen a bubble rise from the bottom of the water to the top, you'll notice that it's like, at first it kind of is very oblong. It'll change shape. That's the pressure equalizing. But by the time it gets close to the top, it's basically a sphere. So that means that there's equal pressure around the gas. So there's not more pushing it up from the bottom. There's no relationship about their push. It just does that. It just goes up in the medium. And you can't even really explain why. It just does it. It's just a relationship. And so you're like, well, that's not a cause either. And that's why everybody's like, yeah, it's the space-time warping. And the mass, which isn't defined. Yeah, that mass attracts stuff. It's retarded. The Earth is measured flat. It doesn't move. There's no motion of it. We know it when the motion happens. We call it earthquakes. Everybody shits their pants and hides under a table. That's what happens when the earth moves. Otherwise, this sucker is solid. It's not moving, and we're in a contained system. And everyone's just going to have to go ahead and like come to terms with what you experience every damn day of your life.
I mean, that's the way people treat it even. They don't think about the fact that they are actually operating in a manner which just is like that, right? I mean, are you telling me that the speedo in my car, when it's parked and I haven't put my foot on the accelerator or even started the engine and it's saying 0, right, is incorrect? It is actually moving? Because I thought it wasn't until I turned the engine on and put my foot on the accelerator that the car actually starts moving and reads something on the speedo.
Exactly.
I think that's like the jumping on a train thing, where like the train moves with you. So like any like movement is relative.
Okay.
But I was just checking to see like how high up would a helium weather balloon go? Like world record, right? And it's saying like 53 kilometers is the record that some Japanese space agency got. And then I was checking like, okay, where's the edge of the atmosphere? And it's giving me a whole bunch of different answers. But all of them are a good bit higher than 53 kilometers. And then the one for the theoretical edge of the atmosphere, they're saying that could be like 10,000 kilometers. And like at that height, they're like a single molecule could travel hundreds of miles without hitting another one. And the region eventually merges with the solar wind. So I scrolled down a little bit. I asked like, are we losing atmosphere in the exosphere? And it says that we are losing. We're losing 90 tons of atmosphere. What is this? Is this every day? Yeah, every day 90 tons of atmosphere does get blown away. So the gas is moving freely, and then once it gets past a certain point, the solar wind just takes it and blows it away.
Yeah, that's all a fun story. That's fantastic. Can you tell me where the pressure comes from then that we experience on Earth?
Well, man, I think I'm okay with gravity as an explanation for that.
Okay. See, and this is the point in the conversation, and this is not a shot at you, but this is the point in the conversation where I can tell that you're like satisfied with the explanation, even though they haven't demonstrated it to you. Like you've decided. I think there's
I do think the stuff you're talking about with the mediums and the buoyancy and all that, like that is interesting. I am taking that into consideration here, but I don't. I just
different account because I
don't know. I don't see a reason not to see that there might be another containing force.
That's fine. Listen, that's up to you, bro. Like, I'm not going to jump down your throat about it. Sometimes that happens in here, and I appreciate you being chill and like listening to me ramble forever. Then that's fine. Okay, I'm not expecting you to turn on a dime. We're not proselytes. We're just people that like are giving out information, things that we've observed, things that we've measured, things that we've looked into that most people haven't. Like genuinely, right? Most people don't even look into this crap at all. They're very busy raising their kids, banging their sister's boyfriend, it's like whatever. People are doing what they're doing, and they're not thinking about this thing because they're just kind of living their life on Earth the way it is. Fine. Great. You don't find it important, and you're satisfied with the explanations that you've been given. Cool. We can still be friends. But we only hope, for the most part, because we're not trying to convince anybody, we only hope that we can kind of plant seeds of not doubt, but just like you to have confidence in your experience, basically. Like we all live on the same Earth. Everything's up, down, left, right. We level our TVs and our tables and our picture frames with water. The Earth is covered in 70% water, allegedly. It's all flat and level. Just the reality that you live in. Like we're trying to kind of sort of help you go, you're not crazy. Even though you've drawn the landscape when you were a kindergartner of the ocean, you know, with the sun in the corner and the flat horizon with the water and the little umbrella poked into the sand, it was all flat and horizontal. That's how you live. And someone came along and said, nope, Star Wars, motherfucker. You know, like that's just what they said. And you were like, oh, well, you know better than me. And yet they didn't prove it to you, except on TV. And that's suspicious, because that's not what you experience. So if you're satisfied with it and you like it, go ahead. And that's not me being condescending. It's like, we can still be friends. Come on by anytime you want to. You know, we'll be chill.
Yeah. I'll be the right friend. You'll be the wrong friend. It's weird how a lot of people come in and say, so you're science deniers. And what's ironic about that is that science is empirical. It relies first on an observation of some kind, an experience of at least one of the senses, right? And what do you observe and what do you sense and what do you experience? Flat, motionless Earth. So are you denying? To anyone that would ever ask anybody like regarding this, are you denying science? Well, then ask yourself, are you denying your experience? You have to say yes. You are denying your direct experience of reality.
We have tons of people that come by here and they're just like, I don't agree, but I'll still be chill with you. And I think one of those dudes was in here earlier. His name is Fry. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you don't like it and you don't agree, and that's fine. Like, we don't actually have to be like enemies, you know. You can call me, you know, a conspiratard, tinfoil hat wearing, you know, flat earther. And it's like, okay, whatever, dude, I can see that from your point of view, because I think probably 10, 15 years ago, I probably would have said the same thing. I would have said the exact same thing, actually. Are you retarded? What do you mean the earth is flat? Open a book, you know. Did you ever see the Discovery Channel? Like, I would have done the same thing. And so I had to cram, like I had to like research. Like I had to look up definitions of words, and I had to figure out, you know, what triangles are, and learn a basic level of trigonometry, and you know, look at the data and have my own experiences. I went to the ocean a couple of weeks ago, and I checked distances on things that I was looking at, and some things were like, oh, I could see how that matches an Earth curve calculator, and some things I'm like, no, I see too much of that, or I see the whole thing. You know, like the horizon's not Earth curve; it's just not. So my experience is, you know, from left to right, shit is flat. 100%. So yeah, we can be friends, dude. Like, come by, you know, you can sort of like talk shit if you want. I mean, you've been cool today, but like, you know, you can talk a little bit of shit, you can ask questions, and then we'll have this conversation, but ultimately we'll still be friends. It's all right. I'm kind of sick and tired of this contentious world anyway. I'd kind of like to see this turn around where we're not all just debating about stupid shit. Like there's much bigger problems that we have to solve. And this may not be one of the biggest ones, although this topic here has us at least talking about the base level of our existence, which is, where are we? And if we get that right, we might find clues to sort of like the rest of it. So that's why we talk about it. We think it's important, you know, and it is. It just is. But we don't have to fight. Like, I think we can at least agree on some certain basic staples of life where the things that are really important, like we should achieve the good thing and not the bad thing. I think if we all agree on that, we'll be way better off.
Are you good?
Yep.
Okay, I just wanted to know. It's good to ask people how they're feeling sometimes, you know? It lightens the mood. I did want to ask you, how do you feel about the contrary argument when like people mention if you go to a really tall building and maybe you're on like they use like the Twin Towers for example. They're like, oh, the people at the top of the tower, they would be able to see, you know, the sun at 1 hour of the day, and as the hours kept going, it would get lower to the bottom. And
Yep.
that's a proof of curvature.
Yeah, no. You got to understand. Yeah, there's this idea. There's a large tower. This is very popular in the UAE or the United Arab Emirates. For those who don't know what the UAE is, but there's this really tall tower. Is it the Burj Khalifa or something like that? And they say that, you know, you can see the sunset at the base of the tower, and then if you get in the elevator and you go really, really high to like the top floor, you can catch and see the sunset again a second time. What they're saying is that you're catching, you know, the curvature of the Earth because you change your perspective. It's a great little magic trick, and it's an affirming the consequent fallacy from the very beginning. But so I'll form it like this. The Earth is curved if I see the sunset bottom up. I see the sunset bottom up, therefore the Earth is curved. Number one, that's fallacious reasoning. Number two, the same phenomena occurs flat or round surface. Changing the angle to the object in the distance that's moving away from you or moving downward will always have the same effect. So it doesn't prove anything, but they told people, hey, look, it proves a ball. The sun is setting. The sun sets for everybody flat or round. Okay? We can't get beat up or discouraged or buffooned by these really bad fallacious reasoning arguments. Not remembering for a second that this happens no matter what for everybody. It doesn't mean it's flat or round. This happens on flat surfaces, okay? So, remind them of that. Remind people of like how retarded they are when they ask questions like that. Yeah, but if I, you know, watch the sunset at the bottom and then I go to the top and I change my perspective angle to the object and I lose sight of it over time, yeah, for both of us, that's true. What are you trying to say? Oh, that because it's a ball, yours was right? Shut up. You know? You can see farther when you change your angle on a round or a flat surface. That's why we have auditoriums with raised seating, because you don't want to be looking over the dude's head in front of you. You want your angle to be increased so everybody sees what's going on down below. Good grief. We should know this. This is instinctual.
I like that.
I lost my friend I lost my friend in the amusement park. How am I going to find them? Oh, let me go see if I can stand on a bench or get up above everybody so I can see more. And the frickin' floor is flat. Gee whiz, we understand this. Anyway, we've all got busy lives. You know, Wake, maybe you're not on Discord all the time and you got your own life and you're not going to be thinking about this too much. No problem. Right? I think some people are probably correct. Like, how much is this going to matter? Well, I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell you that. You know, how much, who cares if it's round or flat? I still got to pay my taxes. Everybody says the same thing. I got to pay my bills tomorrow. Okay. Yeah, you do. And you got bigger fish to fry. But there's some like surrounding ideas behind this idea of the ball. It's much more complex than I think most people understand. There's a lot of things attached to it, even about who you are or what you are, as far as your existence is concerned, is like attached to this idea. So it is sort of important, you know. But also, you know, go live your life. You know, make good choices, make friends. You know, create things. Inspire people, you know, do that. Don't worry about this.
Second question, Sesu. I just thought of a good one. So people mention that it has to be an object in a 3D form because there's the mantle, you know, the crust, and there's like the core and everything else. How do you feel about that?
Why do they insist on that being the case? I mean, that's a claim, right? I think some people just get confused sometimes about what people are claiming and then an explanation. Some people think if they repeat the claim, it's an explanation. It happens all day, every day in here. So what necessitates that the Earth has to be a sphere? I guess I'm asking more details about your question. When people say whatever, what are they saying? That it has to be 3D? And the Earth is 3D. We experience it in 3 dimensions.
I'm just thinking of like rhetoric that was like already taught to where like I guess you can explain it. I'm just thinking because like again, I don't cling to the idea of it being a spear in the sky. However, I know there are claims of being a spear in the sky. One of them is where there's a crust, there's the mantle, and then there is you know, the core. And that is the reason why all the tectonic plates are moving because of what's happening underneath. And that's why Pangea went from Pangea to XYZ. So where they negate any of the, you know, the biblical stuff that I mentioned earlier, like the floods, all that other ideas, because that's what's happening instead on the inside.
Okay, let me help you with a few things. Number one, the idea of Pangea is not, there's no evidence for it. Okay, the continents that are above the surface of the sea are the ones that we, as far as I understand, have always known. They have not separated from any larger landmass. As far as anybody knows, it's just an idea. Number two, we had a guy in here earlier that was talking about volcanoes, right? He's like, where does this magma come from? And like, okay, that's a decent question. So we have hot molten rock coming out of the Earth. People forget that we also have large amounts of gas coming out of the Earth. We have large amounts of water coming out of the Earth. So if one thing comes out of the Earth, should I just assume that the center of the ball that is not measured is made of that substance? So if I see water coming out of the Earth, should I assume that we are now, the center of the Earth is water? Right? That's what these people are claiming. There's like, oh, hot rock comes out, and that's because, you know, this planet is still cooling and blah, blah, blah. You can always take it. Let me help you out. Let's make it really simple. You just ask everybody who makes any of these claims, can you show me an empirical measurement of curvature of the surface of the Earth? Just ask them that. Do you have any measurements from one point to another across the surface where it is dropping at approximately 8 inches per mile squared? So that we can see that it's consistent with the ball that you're describing. And they won't have any. I've been asking for 10 years. Nobody has it. No one's measured drop over distance. It is measurably flat and referenced as flat and horizontal. That's the way it is. So every story that's tied to the idea of the ball has to start with the ball. Right? So a liquid hot magma coming out of the surface of the Earth, okay, and that has nothing to do with shape of the Earth. It just doesn't. And number two, if water comes out of the Earth, should I assume that that's because the center of the presupposed ball that hasn't been measured is full of water? No. It's a dumb idea. So if we just think through these things, and I understand like the rhetoric is strong with everybody, right? Like they buried this idea into our brains through propaganda in movies, everything on the Discovery Channel, every textbook that you've ever read since the day that you were probably 4 years old till now is ball Earth, ball Earth, ball Earth. And then they have a model, like these images that you've just implanted into your brain. You've actually never seen the Earth as a ball with your two eyes, but you know exactly why? Because of all the images that you've seen. That's how you know what it looks like. But it's all, there's a story behind that thing. So when they say, look, volcano, you're like, oh yeah, it comes out of the mantle, you know, because we're out here on this crust of this ball that no one's ever measured, even though I see it flat every day. No, there's, yeah, the idea of the crust and the mantle and the core, it all violates everything that we experience. That would make that there would be no magnetic field because we have a Curie point. I mean, it's just all, it's like they're laughing at us, basically. They're telling us things that we know are instinctively incorrect, and they're saying, this is what you experience. And you're like, oh, yeah, I guess so. We're being gaslit. It's very terrible. It's really dumb. And I'm not getting mad at you. It's just like, does it make sense? You know, we have to think through things. We can't just rely on the programming. We have to go, does this actually make sense, what they told me? Actually, no. No, I don't experience that. The Earth isn't moving, you know? Most people would not have a clue about how much of the stuff that they told us in science class was pure speculation, because even in their textbooks, there's words like could have been, or maybe, or approximately, or all these other words. Right? Like, and even in the articles they'll put out today where it's like, we've found a new exoplanet. You go click on the link, and they're like, scientists have discovered, right? And when anybody hears that word, it's almost like a hypnotist snapping their fingers, where you go into this vegetative state and they're like, oh shit, a scientist said something. Whatever happens after this point forward, I'm sure is completely true. You know, through examining this star, which looks like a little couple of pixels on a telescope that we use from Earth to look into the sky, these 2 pixels, we've decided that it may be the right distance from its sun, even though they have no idea what its sun is. This other dot, it's 4 pixels, and it's a little bit further away, you know, is the right distance to have life on it. And they will show you an image of a planet. It's CGI, right? And it'll almost kind of look Earth-like. You'll like see like blue water and shit. They don't have that detail, bro. They see pixels in a digital readout from a telescope that is just looking into our night sky, and they're saying, yep, there's probably people on that sumbitch. And we're like, totally, because scientists have discovered, even though if you read the fine print through the article, maybe, perhaps, could have, all these other, like they're actually saying, actually, this is an idea that we have. It's not necessarily true, but here's a picture about our bullshit idea. And we adopt that. We're like, oh yeah, exoplanets and other life and shit. Oh yeah. It's retarded. They're laughing their asses off. They're getting grant money. They have to make something up.
Yeah, you see, if you start your clock at the Cambrian explosion when life became more complex, and you run it all the way to modern day, and then you take the time that it took for a human being to go from being a shrew to being an anatomically modern human being, there's enough time for 5 other species of our complexity to have arisen on this.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic. So you tell me how that all works. I'll wait.
One works. Evolution?
The idea that just if you add more time, all of a sudden things just become more complex. I'm waiting.
That's not true.
I mean, that's just things killing other things, and then it's just like the best thing survives. And then, like, for different groups, you got different things they're selecting for. Like anything that's like retarded and just eats grass is just gonna build to either be quick enough to get away from things that want to hurt it, or like stocky enough to just tank a hit. They're not going to bother developing.
Largest and most deadliest animal on the earth is herbivore, not carnivore.
Hippopotamus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, does a hippopotamus not eat any meat?
Oh, it will if it's given the fucking chance. If you get in its bloody way, primarily. Not a meat diet, is it?
Yeah, I mean, also realistically,
they won't eat you, but they'll bite you.
There's no such thing as a herbivore, because even a deer or a horse will like eat chicken, like whole baby chicks.
It just isn't helping you for evolution, though.
How's that not helping? They're like being opportunistic.
Because it's just a made up idea. Dude, you require at least one free miracle to get the ball rolling with the information that you require for evolution to even begin.
More than that, you need the material. Where'd you get the material?
Yeah, and there's a big problem. Listen, brother, mark my words. By the time you're my age, in 30 years, everything about evolution that you know now is going to be completely wrong. Completely 100% wrong. They'll be saying we fucked up. Well, it's turning out that body morphology is not in the DNA, and it's actually not even hereditarily passed in a genetic code. Body, you know what body morphology is, right? It's like the shape of the body.
Saying that's not a genetically coded thing?
Nope.
DNA is not even proven. It's not observable.
It is observable under a microscope. Stop it.
The DNA?
You can see DNA chromosomes through X-ray crystallography. So stop. Stop trolling.
Just asking.
Yeah, so... dude, you're going to get muted forever. Stop. So
I mean, I just kind of feel like if you can selectively breed an animal, then
experiments that were done by an evolutionary biologist. So he took it's called a flatworm, right? And they basically live forever. You cut them in half, they grow. Cut the head and tail in half, right? So that's a head and tail. Cut it in half. The head will grow a tail, and the tail will grow a head. You have 2, and they're genetically identical, right? Because it's the same worm. We just grew another one.
Yeah.
Right? So they took this worm, right? And they figured out that they wanted to know how it regenerates the other part. So they injected it with a dye, that it's electrophosphorescence dye, and they put it on a plate that measures the electric field, and they saw that even before the body grew into a certain part of the space it was on, it would already generate an electric field that resembled the form it would eventually take. Okay, fine. Right?
Okay,
So they know what the head looks like, and they kind of know what the tail looks like. So the next step was, we're gonna cut it in half, and we're gonna generate the electric field that it would create if it was creating a head, and we're gonna see if we can create a 2-headed worm.
Yeah.
Okay. So they did, and they created a 2-headed worm. Okay. Then they say, okay, how many heads can we get? So they created a 3-headed worm. No tails, just heads. Well, guess what? When they cut one of these 3-headed worms in half, and when it regrows the parts, it's still a 3-headed worm. It doesn't revert back. It stays that way. Yeah. So that means the body plan, the morphology of the creature, isn't in the genetic code because the genetics never changed. Still genetically the identical. DNA codes for protein. The fucking plant. Now his thesis is that the body plan is kind of like stored in some sort of collective cellular memory, but I don't know how you would actually prove that. Yeah, I will link. Do you want me to post? Do you want me to DM it, or do you want me to post it in the chat?
Yeah, side chat's good. Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder if that's like a bug or
blew my fucking mind when I heard it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things they did. So like what they did all sorts of messed up stuff with like regenerating freaking lizards, like salamanders or axolotls, and like took like parts of like tadpoles and then mixed them together, and they did other weird stuff like taking like a zygote and injecting it with like different types of cells of different organisms, or finding out what the minimal number of cells fucking in a developing organism they could actually have. Like, say you have it's replicated into a bundle of 300 cells. How many cells can you damage until the thing just can't recover from the damage? And they did all these kind of like weird. It really just like it's about like how the organisms generate body parts, body tissue, liver. You know what I mean? The different organs, the different. How does it know where? Like, how does the frickin' cell in like the tail know it's a tail cell? How does the cell in the head know it's a head cell? You know what I mean? And what they discovered is that it like creates some sort of electric field that acts as a scaffold that tells the cells where they should go based upon where they are within this electric field. But this electric field is created by the organism itself, and it's not in like the DNA or anything. But hold on, I'll post that right now. That's TED Talk. But I got another one, which is it might be a little bit longer. This guy was on Joe Rogan and shit at one point too. Just seen something the other day. So the whole idea of evolution, though, a key underpinning is that the different body types, right, morphologies, that's what tells you it's a species, right? Kind of.
Yeah.
Because also they have the other definition of species is like, can't reproduce with another one of them, right?
Yeah, that's not a good one.
Yeah, so that's like ligers. They make ligers, the lion and tiger freaking hybrid. But they can't have but there's no liger babies, right? Ligers can't mate together.
Hold on. They can, but it's very complicated. So have you heard of like the chimp swine like human origins theory?
The chimp swine human or I don't even know if I want to hear this.
The pig chimp. So it's like what this guy, so this guy is like his credentials is that he studies hybridism in birds, and then he makes this observation about humans where he's like, well, if you see a bird in nature, right, the way you identify if it's a hybrid is you identify what it mostly looks like, and then you make a list of all the traits that it has that don't align with the thing that is most similar to. And if you do that with humans and you say that we're most alike to chimps, then if you line up all the other traits that we have that don't align with chimps, they all align with pigs. So he's saying that then like pigs in like the ancient past would interbreed periodically with humans, and then he brings up all these other things like, well, they say you need to have the same amount of chromosomes. That's not true. A zebra's got like 72 chromosomes, and a donkey's got like 42, and they can interbreed. And then he says, well, then some people say like there's an amount of time, like if the two species are too far diverged, then they can't reproduce. Well, that's not true, because the guinea fowl and the the common chicken are like 32 million years diverged, they can reproduce. And then he goes to the last one where it's if you have
who's running
a
around
hybrid
making
animal.
all these animals fuck, man? Like, what pervert is doing that?
Yeah, you just come across them in nature from time to time. But the last one, this is the most interesting one, is like a hybrid animal is sterile. Well, that's not true. A hybrid male is sterile, and a hybrid female is usually sterile, but occasionally you get a hybrid female that is fertile. So what you do when you get a fertile female is you backbreed them with whichever base animal you want to go back to. And like we do have mules that breed true modern day because they did exactly that. They would breed the donkey and the horse. They would get a mule. They would breed the mule back with the horse, and then they would do that for a few generations. Then they would put the donkey back in, and then they would do a few more generations of horse, and then eventually you get a mule that is like that has fertile male offspring. And then once you have fertile male offspring, then you can just directly breed the two hybrids together, and you've got a completely new species. And he's saying like that's the origin, that's human origins, is like a pig raped a monkey, and then they had something, and then that thing like made its way through their gene pool, and then at some other point in time that happened again. If you look at animals modern day, like seals rape penguins, otters rape seals, there's tons of like interspecies like sexual shenanigans that happen. That's like a common observation.
So you are the offspring of a retarded pig and a retarded monkey.
Yes, we all are, according to a bird scientist.
GG. Good game.
I'd believe in the globe before I'd believe in that shit. Oh God! Look, have they ever had hybrids that reproduced by being with each other?
Yeah, you can get a mule that breeds true.
I've never heard of it. I thought all mules were sterile.
Or sterile.
I've never heard of two mules getting it on and having another mule. I'm pretty sure no hybrid has ever actually reproduced. At least that I've heard of. I never heard of it happening. Now, a female liger can reproduce with a lion or a tiger, but they can't reproduce with a male liger.
Well, but the reason they can't reproduce with the male liger is because the male ligers are infertile. But if you take that female liger and you breed her back with a tiger, and then you do that for a generation or two, and then you bring in another lion to reproduce with that offspring, then like the likelihood that you'll get a fertile male increases.
Yeah, but you don't have ligers anymore. Like you're breeding out the liger in order to make it work.
Well, you're diluting it, but you're also like adding a little more. So you're slowly building back up. You got to gradually get up to that 50-50 instead of like the instant 50-50.
Can't they do this? They could probably do this, right? They could, since the female liger can get pregnant, you get the male liger, and since his swimmers don't work, you take like before he's born, you take some of his DNA, right? And then you take viable sperm, and then you put the DNA of the male liger into the viable fucking sperm of something else. It doesn't matter because it's only the casing. And then you make liger sperm that is like a non-infertile liger, I guess, and then try to reproduce them that way. I guess you could do it that way. Or you could actually just inject the DNA directly into frickin' to the ovum, right? And try to fucking get the
modern
ovum.
Modern day, they could almost definitely do that, I would think.
I mean, because the way we do it now is like they'll actually capture sperm and inject the sperm into the egg, right? The sperm cell. I don't know if you've ever seen this done under microscope. Yeah, they just suck up a little sperm by its tail. They inject it right into the egg. Fertilize the egg directly. Yeah, I don't know. I think evolution's a bullshit story. Innate biogenesis, that's fucking even way farther away. Do you know what the odds of forming a single protein by chance are?
I got no idea.
10 to the 169. Yeah, 10 to the 169.
Every what?
If you had every available amino acid in a solution, the odds of a single protein
But I mean, like
forming by chance.
every minute, every hour, every day.
No, you need 10 to the 169 interactions to form one protein.
And how many interactions occur in like a 1 hour period?
I don't know. There's a video about it. It would be something like if you had a snail and he went 1 meter per minute, it would and like we're talking within the mainstream paradigm of there's a 90 billion light year across the universe. It said that it would take the snail, he could go across the universe and back 11 million times before a single protein would form.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's just because the thing is that it's the probability. There's the space of possibilities is so large. I don't know if you ever done any type of like computer science, right?
Even that though, like even if that is the case, that it is that rare, and obviously I'm going to go into something that you're not going to follow, but like with however many planets that have like the building blocks of life in place, it is going to happen on a certain amount of them.
This would be more than it's more. Okay, if you divided the entire universe into Planck lengths, okay, it's something like 112 orders of magnitude larger than that.
Yeah, I understand, but what I'm saying is like if you add even just a second,
it's a 10 followed by 169 zeros, brother.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you add even
it would
just
take you 20 minutes to write that down.
if you add even just a second planet, you cut that number in half.
Let's say there's a trillion fucking planets. Okay? Do you think there's that many planets? A trillion?
I got no idea how many planets there are.
That's only like that's only like 10 to the 20. Talking 10 to the 169. It's such a large number. It's almost impossible to conceive of.
No, we don't got that many planets. We got 100 billion, maybe.
Yeah, you could multiply that by 1 million or a freaking listen. You could multiply that by 1 followed by 120 zeros, and you're still not even close. You're still fucking 49 orders of magnitude fucking away.
Yeah, but that just makes it like a lotto draw. It's just like a cosmic lottery.
A lotto draw? Dude, you could... What did I tell you, dude? You can play the fucking lotto every second for fucking trillions of years, dude.
Yeah,
the
but
odds of you getting one digit of the number, much less the entire number, is fucking zero.
Yeah, but this says over 100 billion, potentially as high as 1 to 3 trillion. But that's just Milky Way, right? And there's like all sorts of layers of again, like dude, you might not follow down that line of path.
You're comparing 6 and 10 and maybe 12 zeros to 169 zeros.
Have you seen the video where they go from like, oh look, this is a planet, this is a solar system, this is a galaxy, this is like a local cluster, and like it keeps like getting bigger and bigger. Like
bro, if you not understand numbers.
No, I do, but I'm saying once you start operating on that scale, it just becomes a lotto draw. Like it's going
every
to happen
fucking atom. Every atom in every fucking planet in the mainstream's idea of the universe could be a fucking planet with a fucking trillion fucking people on it. Okay?
I don't know. Just like
it's still not even close, dude. This number is large, man. Like I don't know what you're not getting.
Yeah, but
it's 169 zeros.
Yeah, but what makes that? But what makes that like an objective reality? It's just like a number that a scientist guy came up with, like gravity, right?
It's because we know all the it's because we know all the combinations, right? Right?
But
You
we
know what
don't know all the mechanics
factorizing
of
you know what factorizing numbers are, right? We know how many different freaking amino acids there are, and we know how many different combinations there are, and it's simple freaking mathematics to figure out the totality of the number of possible combinations. So you need to get one of those out of all the possible freaking out of possible combinations. We know if we enumerate all, like, okay, there's fucking 2,000 proteins. So we count how many combinations there are. Well, that's 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times, like, you get it?
Yeah.
Okay, you're factorializing it up to 2,000. But I'm just coming up with a number, 2,000. Then that's going to have a number. And then from that number, there's one of those proteins in that whole fucking space of numbers. That's how you come up with the probability. It's just a mathematical, it's not, and this is the problem with evolution and the DNA theory of evolution, is that, hey, small DNA changes lead to positive traits that help natural selection. But the number of negative changes is trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of times larger than the possibility of good changes. You understand? If you just look at it from just a number theoretic point of view, you have a space of numbers, okay? And there's some numbers in there in this space, in this set of numbers that are favorable to you. But most of the numbers are not favorable to you. You're betting that somehow you keep fucking getting fucking snake or all double sixes, 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 double six, but it isn't even double sixes. It would be like if you had 100 dice and every time you rolled them, it came up all sixes. And doing that like a fucking million times in a row. And that would just be one positive fucking DNA change. Whereas but you also have all that, because all the changes are happening all the time, all the other changes are negative.
Are you talking about
or
now
neutral?
once you have an organism, or are you still talking about in order to get like your
You have an organism, you have an organism, and you have DNA damage, like mutation, repair, all that stuff, right? All the stuff they say causes evolution now, that causes the changes that result in survival of the fittest. You also have it going in the other direction faster than it's going in the positive direction. But it's orders of magnitude more negative than it is positive. Because most proteins, so if your DNA is randomly changing and coding for like all available proteins, most proteins have no fucking effect whatsoever on the human body and won't do anything. So your body's making a protein that doesn't matter or is harmful to it. And so you fucking die of some weird disease at fucking childbirth. Or you kill your mother or whatever. But the probability of having one of those things happen versus having the positive change where you fucking grow a liver or something, or fucking start expressing the proteins for the fucking cells to actually make a liver, instead of doing that, it's more likely that you're going to do something bad than good. Well, how do you go in the good direction if the probability is that something bad's going to happen?
Yeah, I think the way you go in the good direction is that like all the shitty organisms that have like more bad traits get knocked off, and then only the best ones survive.
So if I just like use protein every day, that can affect me or my body, or just like it's built?
You guys really need to take like a statistics class or maybe a computer science class. The only reason we know this is because of computer science, and because we have such large data now. We deal with such huge numbers. We know because we have to search vast spaces, right? So let's say I have a disk and I want to search, and I don't know where the information is on this frickin' petaflop fucking disk. How do I find it? What's the probability of me just looking in any particular place and finding the file I want? Just randomly. I'm going to pick a spot on the disk. Is the file going to be there?
Yeah,
What's the
probably not, but it's possible.
what's the optimal algorithm for finding my file on that disk? Well, we have formulas for this, and we know like how to deal with information because the DNA is basically information. We know like so we know that okay, there's all this information, all this DNA. This DNA codes proteins. Well, most of the information that will code a protein is detrimental to the fucking life. So the probability is that you're going to hit one of those and not one of the good ones. And it's so in the spirit, this isn't like a 1%. We're talking like fucking hundreds of decimal places.
Yeah, but there could also be stuff that's missing, right? Because if you go back to the thing that you were saying about the worm and that it's like its body is projecting like this magnetic field that's determining where it's going to regrow.
All I'm saying is that the DNA theory of evolution is going to get flushed down the toilet very soon. Within 10 years.
I'm not attached to any particular framework of how it occurs. I'm just saying that like I'm okay with the idea that like you get a bunch of animals.
Just as long as there's no God, right? Is that it?
Oh, I'm not against any kind of God.
There's typically people that are the most pro evolution, pro cosmology. It's directly proportional to their atheism. Usually.
Yeah.
If you say you're not like that, then that's fine. That's just my experience.
Yeah.
I find that people don't hate, like, it's super hardcore atheists. They don't hate
like
God. They hate the idea of God more. It's hard to be an atheist. Well, go ahead.
Maybe some. I was a hardcore atheist when I was like a teenager.
I mean, I was stupid for a little while too.
No, you're good. I was just gonna add, like, 'cause I was listening.
No, I was talking about being an atheist. I said I was stupid for a little while. That meaning I was an atheist for a little while. I was stupid.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, I was like agnostic. I didn't go full blown atheist. I thought that was dumb, but I still was dumb enough to even go agnostic. But I was just gonna add in the little addition. A lot of the scientists atheists use as a reason why God doesn't exist. All those scientists, philosophers believed in God. So I find that dumb too. It's like they'll be like, "Oh, well, Darwin." It's like Darwin believed in God. So it's like, what are we talking about here?
Well, have you ever heard the transcendental argument for God? Specifically the one that a guy named Jay Dyer does. And it's a logically sound argument. It's not really refutable. You really can't even argue against it. At least like people that are atheists, that are materialist atheists, that just think, yes, it's just the laws of physics and all that, and there's nothing else, right? There's all there is the physical world. That's it, right? There's some people that think that. They're atheists, right? They just think the Big Bang happened, we're just a bunch of chemical reactions, life has no meaning, so yada yada. That view actually can't be supported because they actually believe things that can't actually be proven empirically are true and that don't exist in the physical world. Things like the laws of logic themselves. So the laws of logic certainly exist, but where do they exist? Can they be proven empirically? Can we put them in a test tube? Can we put them in a beaker? Can we detect them with something? Right? Of course not. They're not empirical, but they certainly exist, and you can't even argue
logic is just
against
how
their
a
existence.
consciousness interprets reality, though. It's not that the logic itself exists. It's that the logic is like the framework that we understand the world from.
Is that convenient? Who's we?
Is anybody using it?
I mean, yeah, it's ironic that you're saying. Are you saying the laws of logic are a social construct?
No, not a social construct. Just like it's just a construct that a consciousness uses to understand the world that it occupies.
They exist independent of the consciousness.
Well, no, because like
you don't have to be conscious of them for the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of excluded middle to exist. They exist whether you're here or not.
I mean, if there's no consciousness,
they don't exist in the form of words. Well, could something be off and on at the same time? Could something be there and not there? Can it be up and down at the same time?
Yeah, a woman.
Can a man be a woman at the same time? That's when someone says, "Go fuck yourself." You're like, okay. Oh my God, I'm not going down that line of reasoning. Someone freaking hold me back. I'll have to go crazy on that.
No, you give me your beer. You go for it.
I mean, would you like be like a hermaphrodite? Can they get themselves pregnant? And do they have like hermaphrodite children that can also get themselves pregnant? Or now are they clones because it's the same DNA? Are they just like cloning themselves by fucking themselves? Yeah, it's getting weird in here.
And any sensible hermaphrodite would only get other hermaphrodites pregnant.
I did hear a hermaphrodite actually got pregnant back in the 2000s. That was the first recorded time, but I don't know if that was ever verified. But I heard that it happened. They got pregnant by like a U.S. Navy sailor or something.
Of course, Navy.
Of course, has to be. Every time. The point is because there's things like transcendental categories and that they exist, in that means that there's something more than the material world that exists. And then how do you account for that? How do you account for the existence of things that are immaterial?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where, okay, how can we have immaterial things that exist and that would exist independent of human beings? If we could take all the human beings and all the life away, and that these things would still exist. So how can a thing which,
Indy, I have a question for you. What do you reckon the building blocks of life is? Like, how far down do you go before you lay down a cutoff point of like, all right, that's it, quarks aren't real, or like, okay, fine, quarks are real, but like there's nothing below quarks. Like, how far do you go?
When you ask, are they real? It's like, I mean, I don't want to sound like a fucking snooty dick, but like we're getting into the ontology of like, do they actually exist? Like, how do they exist? Like quarks.
Yeah, well,
like how does a quark exist? Like, in the sense of like, what's actually there?
Yes, no, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. Because like the kind of like the
well, how do they when they detect a quark, right? What's actually happening? What's going on there? They don't actually see a quark.
Well, I'm not like
what they do is they smash it. They smash a proton into a fucking sheet of metal and watch a cascade of freaking particles. Now they don't know what the particles actually are. They just give them a generic name called hadrons, and those hadrons shoot off other particles. And those, I say, shoot off other particles. They don't really shoot off anything. They don't see anything being shot off. All they do is they look in a bubble chamber and they see trails in the fluid left by something. They never see the object that leaves them, or if it even is an object. All they know is that there's something that displaced the fucking fluid inside the bubble chamber.
Yeah, well, that is kind of the path I was going down, because like if you've got like what is the smallest a thing can physically be before it stops physically being a thing?
According to modern physics, the smallest particle is it a quark? I don't even think I don't even know if they have a size per se. I don't even know.
And what happens
in high energy physics? They say they. I don't even think they give it a size. There is no like size.
then
Like they
what's-
can't
what's
measure
a-
it, right? Because you
what's a-
like, you
what's a
can't do.
quark made
Hold
of?
on, dude. Hold on. You can't do actual position measurements. You can measure position or momentum, but you can't measure both. Right? So when they look at it, they can't really know where it was at any particular. The closer they want to like zoom in on where it was, and because they can't like take a freaking like a high speed series of photographs of it or high speed film of it, they have to calculate its size from how it changed position. You understand? But how do you know its position? Well, it left a 1 inch trail and it was going how fast? We don't know. Well, what was its momentum? Oh, its momentum was somewhere between here and there. Well, give us a better number. Well, the more better the number of momentum they give you, the worse they're going to know the position. And the better they know the position, the worse they're going to know the momentum. You understand? So there'll be a probabilistic.
I'm not trying to get bogged down by
There'll be a
that stuff,
probabilistic smear of where it would be. So you're asking me where would it like what is it real? Is it not real? At the level of their models, it's a smear of reality.
Well, what I'm trying to say is like you've got like a cell, right? And you know, like we're all made of cells, sure. And like, what's a cell made of? And then you keep on going down and down and down. Like how far down can you go before the thing is so small it cannot physically exist, and it's got to be made of something else, like energy or something.
I don't understand your meaning, really. I mean, maybe you don't understand or are unfamiliar with, I should better say, the current modern theory. Look, when things get small to a certain point, they can't do precision measurements. They can only get probabilities of getting a measurement result.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just I guess I'm
so
just
like it's like
asking the
what
question
are
of,
you
like,
asking me when they do a measurement and they get no result?
No, I'm saying like can you not use logic to kind of like figure out this sort of
Logic
like
and
what
quantum mechanics don't go together. Like, what are you talking about?
I guess what I'm trying to say is like if you've got building blocks and it's building blocks all the way up to what we are, right? And how far down do those building blocks go?
I mean,
because like if you got an atom is mostly like empty space, right?
I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Believe? Right, and it's being held together by energy, but like at some
Allegedly.
point, like I would imagine in a model of reality that there has to be a physical size that you cannot go below.
Well, what they say is the smallest you can go is there's a quantum foam. Okay. And this quantum foam generates spontaneously virtual particles that are continuously being created and destroyed in like an almost undetectable way, creating what's called the vacuum energy. Right. This is the 0 point energy. I'm sure you've heard of this probably on the fucking internet saying they're going to get free 0 point energy or something. This is the 0 point energy. And it's a consequence of what's
all
called
I've
the
heard about
Dirac.
is guys getting killed for
It's a
researching
consequence of the Dirac equation because when you calculate what the energy, use the Planck constant to calculate what the energy of the vacuum was, it's non-zero. But so like in infinitesimally small spaces, it spikes like exponentially in the calculation, mind you. I don't know about for real or anything like this, but this vacuum energy has kind of been measured doing with something called the Casimir effect, though that might not be the vacuum energy. That was the theory or hypothesis of a guy named Julian Swinger, who won the Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics. He had a whole idea about the vacuum energy and solar luminescence and a whole bunch of other stuff. But there hasn't really been a lot of research into it because it's very hard to probe at those sizes. Because in the modern conception of physics, to probe smaller, you need more energy. Okay? So, to smash the things that we have into smaller and smaller pieces. So you need more energy. So I take a proton, I smash it, I frickin' use fucking enough energy to get it up to frickin' 15 tera electron volts, and then I smash it into something, and then it makes certain particles. Then I double that, and I smash it again. Well, I'm going to get different particles because there's more momentum there's more energy in the collision, and that energy blasts apart the frickin' particles, right? Because the particles have an energy that holds them together, and you need a lot of energy to smash them apart. So the more energy you have, the smaller the bits you can smash them into. Obviously, you understand this concept. If I take a piece of glass and just drop it on the ground, that's one thing. But if I throw it at 100 miles an hour, it's going to shatter into dust, right? So it's this idea that they need more energy to smash them into smaller and smaller pieces. But when we get to this level of small, the classical ideas of what exists and what does not exist fade away.
Yeah, well, I'm not so much concerned about necessarily smashing them into each other and measuring it or anything like that. I'm just trying.
That's how we get to the small things.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to speculate, I guess, about how far down you go before.
Theoretically, the smallest thing can be a Planck length, or maybe it's the smallest thing can be I think it's called the Compton. Could be the Compton wavelength. Is the smallest possible metric that anything could be.
For a second, I thought you were going to say a Compton wave cap.
No, Compton wavelength. I think that's it. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's the Planck length. I think the Planck length is the smallest possible unit of space. But I think the smallest possible unit of a particle is the Compton wavelength. But it's but using these terms in this context is we're using classical terms to describe quantum effects, which it does they're not directly analogous.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can speculate what's the smallest thing. I don't know, man. They used to say atoms were indivisible. Then they found out they were divisible. And then they found out there was electrons, protons, and neutrons. But they kept saying there was atoms. I don't know why they did that, because they should have said we were wrong about atoms. There actually are things that are indivisible. And they've never actually found any particle that's not divisible. So atoms technically don't exist, because atom meant indivisible.
Mm-hmm.
So if atom means indivisible, and then there's nothing that's not indivisible, then atoms don't exist. If you wonder what I don't know what the smallest thing is. All I know is what they say. They got a bunch of models, I mean, but I really like to focus on not that, because that stuff gets wishy-washy. The models, the quantum mechanics. It's more. I think it's more productive and more truthful to talk about the results of experiments. And though it seems nerdy, I think it's this is a problem.
What I would be leaning towards now, after you showed me that worm thing, I already thought placebo was a hell of a drug, right? Like the fact that you can just take a sugar pill, and if a doctor tells you it's going to make your cancer go away, it gives you a 5% shot or some shit.
Yeah, the placebo effect. Yeah.
Yeah, and that was and then seeing this worm thing, where the worm is naturally, presumably passively generating this magnetic field that it's going to force its regrow path down, then what does that mean for like a human, right? Like this, do we have? And oh Jesus, fuck! Have you seen Neon Genesis Evangelion?
I don't think so.
It's like a Japanese cartoon, right? But they have like these things that they call AT fields, which is like your immutable space. Like this is like basically like the barrier to your soul, and like that's basically what that magnetic field that these fucking like worms are generating sounds like. And if you can modify it, you can change it. Then like, can you modify your own your own magnetic field? And if you can modify your own magnetic field, and you can do things like grow another fucking arm, then what are the limits on what you can do with your magnetic field? Or can you alter other people's magnetic field? And then why isn't magic real? Why not?
Yeah. You ever heard of Carillion photography?
No, what is it?
Okay, so back when I was a kid, back in the frickin', it was considered like Bigfoot or UFOs or ball lightning or something like that. That's a method of photography. You put the whatever you're taking a photograph of in high voltage, and then you take a picture and it'll make an image. Now, what they found out is that if they cut a leaf, like say they cut a leaf in half, they cut the tip off. When they took a picture, it would show the outline of the entire leaf, even though it was cut.
1 second. What's that called?
Carillion photography. I'll post the image in the chat. I'll post the link in the chat to the wiki article. So the thing is that this was thought to be bullshit when I was growing up. This was considered pseudoscientific bullshit. And it's just really odd that this dude, Michael Levin, all these years later has proved that this, not proved, but, shown that for a living organism, it actually does create some sort of field that it's going to grow into. Now, here's the question. If you take something that doesn't regenerate, doesn't have the ability to regenerate, and say you cut it, will it try to regenerate and it's not have the ability? Will it create that field but just not be able to grow into it? Like, I don't know, man. There's like a lot of this. He's open to like a no pun intended, but a can of worms on this shit, bro. This is like he's raised some like huge questions, especially. It's not even like he's done stuff other than, yes, the worm thing is fucking cool, but he's done other stuff with like. I'm
seeing
tadpoles and salamanders will regrow, right?
Yeah.
Tadpoles only for a certain period of time. So like one thing he wanted to know is what's the difference between. So you grow limbs at development, right? So you're procreated and you develop and you grow limbs.
Humans do it as well.
And then
right? Like a baby loses a limb.
Yeah, but what's the difference between growing a limb during development versus growing a limb for regeneration?
Yeah.
So this is what led him down the path. He was trying to figure out like what the difference was.
Yeah,
and then kept like running into weirder and weirder stuff. I mean, it's almost a shame that it took this long for it even to be fucking discovered, quite honestly.
Yeah, I'm seeing a debunked claim against the leaf thing, and it's saying that it was residual moisture left on the plate from the whole leaf. But honestly, like I'm not even terribly inclined to buy that after this fucking wormhead thing.
Yeah, like I said, like when I was growing up, it was considered to be just stupid. But this guy is shown like with fucking electrophosphorescence dye, so you can see the dye, right? So he can create that custom plate on the a custom electric field on the plate that it's growing on, and you can actually visualize the electric field with a dye. So in that he's making basically the outline of the fucking worm head in like an electric field intensity. You know what I mean? So you can see the electric field intensities in the form of a, almost like these Carillion photographs. It's almost like a relief of it, a relief, like what would they call it? A relief etching of it, and then the thing just grows into place. They were doing weird stuff, dude. They were taking like frog embryos and fucking basically scrambling when they grew a certain amount, right? And they like had formed kind of like the scaffolding of the frog body. They would go in there and they would scramble it to figure out like, are the cells going to figure out like how to reform the body? Because it's still in development, right? It's still in the egg. It's still in, and they were trying to figure out like, if I fucking get rid of this eye inside this embryo and fucking move it over here, does it know to go back? And it would, dude. They would just fucking go back into place and shit. It's just fucking really just strange shit. But it's also, but the key thing is that none of that stuff, none of it's linked to DNA. None of it's linked to reproduction.
Well, hold on though, because I am thinking now where this like magnetic field guide thing is concerned. That I would imagine would be tied to your DNA instantly, because like you heard that they made TM a dire wolf. Like this company took like the closest ancestor to the dire wolf, and then they edited its genes to like change its morphology so that it resembled a dire wolf. So like they have longer legs, they have bigger bodies, they weigh twice as much as like the regular animal weighs, and they do all that by tweaking the little bits of the DNA.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe. There's never been shown that the body morphology is coded in the DNA. Like, where would it be? We know what DNA does. It codes for protein. So DNA, any particular part of the DNA will say, "Hey, produce this protein." That's all it does. Don't produce that protein. Produce this enzyme. Don't produce that enzyme. So whatever it does with those proteins and enzymes, fucking where's that information?
Well, that's what I'm saying, though.
Like, where's that information? It has to be somewhere. What he's saying is it's within the organism as a whole. I'm not saying he came up with the answer.
It's got to be in the DNA, right? It's got to be a part of the DNA.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's a freaking because it's so. The one thing they found about, like, they were surprised the most about the DNA was how little fucking DNA human beings have. They figured that the human beings would have the most fucking the most genes because we're the most, what we thought was the most complex creatures. Turns out there's like some fucking bacteria that's like 10 times more fucking genes than we have.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's probably all. Like, genes are probably just code. Like, I would not be surprised at all if at some point they're like, "Yeah, we figured it out. We feel dumb now." Yeah, it's literally just code. This one says like to add another limb. This one says how long each part of the limb or how many sections in the limb. This one says how long each piece needs to be, and like all down the line. And like this bacteria is just really fucking like really designer or whatever.
Yeah, and the direwolf thing, I mean, that's just like I don't know enough about how they did that, but
they basically just mutilated the animal by editing.
People were very skeptical about it when it came out, that they were just like they were basically playing games.
Yeah, that's literally what they were saying. They took an animal and they mutated it so that it would resemble another animal. Is what they did. They body horrored whatever those animals were, and now they're going to be like almost certainly like
that. Did they just basically do breeding to get it to where they wanted it to be?
They gene edited it
with CRISPR.
I'm not sure if it was CRISPR specifically, but they did specifically edit its genes to give it all the traits that they wanted to make it resemble a direwolf.
Well, where did they get those genes?
so they took the animal that was closest related to the dire wolf, and then they, I guess, were like trying to reactivate certain genes for the traits that they were trying to get it to express, like the whatever size and stuff.
I mean, have they published anything? Not to sound like a fucking
they
gay
published the
academic
animals.
that needs peer review, but have they published like an actual like report on what they did? Because what they
I'm
did
not
is
sure.
just like in the media, like marketing hype. I don't like. I tend not to believe it unless, especially if they're claiming some technological achievement, unless I know how they fucking did it. Okay, like if they're just like marketing hype, just going on TV. Look, we made a dire wolf. Like, it's not like you can sue them for lying. You can go on TV and say whatever you want. It's like not against the law to lie. Now, if they tried to sell it to you as a dire wolf, and it turned out to be, it was just like, they just fucking made it a fucking hound with a fucking German Shepherd and a wolf or something, like, then maybe you could sue them, but that's not the case. Because that's a company that did that, right? Company that's selling a product. There's incentive to fucking hype. They're bullshit.
I'm trying to find what they specifically did.
If it helps from like an animal breeding standpoint, even with like normal dogs, once you start breeding out too much to try to get certain qualities inside the dog, it's not classified as the original breed anymore. It's like very specific. So
Yeah.
even though they can say I made a dire wolf, it's normal breeding ideas that we all agree upon. It's not necessarily how it works. It happens all the time with dog breeders when they're trying to change the classification and getting like, oh, I made a new dog breed, but it goes to mutt very quickly. It has to be very specific in what you do, and even then for how long of a generation it's been before you even can consider it to be its own breed, or getting back to an original breed. Like I know that happened with the Akitas when they were all really small apparently for Japan, but they ended up taking like mastiffs, greyhounds, and even like German shepherds over from the western area, and they brought it over to Japan, so they had bigger guard dogs and who were good at hunting, but more so hunting like people. And that's how the American Akita was created. However, Japan hated the look and what it was turning into, and not from its original breed. So they started crossbreeding all that extra bullshit out, because they mentioned even through their standards, it wasn't even a true Akita anymore. So I wonder how they can classify that as a dire wolf if they did all that. Like, you said DNA splicing or what the hell they did to the dire wolves. I seen a photo. It was really gross. I don't know. Unethical. Side question. I know you guys mentioned it too, Wake in India, about everything being code and stuff. How do you guys feel about numerology and just the idea of math being very common in nature?
Numerology is a way of reading numbers. Sorry.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jedi. Go ahead. Say that all again, because I didn't hear any of it.
I was just saying that numerology is a way of reading numbers in specific texts, or giving giving letters of the alphabet numbers, right? That's that type of numerology, or do you mean gematria?
gematria would be like giving numbers to like words or necessarily
Yeah.
alphabet and stuff. That's gematria. Numerology is just the
Numerology is to
concept,
dates and times,
like
isn't it?
yeah, it's just like the numbers in general.
Yeah,
You can
so I
either
didn't
do
mean
it with
to.
like
I just wanted to understand your question better. That was all.
because mostly people mention how a lot of the connections between certain numbers would equal back to things in nature enough to where it seems like there's some sort of sequential code. That's what I was kind of stemming from. If you guys like knew any of that discussion, because I know Wake mentioned, oh, it seems like everything's just code, and like we were talking about like DNA, XYZ. Kind of a loose question, but I did want to know. I know that's a theory because you hear more people, they won't believe in the flat earth, but they'll believe everything's a simulation and like everything's been like coded. I found
Oh
on the
man,
site.
that's fucking everything's a stimulation, dude. That's light. They think their brains in jars. We are arguing with a freaking PhD in mathematical physics. He was saying we don't know where if I can't prove that I'm not a brain in a jar, and I don't know if I have hands. Now this is a PhD to debating us on this topic, and couldn't because he couldn't prove anything, had to blow up all of reality. That's how sick some of these guys are. If it's not a globe, nothing's real. The only reality they can bear is one with a globe in it. I should actually play the audio dude saying he'd kill himself if space was fake.
I think that's what I'm thinking of. Like for
It'd be
example, I
funny if
remember
it wasn't true, man. Like the globe is a cult, dude. You don't like we're messing around with you. Usually we're like super serious. Right now we're just like I don't know. Tonight you come in, well, I guess we're all in a good mood, and we're just not like. Normally we're super serious and we're fucking hammering on people, and like the globe is a cult. Like make no bones about it. It's a fucking cult.
Yeah, I
Well,
think
think
I was
about it.
stemming that now
Think
it
about
was
it for a second.
I'm
Okay,
not
just think about the globe idea for a second in its totality. Do they have a creation story like a religion? Yes, the Big Bang. Do they have a creation of man story like a religion? Yes, evolution. Can you actually experience any of their fundamental claims? No, you cannot because you can't go to space. Do you have to take the claims on faith from some third party that has some special status? Yes, you have to believe what the astronauts say. Right? They're like the priests. Right? So it has all the hallmarks of a religion. Every part of it. Creation stories, special fucking rulers that have the special knowledge that you can't have. They're the ones communing with fucking God, but in this case, communing with the mathematics or whatever the fuck you're communing with. So it's like it's all the same, except for one thing. There's no deity. That's the only difference. It's an atheist religion. That's all it is. It's like atheists are like, we want a religion too. Okay, we'll make a globe. We'll have an atheist religion. It'll be a religion with no deity. We'll do all the things the religious people do. I should start selling fucking NASA crucifixes. Just like crucifixes, but they just got the little NASA logo. You can fucking pray to it. I know this sounds harsh, dude. It might sound harsh to your ears, but this is actually me being calm. Because I think the globe is a fucking corrosive, dangerous fucking cult. Okay? That leads to things like the pandemic response, where someone says, I am the science, and everybody just does what the guy says because don't go against the science. There's no science behind any of that. The science is like this idea, right, of this like infallible fucking ether that if you say the magic word fucking science, all truth falls out of it. But then when you look in the scientific literature, hey, does science prove anything? Oh, no, science doesn't prove anything because science uses inductive reason. It just gives you the best, what we consider the best theory at the time. Right? But people here in modern social circles, they hear science, they hear, oh, this is the absolute truth. That's why it's dangerous. And the globe is an offshoot of that. Oh, globe is an offshoot of all this shit. Sorry about the rant, dude, but fucking the globe religion is fucking irritating. And the reason we've come to the conclusion it's a religion as well is the way people behave. It's their behaviors. They come in here right off the rip. Start yelling at us, start swearing at us, saying, oh, you should kill yourself. Had someone say that to me yesterday. Drink bleach. Don't reproduce. Complete strangers telling me that. Why? Oh, because I don't believe that the Earth's a spinning ball. It's as if it's some fucking heretical idea. And they're going to try and burn me at the stake for being a fucking heretic. No difference, dude. It's no difference between the religions that everybody railed against in the past. They're doing the same thing that they said the religious people did. But guess what? The religious people actually never did that shit. That's also more globe bullshit. Copernicus, Galileo, they were not persecuted. That is a fucking myth, dude, and I hate it. Because Galileo, it is said that it was science versus religion. And the church persecuted Galileo for being a heliocentrist and daring to say this, the earth circled around the sun. That is not why he was on trial. We know what his charges are. They're in the fucking Vatican. His charges were uttering. He issued a false fucking document for the purpose of having a book printed. He said, I'm going to have one book printed. Went to the papal censor, got the permission to print it on what's called an imprimatur. He brought that to a different printer and then published a different book. That was against the rules, and he was on trial for that. Had nothing to do with the heliocentric model. Do you know why? Because the fucking Copernicus wrote Revolutions of the Heavenly Bodies, and the foreword is to the Pope, and the dedication is by a Catholic cardinal. The fucking Catholic Church had nothing against the heliocentric model. In fact, they endorsed it wholeheartedly. So the idea that it was science versus religion is bullshit. That's a fable. It's ahistorical, inaccurate nonsense. But they teach that in school, don't they? Why do they teach that in school? Why do they teach it was religion versus science? And science won out. Because science is the truth, and God is just an old wives' tale practiced by 16th century backwards hillbillies. Yes, they had rednecks in the 15th century. They had the fucking rebel flag on the backs of their frickin' horses. Sorry, I didn't mean to rant. If anybody have any questions, welcome to Platters. As far as math, look, bro, the thing about mathematics, yes, mathematics works to accurately predict aspects of reality. But this is what you have to remember. There's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set. Yeah, that's right. There's an infinite number of models that can predict accurately any arbitrary data set. So when we say, oh my God, the mathematics, we can make all these predictions. Math must be reality. No, you just got lucky and happened to stumble on some mathematical form that will predict your data set. That's all. Because we forget all the times we tried a mathematical model and it didn't fucking work. We weren't saying math was reality then, were we? No, it's cherry picking. People see what they want to see. When the math works, they only see that. When it doesn't work, they don't even pay attention. There's more failed fucking mathematical models of reality than there are successful ones, believe me.
Yeah, it's actually really unintelligent to reach a point with your mathematics and in predictions where it fails and you don't question whether any of your previous variables are actually true or not, and just keep on them and invent new things in order to that you can't even prove exist. For example, dark matter, in order to save your math.
It's so occult-like, right? They write these esoteric symbols on a blackboard, and then, like magic, right? They're trying to cast a spell, but their spell is to predict why that bowling ball fucking falls or something. And if their symbols don't predict what the bowling ball falls, their spell doesn't work. They rearrange the symbols and cast them in a different order. See if now they can predict the bowling ball. It's just esoteric occult bullcrap. Yeah, occasionally useful stuff falls out of it. I'm not going to argue with that, because obviously that's true. But most of the stuff we use on a day-to-day basis doesn't use chalkboards and blackboards as stuff. I mean, there was a dude once, he was like, without science, we wouldn't be able to build bridges. Bro, we've been building bridges for 50,000 fucking years. Like, what are you talking about? We wouldn't know how strong stuff was. We know how strong stuff is because we use it. And that we've known from trial and error that if we use, we can't use frickin' straw, to make a bridge. It doesn't last very long. And then if we use sticks, it lasts a little bit longer. And if we use bricks, it lasts even longer. I think we call this the Three Little Pigs Bridge. Like, come on, man.
There's not much difference from today and a long time ago, except everything's got electricity running through it now. That's about the only difference.
Yeah, that pretty much is the only difference, electricity. I mean, the internal combustion engine, but they did have combustion engines. They just worked on steam. Now we just use the freaking, the hot vapor itself for the gasoline engine. We don't convert it into anything. But it's basically the same technology. The only real new thing, like you said, is electricity.
Yeah, but even the principle's the same. They think that because they're doing it with some other method that they're more sophisticated. No. Horse gets you gets you to where you're going. So does a car.
But you know how magical electricity is? I mean, you could, right? So you could have a hand crank, right? And a wheel, an electrical generator, and a fucking wire that runs 10 miles away. And as you're cranking the wheel on your side, 10 miles away, there's a wheel that's just like it's spinning at the exact same rate in sync with your hand motion. That's just crazy that that's even possible. And it's not connected mechanically. Allegedly. Allegedly, that's not a mechanical connection. Which, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's mechanically connected.
Wait, are you talking about a crankshaft with like a really long thing connecting it to another crank?
Well, I mean, that would be mechanical, but we can do this electrically, right?
Oh.
Like when you have an electrical generator and you have a fan on the other end, both of those are basically the same device, right? One generates electricity, one one's a motor. Well, let's say the electrical generator say I'm not going to use that. I'm going to spin the fan. Well, that fan will send power down the line the other way and spin the electrical generator. They're connected as if they're mechanically connected. You spin one, the other spins. Never thought about it that way, did you?
I was reading side chat. So the one picture that somebody posted there with the 3 different things, the claim, the psyop, the truth, is that, does that reflect what your what your model is more accurately than the middle one?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, that thing, the claim, the psyop, the truth. The middle one is a psyop, bro. No one thinks that. That wouldn't even happen even if we don't think the Earth is a disk in space, man. I already explained that.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm asking. Does the third one describe what you, like, how you view it more accurately?
Oh, yeah, that's how we see the world. We do not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint.
So, are you
look, bro? Do you understand what that means? To not think about the Earth from an external viewpoint?
Yeah,
there is no external viewpoint.
I'm just trying to understand the world as you understand it. So, would
just
you,
as it is, think about how you've experienced the world your entire life, how you've actually experienced it. Now, how you think about it. That's what we think about it. We don't go beyond that.
Are you open to other continents, or would you say that we've settled the continents?
There's land masses that exist that we call continents. Yeah.
No, but that we haven't encountered yet.
I don't know about that. If we haven't encountered them, how would I know about it?
Well, I'm asking if you're is your framework open to there being other continents that we haven't yet reached?
I mean, you could call them a continent. I mean, if you want to call them that, I'm open to the fact there might be land that could be explored, but it just might not appear on maps.
Okay.
Might not appear on modern day maps because the maps are funny. Look, I know you probably don't know
I've seen the different types of projections, like the one where Africa is the same size as South America, and then the one where it's massive.
Yeah, but it's way beyond that. That's a very simple weirdness of the maps. It's beyond that.
Why don't you ask Google Earth what's in the blotted out areas?
Yeah, ask Google Earth why you try to make a circle around the North to South Pole, why it snaps into a half moon.
Hey man, listen. All right.
No, so
I am not so different.
I'm just saying. We know all the answers. These are rhetorical questions. Well, these are rhetorical questions, right? So there's a funny thing about maps because you have what's called a coordinate reference system.
Wait, did you say that if you plot a circle around Antarctica, it turns into what? A half moon?
A half moon. It'll snap into a half moon. Because Google Earth is actually a cylinder.
Oh, I see. Okay, so that's not suggesting an ice wall with an opening that leads somewhere else.
No. It's just because Google Earth is actually a cylinder. It just looks like a sphere in your 3D graphic, but the coordinate system is the Mercator map, which is a cylinder.
Okay.
So now this is important. We pick a coordinate reference system. The one you're familiar with, latitude and longitude. It's a coordinate reference system. Contrary to popular belief, that coordinate reference system is not based upon the ground. It's based upon the sky. Okay? And there's another coordinate reference system, right? There's the magnetic coordinate reference system. That does not match the latitude and longitude one, because there's things called magnetic declination, and this is where the maps get funny. Because it's been known since the 1800s that the compass heading doesn't match the celestial sphere. You'll be fucking facing what would be east in the latitude longitude coordinate system, and your compass will read you're pointing north. Right? So there's places where this
is that at a certain location?
All over the world. Yeah. everywhere. It's called magnetic declination. If you get a fucking like a land navigation map, though, typically when you see the compass rose, which tells you north, south, east, west, and so you know how to orient your map, there'll be a little fucking, it'll say declination 13 degrees or something like that, that tells you how much the magnetic north is off from the geographic north, the difference between the two. There's some places on Earth where it's off by 90 degrees. So if you like in the South Pacific, it's off by 90 degrees. Now, let's say you're in the South Pacific and you can't see clouds. You can't see stars, I mean. Okay? There's no freaking land because it's supposed to be the most isolated place on Earth. And if you just have your compass, right? And you're like, hey, man, we're going to sail north toward the equator. You're going to be sailing east. You're going to be sailing east for a long fucking time, too. And you're probably going to get lost and die at sea. Okay? So if you want to know, hey, man, are they hiding land somewhere? This is how they could be hiding it with the magnetic declination and the coordinate system. Because if you take those magnetic declinations and try to, the military, I don't know if it's the military, this map is, I don't know if Yoder sent it to me. It actually shows you that what the Earth would look like if you straightened out the magnetic field lines and then distorted, not distorted, but changed the orientations of the continents to match the magnetic field lines instead of the latitude and longitude system. And everything looks completely different. So if you took your compass that when it points north, that's true north, and when it points south, it's true south, and east and
Do you
west
have
are
that
true
picture?
east. And you I might have it. Hold on, let me try. Find it. It's a map. Is that it? No, it's not it. Here, it might take me a second. We got a maps channel in our main server. I don't know if this is in here though. Great. God damn. You know, we have a main server, Discord GG/Flat Earth. Yeah, I found it. Okay. So we have a map section. It's got like 800 plus maps in there. Okay, let me post this in here. Now, obviously, like, I don't know, they didn't do a perfect job, but it's pretty good.
And that's what it would look like if you got rid of the distortion of the magnetic declination.
It's the difference, but it's like the difference between the magnetic, that if you had a system of latitude and longitude based upon your compass versus the latitude and longitude system based upon the stars. It's the difference between those two that this is showing.
Okay, I thought
And
I
then
thought it was going to be.
well, hold on, we're not even done because there's a third coordinate system. There's a third coordinate system based upon the sun. So the sun on the equinox has a direction. In that direction, if you look in the dictionary, how do you define east? East is defined as the direction of the sun on the equinox. Now, it's the same as the other two direct east-west coordinate systems in some places, but not all places.
Yeah. I was actually kind of expecting that this map that you were going to post was going to have, like, instead of all the grids, like, flowing in these irregular ways, but still flowing as grids, I was expecting there to be, like, a big pocket somewhere, or multiple little pockets where, like, they go around. And then presumably with these coordinate systems that are in use, everybody that follows them would be skirting around whatever they're trying to hide.
Well, if you look now, obviously this wasn't perfect, and like this came from a government publication from the military. Now they did say something about not being able to do it accurately or something, but I'm trying to think. Let me look at this. 360, the magnetic equator. So if you went east and west, so the distorted lines, right? See where it says true equator and magnetic equator?
Yeah.
So what they did was they distorted the latitude and longitude lines that you know and straightened out the magnetic lines. So you see there's a background grid of rectangles?
Yep.
That's a magnetic field.
Oh, interesting.
The other grid, the distorted one, is would be the celestial sphere. Okay? So if you went east-west following the celestial sphere coordinates, and you were trying to sail from not using your compass, right? Using like celestial navigation, and you sailed east, like say from the tip of South America, you'd end up in New Zealand. But east in the magnetic is you'd end up like in the middle of the Pacific. You understand? You're heading like things like places where there would be land would not be land, and places where there'd be water would not be water. So you'd have this whole section, right? So like if you look at the section, because you can see like the edge of what is it? That would be like New Zealand or something, right? And this isn't even like the whole Earth. This is only part of it. So let's say you started in New Zealand here, and you're like, I'm gonna go east in the I'm gonna go down to this 360 line, right? I want to get between 330 and 360. I want to get in this circle. How are you going to get there? Because if you follow the celestial sphere lines, it's going to take you past them. You're never going to actually intersect in there. Right? There's like this giant void between the tip of South America and Australia. There's like a giant void because the magnetic field lines, according to them, is where it's the most distorted. The Antarctic part doesn't even make sense because there's actually two magnetic south poles in Antarctica, and the other one's like in the middle of the ocean. So this isn't even like exactly accurate. I think there's some problems with this, as a matter of fact. Who was this published by? Pasadena, California. Yeah, anyway, so, and then there's the solar coordinate system, which is defined as the direction that the sun rises on the equinox. Okay, so that direction, if you're, say, in South America, it'll be at 91 degrees, okay, in the celestial sphere coordinate system. But if you're in Canada, it's going to be at 86 degrees. Northern Canada, mind you. Or Greenland. So
I'll be right
if
back.
you
1
think
second.
about those are diverging angles. That means it's two people are looking at the sun at the same time. They're looking in different directions. Now, how's that possible? But you can think about that. Juice that makes your brain explode. I think I made his brain explode. I've noticed this thing with people that come in with like talking about maps that they actually don't want to talk about maps. They want to talk about maps and show me your flat Earth map. Like, okay, let's talk about maps. And then they don't know a fucking thing about maps, and then they don't want to talk about maps no more.
I love to hear more about maps. I was trying to hear about maps today.
Maps. There's no such thing as an accurate map. They don't exist. Maps are created to serve a purpose. And whatever purpose they're created for, they'll do that. So you have road atlases. Those are maps for driving. They're good enough to get you. You can drive the roads of America to get from point A to point B. There's topographical maps that will show you the elevation changes of some part of the land. They're good for that purpose. They're not great for driving. You know, so like there's maps. Maps are made for all sorts of purposes. And yeah, that doesn't mean they're good for another purpose. It means they're good for the purpose they were made for, and that's it. People try to force them into other purposes. They think they're like, oh my God, here's this map. Oh my God, how come it doesn't show this on it? How come your flat Earth map don't show a 24-hour sun? No map shows a fucking sun. I've never seen a sun on a map in my entire life.
And if it does show a sun, then it shows it what is it, with time zones and stuff on the bottom. Like it's still putting its own thing into it.
Look, you can predict where the sun is. It doesn't matter what fucking shape the Earth is. It doesn't matter one bit. The model that they use, the mathematical model used to predict when the sun rises and sets, is observer-centric, meaning it's based upon you and what you see. So if you look up and you see the celestial equator, right, which is like a line of stars, you can pick it out. If you can find the freaking Aries, then you can figure out where the celestial equator is. Now there's a celestial equator. You look at the calendar. You look at the time. You can predict where the sun will be based upon the calendar relative to that celestial equator. You don't even need to know where you are on Earth. You don't need to even look at the ground. It doesn't matter what you're standing on. Because this timepiece, which is the sky that tracks the sun, is based completely on the sky. It's referenced only to itself. Doesn't reference the Earth in any way, shape, or form. Other than in one aspect. If you want to know the solar elevation, you measure up 90 degrees from the horizon. And somewhere the sun's going to be somewhere in that 90 degrees. But the
so
zero.
When you mentioned the firmament, so you said that the stars, etc., they're all fixed, or are we fixed and they're moving?
No, what they meant was that the stars are fixed in the celestial sphere, that the celestial sphere moves. Right, the stars are embedded in a celestial sphere, and that celestial sphere is moving. But the reason they say the stars were fixed in this is because they don't move relative to each other. Right, they all stay in the same position. The Big Dipper don't become the Big Spoon.
Mm-hmm.
Right, it stays.
The sphere bit in this is purely conceptual. There's no actual sphere.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We call it the celestial sphere because you can. What they do is they model, and I don't know because it's kind of a contradiction in this. They model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius, which kind of doesn't make sense in a way because something with an infinite radius is flat. So there's that. But anyway, this is what they say. Model the sky as a sphere of infinite radius. And then we calculate up from the horizon, assuming like Basically, you're at the center of the origin of coordinates. And the reason they can do this is because, there's certain things we observe about the stars which kind of don't make sense, such as no parallax. Since there's no parallax, they appear at infinite distance away. And then we can make claims like, oh, well, I'm at the origin of coordinates. I don't have to care where I am on the surface because everything's so far away. It seems like I'm in the middle. So since I'm in the middle, I'll just make a model where I'm in the middle and call it a day.
Hey man, what's up?
Yeah, man.
Just joined in.
What's up, buddy?
I just fine. What are you talking about?
The celestial sphere.
Okay. So
Yeah?
go on. Sorry.
Lost my train of thought, man.
You said celestial sphere.
Yeah, celestial sphere.
Okay.
So to model, there's a celestial sphere model of the stars and the sun that put you in the center of everything. And everything surrounds you as if you're in the center of a sphere. And we model the way the stars move after this. It's a
So
little
how do
more
you feel
complicated
about
than that.
how do you feel about centripetal force?
What about it?
As in, like, I know for people mentioning where they say the Earth is spinning, but so fast that it's bringing us closer, so that's why we don't feel it spinning, and that's their justification. And then they mention that if you take something and then
Yeah, something like that. I have research on this. Back in we have old clocks back from 18th and 17th centuries. So they used to spin really slow as compared as we have clocks in our modern time. They tick a lot slower. So that means we are getting closer to sun, and all the magnetic fields are, making the clock spin more fast, and time. The days, are more bigger than they are. What to say?
Days are getting longer. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
No, day is not getting longer. Day is getting short.
Oh,
So
okay.
as compared to old days,
Is that why I'm tired?
they have more time, and as compared to us, Earth is getting closer to sun.
Bummer. Are we gonna burn alive?
Maybe one day, I think.
No.
We
We're not.
we still have centuries and centuries to go. So maybe our great sons might get.
but didn't they say that the universe is always expanding, so we're getting farther and farther away? And then they said that sooner or later
Yeah,
the Earth
but
would just be without the sun. And they say we're going outward, like outward
Well, let me just say
expansion.
this before we move
we
on.
are going inwards, not outwards,
Yeah.
because our sun have magnetic force. It's keep pulling us towards itself.
Yeah. Okay. It's story time over. Okay. So now we're done with story time. Let's get to what actually is going on. So, in the end of the 19th century, and I think I talked to. I don't know if you were in here. There's 3 experiments. It's called Airy's failure, Michelson-Morley, and Rebka-Pound. These are 3 experiments to show that the Earth is not in motion.
Oh, that one I missed. I wasn't here for that one.
Okay, so Airy's failure. So what happens is that if you have, so he had a telescope. Okay, he was the astronomer royal for the Royal Society in the 1860s or something. He was trying to. There's something called stellar aberration. So when you look at a star, because there's no parallax, they have to calculate it, but they had never actually observed the aberration. You gotta think of it like this. You know how you it's raining And the raindrops are falling straight down if you're standing still.
Yeah.
Okay. So what happens if you start running with the umbrella? You have to tilt your umbrella to hit the raindrops, right?
Yeah.
So if the Earth was in motion, the light would be hitting us at an angle instead of straight on. This is the idea, at least. So he was testing whether this was actually happening. And the way he was going to test this is you take a telescope with air, you look at a star, and then you fill it with water and look at the same star. If the Earth is in motion, because there's something called the Foucault effect, when light passes through mediums that are in motion, the light will be deflected if one of the mediums has a higher refractive index. So it'll be deflected in the direction of the motion. When ARRI did this test, they detected no deflection of the light. The starlight hit right at the bottom of the telescope. It was centered in the exact same place. So this was a problem. So along comes Michelson Morley. They do an interferometer test where they interfere light together and try to measure a phase shift. If the Earth is moving, if the Earth is in motion, then one direction of the light will be have a shorter path than the other direction because you're moving in that direction, right? So they did this test, no result. The Earth is not in motion. Reb Capone tried to do a vertical drop, basically the Michelson Morley, a vertical version of it. Same result. Earth is not in motion. So the theory of general relativity, the part you probably missed earlier, came about because Einstein's theory of general. Just let me say this: Einstein's theory of general relativity.
I'll be right my pizza delivery. Sorry, Indy. I'll
for
be
me.
right back. Okay.
It's a fucking pizza right now. God damn, I gotta go to bed.
Hello, hello. Guys, why are you guys so quiet? What's going on? I don't know. There was people talking a minute ago.
All the Globers, T-Dub.
All Globers?
Globers.
The Globers? The Globers? Is it, where are they? I don't know. There's one.
Get him.
Bill Globe Earther, please. Up.
Where's your papers?
Oh, dude, that's actually a really awesome picture. You look at if you look at Platter's picture, the picture of frickin' Sandy in SpongeBob's little uh, house or whatever, it's so funny.
How far up the chat are you looking?
I'm just looking at who's in here. Their name's Platter.
Oh, their profile picture, right? So you're talking about.
Yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, his profile picture.
That's like perfect.
If you want to rate PFP, somebody asked to have that PFP rated in the side chat. I refused, but if you want to do it, feel free.
What, is that like type 1 for cool, 2 for dorky?
Hey guys, why no one is speaking? Why are you guys quiet?
Because no one's asking any relevant questions.
Yeah, that's. I think everyone is so intelligent they don't need to ask anything.
I'd blame Gemsy for scaring off the Globers. It's probably Gemsy's fault.
Did India leave?
No,
What
we kicked
happened
him
to
out.
India? What happened to India?
That sucks. Oh, I guess I'll see you guys later.
Okay, bye.
Good night. It was fun. It sucks I didn't get to hear the ending of them. But there's always gonna be new combos.
Arrivederci.
Okay.
What'd you say? Heat up?
Sayonara.
Oh, later.
Oh, so why are you guys quiet again? Let's talk about something.
What would you like to talk about?
Anything.
Well, you seem to ask the question in the side chat, where is the edge? But you appear to be asking that for a friend who needs a vacation.
Oh yeah, just a funny chat. Just keeping the chat alive.
Yo, wakey poo. Everyone's fucking dead here. What the fuck?
Alright.
Quick, someone say the N word.
That wouldn't be good.
Nigeria. Boom, I did it. Nicholas. Boom, I did it again. Naomi. Boom, a third time.
NASA doesn't lie. Why would they lie?
Don't know. Would you like me to define people's thoughts?
You think NASA lies?
I don't know. This is your story.
I don't. Well, I'm not the one that thinks NASA's lying to people. Oh, here we go. I don't think anything's flat. What do you say? Circles are theoretical? They don't actually exist. Logical observations. That's my question to you. I don't think it's a trick question either. Because, like, spheres don't actually exist, right? Like, they're just theoretical. Maybe someone knows. I don't, that's for sure.
What was your question? Sorry. Was it, do spheres exist?
Yeah, the question's at the side chat.
I thought you said spheres, not circles.
You don't think circles exist, right?
Is it spheres or circles?
Yeah, there is no circles. Exactly. Yeah, okay. Same thing with spheres, right? Spheres don't actually exist, right? They're just theoretical too.
Well, they do. Not in the mathematical sense, of course, because in the mathematical sense, a mathematical sphere would be absolutely perfect, yeah? The object would be perfectly smooth and perfectly symmetrical. However, we do see spheres, or what would be called spheres, in reality. They just may not be perfect as per the mathematical description. And be the same with a circle.
Yeah, but that's just theoretical, right?
No, we can see spheres in reality.
Wait, you can see a sphere in reality?
Yeah.
Where? You got a picture of one?
Not perfect ones.
Like I said, not perfect. We wouldn't see a sphere as per the mathematical description, something that would be perfectly smooth and symmetrical. What we see in the real world are spheres that are still spheres, but they're not perfectly symmetrical, such as, I don't know, bubbles, yeah. Or we can also create spheres.
So you're aware that the Earth is not a sphere, right?
Yeah.
Other planets? Who said Earth was a planet? What do you mean other?
How do you know it's not?
Who said other planets?
I mean, the Earth looks pretty bumpy to me, dude. I don't think it's a sphere.
But what if that's not the exterior of it?
Yeah, what if, man?
Yeah. So really, you can't really say it's not a sphere. Like this place that we live in isn't spherical. You can say that that we don't live on the exterior of one, but like, how do you know it's not like some sort of like giant bubble that we live inside of on a flat surface or a planar surface, horizontal surface? Within that, you know.
I guess my answer is I'm not stupid and I have eyes.
Guess so.
T-dubbed a hollow earther.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, the concave is like they think they live like on the inside of the surface of the sphere, like, you know, like they're standing upside down somewhere. Somebody's standing upside down inside the sphere. That's weird. But if you look at all them ancient culture depictions of the, you know, what they thought it was, it's kind of like a sphere cut in the middle by land and water. Like there's this planar surface in the middle. It's like a sphere shape, kind of.
It just sounds like they're retarded.
They were retarded. The ancient cultures were retarded.
Yeah.
Maybe. Well, they were smart enough to know that they don't live on the outside of a ball.
Yeah, Earth goes down, right? Am I crazy? Earth always goes down.
Goes down? Well, then how do the raindrops fall?
No, Earth, man. The Earth.
Yeah, dust. Yeah. Dust.
It's got to go
Every
down,
raindrop
right?
needs a little bit of dust.
If I pick up the Earth and I drop the Earth,
what's it doing in the sky?
Right?
What's dust doing in the sky? What's the Earth doing in the sky?
Am I crazy?
I think so.
Maybe.
How are you picking up the Earth and dropping it?
Yeah, if I pick up the Earth
How do you do that?
I just get a shovel. It's pretty easy. If I pick up the earth and drop it, does it go down?
Depends what medium you're in, I guess. Yeah, generally, if you're doing it in
This
there,
is not a
yeah.
trick question, okay?
Yeah, unless there's a lot of wind and it carries it off into the sky.
I got wheelchaired for that. Really? That's the best you got? Is a
You never heard
wheelchair?
of hurricanes and cyclones and tornadoes? There's big whirly winds that lift up freaking everything and throw it into the sky.
So you're saying the earth goes up and down? Okay.
How do you think Dorothy got to Kansas? I mean, got to Oz from Kansas.
Is that pea drinker? I heard. Damn.
Yeah.
Just checking. All right.
Hey, it's dude.
Come on, man.
All right.
You ain't gotta do me like that. He said.
Just get a shovel. You could probably do it with a cup.
Go to the beach with a bucket and knock yourself out, man. And shovel. You got it. Earth's flat, man. Check it out.
Really?
100%. Checked it out. It's all good.
I think you've been fooled.
Takes one to know one.
I have so much evidence against flat Earth. It's pitiful.
I love it. Congratulations, man.
You've got
You don't-
so
you don't-
much
you don't care
evidence
about
against
evidence.
flat Earth. So where is it?
What
Did you leave it in
evidence
your
against
soft
flat
drawer?
Earth?
Could you put it in the chat or give us a link or
I got so much photography, dude.
start putting it in the chat, man.
Post it.
Link,
His glass tipped over and spilt on it. Now it's urine saturated.
Need links, bro. Evidence requires links, documentation, man, and that would be cool.
Can you put some flat Earth under a microscope, please, and post that?
Can you just post your evidence you just told us you had?
Yeah. Just real quick, man. Just
No,
drop
my evidence is the same evidence
just
that you're going to provide.
You know, one or two.
What, that it's measured flat?
One or two would be cool. Yeah.
No, Earth under a microscope.
Yeah.
Earth under a microscope. How about you stop talking silly buggers and post up your evidence?
Yeah, that's my evidence. Earth under a microscope.
Okay, so
This is not going anywhere, bro. We can.
yeah, he's clown shoes.
This is clown time.
Are you science people? Do you think atoms are flat?
This is clown time. Clown time. Welcome to clown
Science
time.
people here, flat atom.
And
Is that
what
you
do atoms have to do with the lack of curvature?
Yeah. Is that in the link?
Is everything made of atoms?
Couldn't give a shit if it's made of Swiss cheese. What's it got to do with the lack of curvature?
The lack of curvature.
And lack of spin, lack of curvature. We got a couple of things that we're dealing
Look,
with.
I'm just asking for flat Earth under a microscope. Can y'all provide that?
No, you're not. You came in here, you told us about your evidence. I want you to post it in the side chat.
Fucking Mongo troll shit.
Okay, let me get this for you.
He's gonna be
Hello.
taking a piss. Hello, welcome.
Anyone know about coding? Like HTML,
Pudding?
CSS?
Did you say pudding?
I like tapioca.
What sort of pudding?
I like tapioca myself.
Huh?
Tapioca pudding.
Anyone? You know HTML? Bro, I master in HTML.
Okay.
Yes.
Work on your pudding, man.
What?
Pudding is good. That's good, yeah.
I can't understand, bro. You flat earth dude. No.
I'm
Speak no.
sorry. I apologize.
Okay, speak no. That's okay.
So, this is
So what type of pudding is he talking about?
I don't know, dude. I have no idea.
Can you get me a picture of her? So, bro. Ajanu, what's your name, bro?
Pretty heavy accent, man.
Anu? Bro, how can I pronounce your name? Anu, bro.
Oh boy.
Just say AJ. No, wait, we've already got an AJ. We can't have two AJs.
Tidab.
I guess it's Ajanu.
You know HTML?
What?
You know about HTML?
About what?
Damn,
HTML, bro, coding.
What sort of pudding? Say it slower. Say it slower.
Okay. Dean Winchester, you know about HTML?
Dean Winchester?
Yes. He's
Dude, this is not going to
tell me
work
that
out.
I know.
For me, anyway. You guys
HTML.
can struggle.
I don't know.
I have a game.
All right, man. Type it in the chat. Type it in
the chat. That's a good idea. Yeah.
I have a game. Bro, T-Dub, I have a game for you. If you
I
play.
don't care about games, man. I care about Earth.
I don't want to play a game.
We're living on Earth. You can check out Earth. I like to
not a
check out
PC,
Earth.
indoor or outdoor game. It
I'm
is
more
like a
like
joke. It's like a joke.
This is DJ.
Knock.
I like to play golf. Is it
Bro,
game?
anybody know about
Golf is a game.
knock jokes? Knock.
No, man, we don't do
Who's
knock
there?
jokes, bro. No.
Okay.
Oh shit, this is not going well. Thanks for.
Why? Bro. What's your name? Daggers.
So what's up?
Why?
What's upside down, T-Dub? You got anything upside down? Matrix, you're upside down? Come on, man. I need AJ's upside down. You guys are all upside down, man.
No, we're not upside down. We think you are.
Well, that would make sense. You know, which way's up in space? I don't know. That's a crazy concept, man. Who came up with that crazy concept? That's crazy, man. What? Upside down? That's wow. Yeah, I was in the bathroom tonight, man, you know, taking care of my biz. And, you know, I started thinking about the ISS and space travel and trying to take care of my business while I'm floating. It's not, this is a problem, man. This is a major problem. It's not going to work out well, man. My shit's going to be everywhere flying through the cabin. You're going to need a separate, you know, clean room for, you know, taking care of some business on the ISS, man. Especially if you got a little bit of, you know, upset stomach. You got a little.
Imagine getting the runs, man. In zero gravity.
Exactly what happened to me today. And I'm like, how are you going to deal with this? You know, hanging upside down and floating. And oh, yeah, this is going to be a big ass problem, man. It was bad enough, but God, goodness gracious, man. It's going to be so bad in space.
Man, you'd want to eject them. You'd want to get that person, shove them in the air.
But all, you know, all the...
You're going out.
I mean, think about it, man. You're going to have pink eye, you know, all the time. Because, you know, you're going to get poop bacteria in your eye. Right? You're just going to get it. It's gonna, you should be wearing goggles all the time. Yeah, there's a problem. It's floating bacteria could be a problem, man. You know what I'm saying? They don't talk about that, but you know, we talk about it. But they don't talk about it. Yeah, there's little particles of your poop flowing all over fucking space station.
Did you see Don Pettit when he came back from that mission? Did you see that photo? I made a meme for it. Check it out, man.
Which one was that one?
Have a look. Have a look in the side chat.
All right. All right.
Is he replacing Stephen Hawking or what? What's going on?
Probably. He's probably replacing him.
Look at him! Look at him! He looks like the kid from Powder.
Oh my god, that's horrible.
Except
he's smiling. Make-A-Wish Foundation. Oh yeah, Make-A-Wish Foundation. Don Pettit. It has to get carried off, you know, when they land. Chugga, chugga, chugga. Chugga, 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 baby. Horrible. Yeah, anyway, yeah. I think Don would be like the first guy to have explosive diarrhea on the space station. I don't know. I could be wrong. It could be somebody else, but yeah, that's gonna be a problem, man. Jen from Japan and I have thoroughly investigated how you would use the latrine, the head, the bathroom in space. Oh my goodness, man. We've gone through it. It would be so difficult, man. That it's impossible without absolutely contaminating the whole space station. It's not going to happen, man. No, you're done. The whole mission gets scrubbed. The mission, scrub it. Now the Apollo guys had the plastic bag thing, man. That you would like double sticky tape to your ass, the bag. And that's a good one. I've seen that bag before. But yeah, the ISS, they had the kind of a toilet thing. Tube, yellow tube. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sure you guys have all watched that stuff. Very interesting. Pea Drinker would like that. He'd be all into the, like, would have been good. Would have been good. All right, well, I'm kind of joking around, but, you know, if somebody's got a serious question about Earth, please open your mic. I don't know if you guys are newbies or OG, whatever. Yeah, bring it, man. But I gotta hit it here pretty soon. Nobody? Who's got comments, questions? How's it been going? Nothing? Nobody? Nobody wants to have a moment? Oh, I'll have the moment, you know. I'll do it. Yeah, the world's been kind of kooky. Oh, shit. I heard that the moon mission's been pushed back. Oh, are you kidding? I was so shocked. It was. Wait, I called it back in January when they said they were going. In February, I'm like, nah, they ain't going. They ain't going anywhere. They'll have some technical problem. Nope, can't go. We're going March. Oh, okay. Yeah, that'll come and go, and it's not going to happen. Artemis is not going to the moon, man. Not going. The first Artemis thing around the moon. You guys remember that last year? Anybody? We got some great. No, we got some shitty footage. And they're buying it. They're buying it. It was not good footage. It was dreadful. The moon was like, it just looked weird. I don't know, man. It's not good. Now they're gonna go there with people on board, so they'll be looking out the window. They'll be taking some video, and they're not. Yeah, they're probably not going. I'll believe it, man. They go, man. I'll be like, man, they did it. Let's rock this NASA thing, man. Let's give them more money, man. They got this. After what? How many years? 72, 60 years plus? Yeah, something like that. I don't know. It's been a minute. Yeah, a bit of a problem, man. With the whole moon landing things. Hey, did you guys see that Elon Musk has shifted his focus from Mars to the moon now, man? He wants to colonize the moon. Did you guys see that tweet? Maybe not. Yep. Elon Musk and his SpaceX are going to go to the moon instead of Mars. Forget Mars. That's out. We're going to the moon, Mongos. We're going to do it. Yep. We're going to shift focus. So there's that. What else is happening in the news, man? Anybody? That's all the space news I got, man. Artemis and Musk. Somebody else got something? Let me know. But yeah, it's been a bit of a show. A bit of a show out there. All right. Hey, man, I'm feeling a little dizzy, because we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, spinning, rotating. I'm very dizzy. I got like this vertigo thing going. I don't know what it is, man. That Earth rotation thing, man, it's really getting to me. Damn it. Sad thing, man. Well, everybody make sure if you go golfing to account for Coriolis. Be a good thing. It'll help your game. You'll end up right down the middle of the fairway, man. It'll be good. So keep that in mind, man. Your golf game sucks because of Coriolis. You didn't think about it. Yeah. All right. I'll thought that was kind of funny. Yeah. I'm working on my comedy routine. I'm just still working on it, bro. Got a ways to go. All right, man. Nobody used the bathroom in space. It's a bad idea. Don't do it.
What happened? We lost the dude.
Yeah, looks like it. Oh, well. It's a shame.
Well, unless Jamie's going to talk, I'll play a song.
Hey, how you doing, Flat Earthers?
Hello. Welcome in. You've come to
What's up?
talk about. You come to talk about flat Earth.
Yeah, Flat Earth. Why is it flat, bro? I don't understand.
Well, I don't know why. Like it was made that way, but like we know it
I understand
is.
you guys' perspective. I understand you guys. I just want to know what do
Yeah.
you think is at the end of the flat Earth? Like, how is the land ending? Like in a sphere, It's basically you're going to revolve around the whole sphere and come back at that point. What happens at a flat Earth? What's the end of that disk?
Oh, I don't think it's a disc. I don't.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know the
what's at the
shape.
end? If you go to end, you're gonna fall off.
To where? I don't think you'd fall off. I think falling
So
off
there's a
reality
boundary
is
or something.
impossible.
Is there some boundary?
Yeah. I'd say there is one. Yeah, I'd say there's a limit to your ability to travel anymore horizontally, either because the environment's too harsh, or you reach some
Have
sort of
anyone of you
obstacle.
guys ever tested that boundary? Did you? Any of you guys found
No,
anybody?
nobody claims to know the extents,
What's the
yeah,
proof? Or
or the limitations.
whether?
Proof of flat
So why
Earth,
do you think that it's flat?
the surface of water.
The water?
Yeah, surface of water doesn't curve. It's horizontal. It's level.
Surface of water doesn't curve. Did you guys tested it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what were the results?
Nil curvature, horizontality.
No, it was horizontal for. Like, what was the range of your experiment? How long?
Well, people have done long distance observations of hundreds of miles, but laser tests on
Hundreds of miles is not possible.
ground-based laser tests have been conducted over up to 40 kilometers.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you link some of the articles or some videos?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll love to. I'll take a look at them. Antarctica Treaty. Blocks free travel to edge of Earth cannot be answered. What's this? They blocked the Antarctica so you can find it. Is that what you're saying?
But there you go. There's three to chew on for a while. There's a couple of laser tests there. One of them's not only a laser test; it's a long distance observation made over 21 miles of a lake. And the other one's horizon distance observation and measurement using a windmill farm. Windmills that are placed in water at a specific distance away, indicating for comparison with the claimed geometry of the globe. Because on a globe, you should have a horizon distance no more than about 1.3 miles based on your observer height times the square root of your observer height in feet. Yeah, nobody's finding the curvature, mate. It just doesn't exist. Like the globe's a fantasy, doesn't exist in reality. If it did, the surface would be curving. It's not.
Oh, this is interesting. So why are we told every time that Earth is a globe? What's the
It's
reason?
a worldwide religion.
Why what's the benefit they're getting from this?
I don't know, man, it's a religion. They believe in it. Worship it.
They're worshipping Earth.
Yeah, and the sun. Their whole idea of how they think the universe works.
Unreal? Is sun real? Why is NASA lying? Why are they lying to us?
In what way are they lying?
Yeah?
Yeah. In what way are they lying? Lying about what?
They said that Earth is a sphere or a geoid.
Yeah, they believe it. They probably believe it is.
So their
They
belief
don't have
is.
any proof. They don't have any proof.
So is space real or is it fake?
What? Outer space?
Yeah.
Yeah, outer space is fake. Yeah.
Outer space is fake, then why is NASA claiming to leave
To
the
go to
solar
outer
system?
space? To leave the solar system? Only Voyager's that done. Yeah, only Voyager. They claim Voyager, has done that. Yeah. I don't think it's even properly left it, has it? Has it officially left the solar system? I don't know. That's all stories anyway. It's just stories to entertain the public, make the public think that they're capable of things that they aren't, make them seem more powerful than they really are. Waste tax dollars. Well, actually, not wasting, it's stealing it and spending it on something else, because they're definitely not spending it on that. Because there's no way that they're going to outer space. They can't go to a place that doesn't exist. So if they're going anywhere into the sky like great distances, well, they're definitely not showing us the real story behind what they're doing. Because they're claiming it's a big giant vacuum, empty space, right? Basically. Very, very, very super low pressure system. Yeah. Meanwhile, Earth's air doesn't go into that volume, into that space like it would if that was true. If outer space was real, you wouldn't be breathing right now. Yeah, I could speculate all day about why they're saying that they're able to do these things. Oh, he's gone. Yeah. Why? That was too much for him.
You overloaded one. On the bright side, you can play your music now, T-Dub.
Yeah, well, it's funny because he's asking about the Edge, and that's what this song's about. It's a homemade job. Oh, well, they're pretty good. It's pretty good production. They're called Trey. So Trey Clark theories. Yeah. I'll just if you like a bit of country, you like this. Soft, pretty slow going, but it's nice. I'll play it.
Hello everyone. This video is primarily for the honest skeptics of the Flat Earth.
Oh, that's
but I
not
hope
it.
that everyone will enjoy it.
Hang on, stop.
Despite how difficult it
I forgot that I copied those links for mate. I have to grab it again. 1 sec. Alright, here we go.
We're told to places that we'll never go. Do we just quit searching? 'Cause they told us so. Some of us feel it, there's something inside. Some people were lied to, 'cause some people lied. No more will the wisest, their high priests and prizes, carry such weight with their words in a book. But all it might take is one look. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. Look up through the water or dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. Don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. To bed early, it's Sunday. School's back on Monday. Clock into that desk, son, and do what you're told. The years might fly by, but don't you ask why. Not one thing has changed when you're 40 years old. And you can end up just like me. But only it takes one look to see that you don't let them tell you you can't see that far. But look up through the waters and dance with the stars. And if your horizon keeps rising, you don't need your eyes on the ball. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. If this burden you carry should feel stationary, stand straight and live strong and go far. You're the apple his eye, can't be but right where you are. Don't let them tell you you can't see that far. Look up through the water and dance with the stars. And if keeps rising. You don't need your eyes on the ball. And don't let them tell you you can't see that far. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where you are. You don't need the edge of the earth to know where we are.
I put the link in the side chat, so yeah, if you're interested, go give him a sub and a like, whatever. Help him out. Let him know there's people out there, yeah, still. Hey, and somebody comes in deafened. I don't know why. Another one come in muted and left. Probably got kicked here. Probably got sent here, moved here from another room.
I think it's funny how they get sent to us.
Yeah, I think the chorus in that song is fitting for that question. You know, like you don't need to know anything about it. You don't need to speculate on it. You don't even need to think there is one. You know, you don't need the edge of the earth to know that it's flat, right? That's what he's saying. But somehow people think that it's a necessity or it's not true, right? If you can't show me the edge, I don't accept it.
Hey, is anyone there? Are you guys awake?
Yeah, yeah. We thought you'd gone.
Hey,
I was asking about why do we have different time zones? Why are there different time zones?
because the sun moves.
The sun moves above what? The disk?
I don't know about a disc, but you know the sun moves. And even you can
Where
go
sun
outside
moves? Sun
and see
moves in
that.
outer space.
I missed that because you decided to speak at the wrong time.
Sun
No, we
moves
went
in
over
outer
it.
space.
No, outer space doesn't exist. It's not real.
Where is sun moving then?
In the sky.
All right, but like, how big is sun?
Above us. So just like what you observe when you go outside and you watch the sun, you see it in the east, it rises in the morning,
How
it
big
moves
is
over your
sun?
head and it moves towards the west, right? Gets to the western horizon, right?
Is sun that big? Is sun that big? The NASA tells us.
I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Are you guys like religious? Do you believe in religion or something?
What was that?
Are you guys religious? Are you guys like theists?
It varies. Some people are, some people aren't.
All right, all right. Do you guys believe in evolution? Is evolution true or it is fake?
It doesn't matter what you believe. The ground is still measured flat, non-curving. So you can believe in Santa Claus, you can believe in the Easter
Ground is
Bunny,
measured non-curving by
evolution, you can believe in not talking through people. It doesn't matter what you believe. If something is measured a particular way, that's it, full stop. Can't measure something.
Do you understand atmospheric refraction, bro?
Do I understand refraction?
Yeah.
Unfortunately for you, yes, I've got a pretty solid understanding of it.
Can you list some of the experiments where they take that into account while measuring the flat Earth?
Field Engineer Corps, what is it, Lake ISIL. I don't know why you're appealing to refraction. This is about geometry, not the bending of light as it passes from one medium to another.
So what do flat earthers think is at the end of this disk we are living on?
Well, I don't know why you keep saying disk. You want to get that out of your brain? No one claims a disk.
So
Pretty
what's
sure
Earth?
if they
Earth
did,
is not a
they
sphere.
wouldn't
It's
hear the
not a
end.
disk. What is?
What is it? I don't know what it is, but we do know that it's flat. I bet we use the word planar.
Do you remember Crypto Matrix?
Yeah.
You ever heard any of his music?
Not that I can recall. Like, I've heard heaps of FE stuff. I couldn't go and say, oh, that's that band or that band. Yeah.
I'll play one of his songs. Put it on. It's not bad. I reckon it's got a kind of Breaking Benjamin, whatever. Was that the name of the band? Breaking Benjamin?
Yeah, I
that's the name
think
of the
so.
band. Yeah, it's got that sort of feel. I'll play.
Chocolate saying thinks he can rap about the earth, producing epic content like Jeranism and Dearth. Well, he never saw crypto entering the fray, the best white rapper since Eric Dubay. Now I haven't rapped for long, so I don't want to boast, but my rhymes are better than the view at the coast. And right now I'm dropping some pretty sick bars, and I can't help notice that we see too far. In crypto trading we have different kind of bars, they exist on your screen just like terraform Mars. You can't really go there, it's just a visage. It's not a real place and it's not a mirage. Anyway, let's get back to the plane. Unlike platypus, I'm bringing the pain. Earth is flat and it does not move. Anything else and you'd have to prove. Yeah, I won't believe the lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe their lies no more. Horizon is where the earth meets the sky. Always rises with you no matter how high. Troll questions asking, well, do you ever fly? Not high enough for the grass on nigh. Those clown shows running interference. Not even once do they make any sense. While Neil says, guys, that stuff is flat. Bill says the boats disappear over that. Well, it's time to get your story straight. Just like the flat horizon that we observe. You still think that you live on a sphere? You must have a vacuum between your ears. But that can't be true because you live in nature. Vacuums don't form without a container. Which brings me back to what I've learned. Research a flat unmoving earth. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Now I don't like to be rude and I don't like to slander, so I'll keep it short just like I'm Gem Panda. The earth is a flat, stationary plane. No reification is worth the same. They tell you Coriolis is Earth-based, but that bullshit just leaves a fake taste. The sea somehow has mass appeal, but not a single evidence showing it's real. The ball is cracked for all the nations. They're still stuck on the globe plantation. Got them invoking correlation, or even worse, I am the citation. Now luckily for you, that's it from me. I'm going back to join the FE party. If mainstream consensus has got you bored, join Flat Earth 24/7 Discord 2.0. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more. Yeah, I won't believe that lies no more.
he just said that if it doesn't stop or whatever, it just magically keeps going. I just wanted to point out to him, it actually does have a motor attached to it that does keep it going. It actually does stop relatively quickly if they only move with their hands. So no, it's for a little while if you only move with your hand. It does have a motor attached to it.
Hey, guys, I'm listening to the conversation right now, and the reason I'm coming in here is there's a lot of stuff happening. Welcome, everybody, to the chat. There's a lot of new people. There's a lot of people listening. It's good stuff. I'm listening. But what type of fallacy have people committed when they talk about the Foucault's pendulum? Anybody know?
Begging the question.
It's called affirming the consequent. You guys know what that means? Anybody?
No, could you
Affirming
guys
the
enlighten us?
consequent?
No, please.
It means you're already making an assumption that the Earth's curved and spinning, and then you've got another thing which is trying to prove your assumption with an assumption.
Correct. So there's a lot to deal with here and to unpackage, but most of the things that you're doing with Foucault's pendulum and any kind of apparatus or device, depending on what it is, it's going to make the assertion of something of what the Earth is doing. But we're dealing with fallacy here, which means that it's begging the question of what supposedly that device is supporting, right? And we can point to because the pendulum precesses, right? You can put it in a logical statement. Because the pendulum precesses, the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum precesses. But when in all reality, it could be something else.
What do you mean processes?
So when the pendulum is moving back and forward and all around, like whichever way direction it's moving towards, then it's precessing. That's what the pendulum does. That's what it's doing when you see it moving around. It's precessing. Did I lose everybody?
What does processing mean, bro? Wait.
All right. So we seem to be off on the wrong foot. We're talking about things that we don't know, especially if you're advocating for the globe. And I'm coming in here just to make sure that everybody's on track, right? So all three of you guys right now, Aulishness, Ganso, and Fauda, you have the idea that the Earth is a globe, right, currently?
Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to have all three of you keep your mics open, and in a team effort, you can help each other out. But we're going to do this together, right, to make sure that you know what you know. So we can start. We can take it from the top, and by this knowledge, I'm going to know, and so is the rest of the listening audience, if you know the Earth is actually a globe or if it's not a globe, right? Because you're going to be able to tell us. Pretty simple things. 3 tenets that support the Earth being a globe. And the first one is, like I said, you can help each other out. It doesn't matter to me. But I would like you to say, I don't know, when you really, really don't know, because this is considered a pretty tough method when it concerns to you bringing up the information for what I'm going to ask for. 3 things that you can write these down if you want to, so you can make sure that you answer this efficiently. I'm going to need primary source, number 1. Number 2, I'm going to need a citation where it was said. And number 3, I'm going to need a demonstration. Okay, this is what I'm going to ask you guys. I'm going to require this from the question that I'm going to ask you, all 3 of you. And so long as you support them correctly, we'll be doing great. Once again, if you don't know, just say, I don't know. And we'll move forward, because that's intellectual honesty. I will find out, however, if you don't know. If you start to fumble around with the answer and you start to give me vague answers or things that are not precise, I will be able to hone in on that, because I'm very good at that. All right, so I'm gonna hand this to you guys. The first question, all 3 of you, is simply this. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Because it's said to be a globe for at least about 2,500 years. So we need to know all the way back to primary source who's actually discovered that they've measured the drop over distance, right? Because according from the globe perspective, we have some metrics. So if you type in, how big is the radius of the Earth, it's going to spit out a number on Google. So it's public information. Everybody knows this. So what we're going to do now is get to the facts. We're going to figure out how you guys know, everybody here who's advocating for the globe, how the Earth has this drop over distance measured from where it begun. So we're going to get some information from you. So curvature is the first question. How do we know in any time in history that someone's measured the curvature of the Earth? And take turns if you'd like, but I want to know from you guys how that answer is going to be sufficient with primary source, citation, and then demonstration. Go ahead. The floor is your guys.
Are you talking about
Coach.
Eratosthenes? Who measured the curvature?
I will give no help. The only thing that I'll tell you is that if you don't know, I'm going to tell you you don't know, because there is correct information to guide you. So go ahead. Ganso, I think Fauda, I think is your name, and Owlishness. Go ahead. Take turns, please.
Right. The radius of the Earth that you have described is 3,959 miles, right? That's radius
correct.
of the Earth? Yes.
The question, once again, remember the question. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history? Go ahead.
Eratosthenes.
Okay. Do you guys agree, Ganso and Fauda? Or do you have a different answer?
No, I agree with my queen.
Fauda?
Yeah, bro, couldn't agree more.
I don't know if I'm saying his name correctly, but...
The name is, I know what you're implying, so go ahead and tell me why that is your answer. Because remember, primary source, citation, where it said that, so I need the primary source. So you said that's your primary source. Now what is the citation for that? Please post it in the live stream voice text.
And demonstration, please.
Yeah, we'll get to that in a minute, Kim. Yeah, we're working our way there. So citation. I know.
The demonstration be in the citation?
This is clever misdirection away from what we were previously talking about.
No, this isn't clever misdirection. What it is, Owlishness, is exposing
everything you need to know.
It's exposing. Listen, guys, it's exposing your knowledge as to how much you know correctly if the Earth is a globe or not. So we're all going to find out currently. If you don't want to answer the question, that's fine. We will understand that you have no knowledge on this.
Okay.
So this is what it's doing. It's showing. It's giving you.
This is
giving you, Owlishness. It's giving you a mirror.
In every single way, however, because you're going to say, "Well, how can you demonstrate the curvature of the Earth?"
No.
I know where this is going. No, I know where this is going.
I know. That's the point of it.
Yeah,
but see, here's the issue. Here's the issue, though, Owlishness. Everybody who comes in here thinking that the Earth is a globe is full of pride and ego. They don't understand that they don't know what they don't know. And so if you avoid the question, you're locked in right now. If you drop out, if you say, "Oh, I'm not doing this," that's fine. You can go if you want. But everyone who's listening will understand that you have no knowledge of the very first question. So if you rage quit, you're going to show everybody that you're really ignorant about this topic, and especially the very first question. I didn't even gotten to the second or the third. So it behooves you to stay in here and actually stay in the fight, and if it's really something you're advocating for, to give what I'm asking for, and it's very simple. So go ahead if you do have that, because seems like you're the champion. Ganso and Fauda have just kind of leaned back and let you take lead. So what we're listening to is you actually are the one that has the spotlight on right now. Not unless Ganso and Fauda want to chime in. It's up to them. But okay, so that was your primary source. Now we need a citation, please.
Which one would you like?
MLA or
any?
Well, if I give you Wikipedia, are you going to tell me it's not a good source?
I'm not going to say anything. I just want you to demonstrate your knowledge on the fact that you're showing me the primary source, citation, and now demonstration. You can help each other out.
All right, Gang, what link do we put in the chat?
I can give.
So this is your guys' knowledge. I can't help you on this.
There you go.
The team has got to find out what your guys' knowledge is.
Sure. Source.
Clapped you, Toby.
Yeah, you just wikied it. Okay, so now the primary source is Eratosthenes, and then we got the citation. Now, what is the demo? Go ahead.
Egghead. Cool.
Imagine the universe. Okay, so site is intended for students ages 14 and up. Okay, So now we're going to get to what did he provide evidence of? So the demonstration follows after that. So go ahead and what has been done to demonstrate that?
I just posted what the guy with the very complicated name did.
Yeah, that's fine. But so now we're looking into the demonstration. So we're going to demonstrate how he provided evidence of the curvature of the Earth being demonstrated from drop over distance, and also
My fault.
no worries. How he supported the radius, diameter, and circumference. Because the geometric shape of the Earth is most important, right? Because obviously somebody figured it out. So we're saying this guy has, well, then we're going to find out if he has or not. So the demonstration now is going to proceed. So, Owlishness, did you want to continue with showing us how he provided the evidence for that, the metrics? Or does Powder and Gansel want to chime in? It's up to you guys.
Yes, he found the curvature or the circumference of the Earth by observing stars in the sky and their relative distance and how they move across the sky during a single night or over a year, actually, because they are in different places during any particular year. The North Star...
No, go ahead. Keep on.
So, obviously, during different parts of the year, you can see different constellations. They're in different locations in the sky. Right? North Star is always in the same place because it's directly above us.
Yeah, what we're doing right now is just listening to you guys tell us. Gansel and Fauda, do you guys agree with what she's saying, or do you disagree? Okay. Continue, Owlishness.
So you can determine the circumference of the Earth by, I guess, a mathematical equation of the location of the star at one point and then measuring it at a different point and a different point. I'm guessing there's some sort of mathematical equation for that. I don't know what it is. I'm not an astronomer or a mathematician.
So there it is. Thank you for the concession, but now I'm going to ask you to be honest with the chat and everybody listening. So the answer to this question is you don't know. Is this correct?
No, I gave you my understanding of what it is, but I don't know the math associated with it.
I know. So it's okay. It's a bit of what it does. It tumbles the pride. So I'm going to make you see if you're going to be honest with the chat. So you don't know.
No, I don't know.
I'll reiterate. Okay. So you don't know. Ganso, do you know?
No.
How about Fauda?
Fauda knows.
Okay, so
I'm fine with saying I don't know.
I know. That's the point of this exercise. What it's doing is exposing the information, whether you know that Earth is a globe or you don't. Whether it's something you know or it's a belief, rather, I should say. So the first question, who has measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history, was supported by the primary source you said is Eratosthenes, and then you got the second one, which is the citation. You showed me the wiki. The third one, the demonstration. It feels like we're falling short because you don't know. So I would just put it in the realm of that you guys don't know. If not, I'll continue to press, and you'll find it gets more difficult. So
that actually would be the third source that I posted.
Right, but what
that I posted.
It needs to
the explanation.
Sure, but the information to stand up for whatever we're talking about needs to be supported by all three. So if we don't have a demonstration to provide, because
Can I read you what it says?
You can read. Go ahead.
Okay, in 200 BC, the size of the Earth was actually calculated to within 1% accuracy. Eratosthenes used Aristotle's idea that if the Earth was round, distant stars in the night sky would appear at different positions to observers at different latitudes. Eratosthenes knew that on the first day of summer, the sun passed directly overhead at Sinai, Egypt. Angular displacement of the sun from overhead of the Earth of the city of Alexandria, 5,000 stadias away from Syene. He found that the angular displacement was 7.2 degrees. There are 360 degrees in a circle, making 7.2 degrees equivalent to 1/50th of a circle. Geometry tells us that the ratio of 1/50th is the same as the ratio of the distance between Syene and Alexandria to the total circumference of the Earth. Thus, circumference can be estimated by multiplying distance between two cities, 5,000 stadia, by 50, equaling 250,000 stadia.
Sure.
So that's the explanation.
Yeah, that's mainstream, and that's what it is. But it differs from what you were saying, beginning to tell me of what it.
Yeah,
what we
I only read a little bit of it, so.
Well, I know, but what I'm saying though, Alishness, is that because of the fact that you had this understanding of what he did, you started to tell me like it was a measurement of like the angles to the stars, and it wasn't that. What did it say here in contrary to what you just told me? Do you know, or can I point it out? It's up to you. We'll go over this.
This has to do with latitudes instead of angles.
But what did he use? Did he use the stars?
Yes.
No.
Was it a stick, bro?
No. What I'm saying, what he used in the sky.
Use distant stars in the night sky would appear at different positions to observers at different latitudes.
No, it was the sun.
The sun is a star.
No, I know, but I know what you guys are gonna insert here, but like the fact that he's using the sun is different from the stars.
No,
of what her explanation.
It's the same thing.
The sun is a star.
Okay, so I'll ask you a simple question. What star looks like exactly like the sun does?
All of them.
Every star.
All of them.
Okay, so when you look at the sun, during the day, does it look like any of the stars? Be honest.
No.
Because it's closer.
Okay. No, that's not the point, though. The point is we're talking about what they look like.
Right.
And this is the information they've given you, me, and everybody else. They've told us this. If the sun is a star, the stars are the sun. Yeah, that's fine. But do they look like each other? No. That's the honest answer.
It's not actually the same thing, is it? You know.
But no, we're not going to get into the minutia. It's going to derail where I'm going right now. So, but basically, what we're doing is just getting everybody to be honest with what we're saying. And if the observation matches, then we'll say it does. If not, then we'll be honest, it doesn't match. But they're telling us a story, is what I'm saying. That the stars are the sun, and you're basically just advocating for it. So in the realm of observation, we don't see them looking like the same. The sun doesn't look like a star, and the stars don't look like the sun. So, but that's that for now. I want to table that because it's not the importance. So we're getting to the idea that the curvature of the Earth has been measured by this guy, and then we're going to say that supposedly you started to explain that it was dealt with the angles to the stars and constellations. This is not what he was doing with what he was actually trying to do with Alexander and Cyrene. So he's using the sun and also the thing that he's looking at, right? His observation was of shadows, okay? And the angles to those shadows in the different locations. So it varied from the answer you were giving me. So once again, you didn't know this until you started maybe reading the mainstream rhetoric, and now it makes it a little bit more apparent that you were saying something different. And so what I'm pointing out here is that you didn't know this information, not even just the information, but how it was done. So the demonstration is kind of the bit where you're starting to fumble around, and that's fine. You don't know, nobody does, I would say. But if you want to continue down this path, it's gonna get a little bit more difficult for everyone. So I would just rather take the concession that you don't know, because I'll ask more leading questions, and it's gonna get, like I said, a bit more harder to answer. And it's just basically your information. So I'd rather hear you say you don't know versus me actually expose all the reasons why you don't know. It's easier that way for everybody. So would you want to continue and use him as an example? Because I can continue to show you why it's not the correct way. Up to you.
Yeah, what's the next question?
Okay, so the concession from Alice Ness saying that she doesn't know in the first one. Who has measured the curvature of the Earth in any time in history? I'll take that. Gonzo, how about you? Do you concede or do you want to continue?
No, I'll continue. We march on.
Okay. Fauda, how about you? Do you want to concede or do you want to continue?
No, but I'm with the gang. We keep going.
Well, yeah, so concede means that you're going to give up the position that you know. That's what it means. Okay, Gonzo, do you... No, Gonzo doesn't concede, so he's in opposition to Owlishness and Fauda.
Wait, I concede.
Okay, so he concedes too. All right, that's fine. But we'll We'll say for the first question, that's fine. The second question is pretty simple, right? The spin of the Earth, or axial rotation. So we're going to get to the bit where how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis. Now, in any time in history, I'll ask the same requirements. Let me just go through the spiel. So any time in history, who has measured the axial rotation happening on the Earth? Anyone. Just remember, primary source, citation, and the demonstration of how we understand that the Earth is spinning on its axis, because the Earth is said to be spinning at 1,000 miles per hour at the equator. So people know this information. So there's a bit of more information that you could probably look into. But as I'm saying this, you can look it up. You phone a friend, talk to each other in the DMs, but see who's figured it out, right? Who has measured the spin of the Earth or axial rotation any time in history? And then let's go through how it's been done that we figured that out. The spin of the Earth. Go ahead.
That would be what I mentioned earlier, the Foucault pendulum.
Okay. Ganso, would you agree?
Yeah.
Or would you have a different answer?
No, it's the pendulum, yeah.
Auda.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody agrees a pendulum is what's the apparatus or the device that's used.
Mm-hmm.
So how does the pendulum provide evidence? So I need primary source, citation, and then demonstration. Very first person. Where did it originate from?
Oh, the very first person? Okay, well, I'll get the demonstration.
Well, the first person would be Foucault, of course, right?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I didn't want to say anything, Helio. Thank you for ruining the...
Well, I mean, I said Foucault's pendulum. Who did you think?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm asking you the question. You got to respond to me. But if you're not, if you're not the Glober, please put yourself on mute, because I know
name for it.
I'm asking you the questions. You have to provide the answer. People don't know this, Alishness. So Helio just gave you a free one. That's fine.
There you go.
Okay, sure. I didn't just go on a huge. I didn't just talk about it for like the past 20 minutes.
I'm telling you, people don't understand. Well, okay, that's fine. Okay, so I need the citation also. Go ahead, put the citation. Please resist the temptation, flat earthers, for jumping in. Like, I know feels like you guys are chomping at the bit. Like, you want to, I know. Just let me go walk these guys through this.
They wouldn't let me do it earlier, but.
All right. Don't see a citation. Ganso and Fauda?
Somebody else posted a citation yet? Okay.
No, they're waiting for you to do it, Alishness. So I guess you're doing the heavy lifting tonight. Yeah, guys, come on.
I'll
let one person take it.
I'll post
Fauda and Ganso, we're not getting much from you, are we?
Isn't this how group projects go in college? One person
want this to be a group project.
Yeah. There you go. Sites, sources.
Yeah. There you go. Citations are popping up. Okay, so primary source, citation. Let's see what we got. Fauda, you got a Britannica. Alishness, do you agree with the citations? I need to know if you're agreeing. If you guys are in agreement, we're going to use something that you guys are putting up here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so citation and now the demonstration part.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the demonstration? What are we looking at here?
There's a video. It's a time lapse. There's a time lapse video.
Okay, go ahead.
Are you watching the video?
No, I meant go ahead and explain. Like, what do you mean? Like, there's a video here, but what I'd like you to do, because you've seen it, right, and it supports what you're saying, go ahead and tell us why. Go into detail, please, as much as you can, as to why this apparatus is going to tell us about the Earth's rotation.
So, as you can see in the video, if you're watching it, the pendulum is slowly swinging back and forth, but it's moving in accordance to how the Earth would rotate. So you can see behind it that there is a globe that is rotating similarly to how the pendulum is swinging. It's knocking over, looks like, I don't know what those are. They're like little pieces of metal, showing that it is changing its direction as it's swinging. So the explanation for that would be that it's rotating. That the Earth is rotating and changing the direction of the pendulum.
Okay, so that's the explanation. You guys agree? Cancel, Fada?
Yeah.
All right. Now, my question to you guys. Is Earth spin the only thing that could be influencing the Foucault pendulum? I need your answers, all three of you.
Yes.
Yeah. Alice's?
You're asking if anything else could cause that to happen?
Yeah, the influencing that apparatus. Is anything else influencing that apparatus to move?
No.
I have to say.
You have to be sure. I'm gonna hold you to your answer.
Yes.
Okay. Are you 100% sure that nothing is influencing?
I said yes. I said
Yeah,
yes.
you said yes, Alice.
Okay.
No, I meant like no. Other than this.
Yeah, I agree with Owl, bro.
Yeah, bro.
So nothing else other than the Earth spin is influencing that pendulum.
No, I said
You all
yes. We agree. Yes, we agree. There is something.
There is something else other than Earth spin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, what else could be influencing the Foucault pendulum other than Earth spin?
Gravity.
So.
Alice, do you agree? You guys don't. You gotta stay lockstep because I'm gonna hold you guys to what you're saying.
So the pendulum is, as I was discussing earlier, it is not going to swing perpetually. So there is a motor that is attached to it in the ceiling that allows it to continue swinging for I guess, I'm not sure if it's a predetermined time or what could happen to make it, or how the motor actually affects the way it swings, but it does have to be started by somebody pushing it, and then it continues to swing. I can't say it swings under its own power, because that would be completely false.
Did Foucault, when he originated the design, did he have an electronic motor that swung the pendulum?
Yes,
I don't know.
Yes, it did, but it was in the exact direction of its natural swing, so it did not sway it to any other direction except where it's
guys, let me take them because I have to keep it kind of concise. I don't want to like waffle on too long with this.
Yeah,
sorry. All right, so then what we're understanding is that it's something else other than Earth spin is influencing the Foucault pendulum. Do you guys all agree?
Yeah.
It's not just Earth spin. We got other influences, and
Yeah,
I think
earthquakes could affect it. Also, that would definitely affect whether or not it starts or stops swinging. It could affect. It can throw it off kilter. Like I mentioned, the motor does assist in the swinging of it, since obviously the energy it can't swing under its own power. So.
Okay, so we don't see something in nature actually showing us the precession of a pendulum, like the actual motion of something that's... Is the pendulum attached to the Earth, or is it detached from the Earth? As in, does it have a separate reference frame?
It is attached to the Earth.
Okay, so it's like pretty much like combined to, like connected to the Earth. Okay.
It is connected to the ceiling of the building, which is attached to the Earth. It is not free floating.
Okay, so if we had something free floating, because the pendulum is precessing, right? It's moving around. If something was free floating that was not attached to the Earth, would that show precession too? Would that be moving around? Do you think? Because we're using a pendulum as the example. So obviously the Earth's motion is influencing the pendulum's direction, correct? All right, so if this is true, then anything else that's separate from the Earth would be experiencing this particular movement. Like it would be influenced because the Earth is moving. Would that also logically follow? Because the pendulum's affected by it, right?
So you're saying it's just kind of floating in free space?
No. What I'm saying is the pendulum is affected by the Earth's spin.
Yeah.
Right? We're all in agreement with that. You guys are showing me. Okay, so anything else that can lift off from the Earth is also going to be influenced by the Earth's spin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah. Because it's on Earth.
Okay. So what else can we do? Can we fly a drone? Can we fly a helicopter? Can we get in a balloon? Can we anything that leaves the detached from the Earth? Let's say a football, soccer ball, flies in the air. Anything that goes that way, can it be influenced by the spin of the Earth?
No, because it's still on Earth.
Yeah, you'd have to go like very, very high up.
You would have to leave Earth.
Okay,
Everything that is on Earth is still affected by Earth. It doesn't matter if it's attached
It's
to
like
Earth.
if you throw a ball, it's still within the same frame of reference as Earth, so it doesn't.
Is the pendulum attached to Earth?
Hang on, Helio. Are you guys sure of this?
Am I sure that anything on Earth is affected by the spin of Earth? Yes.
Yes. What else?
Yes, I am sure that
nothing else is affected. Only the pendulum.
No, everything is affected by the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so before you said that the pendulum is the only thing, and your friends were chiming in saying that nothing else is affected because they're all attached to the Earth.
No, everything is affected by the spin of the Earth because it's within the same frame of reference as the Earth.
Okay, so what else is affected other than the pendulum? Because the pendulum was
everything on Earth, bro.
Okay, so everything on Earth is affected by the Earth spin. Take another example, because obviously the pendulum is one example of something being affected by the spin of the Earth, right?
Yeah.
So what else is affected by the spin of the Earth?
Everything. Everything.
I know. That's a vague answer. Now I need the specifics.
You need the specific.
Give me another
I don't know anything else that's demonstratable at this time.
I don't know. Wait a minute.
That would show the curve. I'm sorry. That would show the spin of the Earth.
Okay, so a couple of things, right? As I'm going through this, I asked a question. I asked the question. What else could be influencing the Foucault's pendulum? Is it only the spin of the Earth? The answer is no. We have a motor. You could push it. I could throw another earthquakes. There's other things that could influence it. So now we have other answers, right? Other answers could then support the fact that something else is making the pendulum do what it does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not just the Earth spin that could influence the pendulum. There's other things that could influence it, giving you the vision of when you're making an observation that it's Earth spin when it could be something else.
That's why I posted a time lapse. You can see.
Okay. Right, but what I'm saying is it's not 100% locked down that it's only the Earth spin and that's it. There's nothing else that can influence this. It's only Earth spin.
Could I interrupt quickly?
Are you getting the emphasis now of what I'm trying to do? Go ahead,
So if you put the pendulum on the equator where would be the axis of rotation, the pendulum does not rotate like it does in the other axis, like other lines or whatever.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what you're asserting. Yes, your assumption.
So it's like you're removing the variable.
Yeah, that's your assumption.
No. It's been done.
Yes. I know it's been done, but it's an assumption. The assumption is that because we're moving in a different location and we see the pendulum do something else, it's still the Earth spin. What I'm telling you guys,
an assumption if it's
it's an assumption, right? You're observing a device. You're observing a man-made contraption, and that observation is saying, well, I see this pendulum moving. This is called affirming the consequent. I see the pendulum moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the pendulum is moving. That's when it could be something else. And I'm giving you the example of other things that it can be. And you've adequately supported that it can be other influencing things that are making the pendulum do something. So with your own admission, you're finding out that something else could influence a pendulum to make it precess the way it does. So now we understand.
No, I don't
not just the Earth's rotation idea. It could be something else. So we cannot say we're not saying that it's the Earth's spin. You understand?
No, but she's saying it assists it in moving because it can't move on its own for too long. So they have motors that assist it to move.
Yeah, but what we're getting to, Fauda, is that it's not just only the Earth spin. So if it's something else, then it throws off the idea that it's only the Earth spin. I'm putting an emphasis on only, as you might hear. So this is what you guys are being sold. You're told that it's only the Earth spin. There is nothing else that's influencing that. And as you correctly stated, there's other things that could influence the pendulum.
You have
influence it in what form? Like influence it in a way that like it changes its direction or like its motion, or influence it that it assists it to keep going.
Anything. It doesn't matter if it starts up, if it moves in a different direction. There's other influencing things that could cause it to do such a thing. You've just named a few.
Right.
You've just named a few. I don't have to say. You stated
when you
it already.
observe the flatness of Earth, right?
Yeah, but we're not getting to ask me questions. We're finding out if you
I'm
know.
not asking questions. I'm making a statement.
But still, even if it's rhetorical, what we're getting to.
You use your eyes. You also use a laser. So you are also using.
Let's not detract. Let's not detract because we're not gonna go. Well, I will suffice answer any questions, but like this has to be correctly stated. So we're understanding this from all three of you guys. And you all stated that other things could influence the pendulum other than the Earth spin. So now we don't know if it's only the Earth spin.
Yes, we do.
There's other influences. No.
Yes, we do. As I said before. So it says here. Look.
I know what it says, but go ahead and read.
No, it's
Okay,
fine.
so
We'll just give him the dub on this one.
No.
Don't give up if you don't want to.
No. The precession or whatever you say, I don't know, like the fancy word you use, of the pendulum depends on the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal for the Earth, right? So this was like our theory, you could say, whatever. You can't prove it, whatever. So then, the way that they proved that it was the rotations, because if you put it at the equator, it'll be zero at the equator. So therefore, the pendulum would just move straight forward, straight backwards, straight forward, straight backward. And if you move it anywhere else, it'll start spinning in circles. So the force that is causing it is one force, that is the rotational of the rotational spin of the Earth.
Could it be another force?
No, because you removed the one variable. You removed one variable.
Yeah, but you're okay. So what you're doing here is you're saying the only thing that it can be is this one thing that I'm saying.
Yes, because it's the only variable that changed.
Yeah, but you don't know that.
Experiments.
Did you create the Earth?
No.
Okay, so do you know? Listen, hang on a second, Bung. If you can't pinpoint what exactly is the cause of the effect, then you're going to make an assumption as to what you think it is. And we don't want to hear assumptions. We need to know the exact cause of the effect.
But does that not prove the exact cause, since you removed the cause and it changed the effect? Does that not?
No, it doesn't. Because you're making an assumption as what you think it is, giving the cause to the effect. When the cause could be something else, another force or another influence. And I'm telling you, there could be variables that you're not thinking of. And so what you're doing is you're making a logical fallacy. It's called affirming the consequent. Once again, I go over this. So now I could say it in a logical statement. I moved the pendulum to the equator. Mm-hmm. The pendulum is showing a different precession. Therefore, the different precession will show that the Earth is spinning, when it could be something else influencing the pendulum.
Did you really move it to the equator?
Did you understand what I just said in the logical statement? This is called affirming the consequent. It's a logical fallacy. And the reason why you guys don't know this is because when I asked you the question, is it something else influencing the pendulum? And you correctly stated, yes. There's a motor, there's somebody pushing it, there's an earthquake, these are your answers, not mine.
Okay, they're just minute changes or like effects to the.
I know, but it's still an influence. It's still an influence on the pendulum, and so if something else can influence it, what we're understanding from this is that you're not correctly stating that it's only the Earth spin.
Has anyone done it though? I mean,
Yeah, hang on, Bob.
demonstration.
Like, I need their concession. Either you're going to concede that you don't know what the cause to the effect is, or we're going to continue to spiral into a place where you're going to continue to give me your assumptions as what you think is the cause of the effect. I can keep going. Trust me.
Okay, but the
a lot of gas in this tank.
But these assumptions are what we believe in.
By moving through like the different parts of the Earth, it'll change. It'll be the same.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. But is the cause of the effect the Earth spinning or another influence? Do you actually know that to be 100% sure? Because I can talk about
because it won't be the same. It's been demonstrated many times. But
yeah, listen, guys. Listen, I know, but I need them to be there. Listen, if you're going to be honest, then you're going to tell me the cause of the effect, and we're going to investigate the cause of that effect. So continue if you think you know. So now we went to a different location, as you said, the equator. And we see
removed the one variable that you said was supposed to, like that's the one variable that we removed. That would be
No, it wasn't one variable. It wasn't.
Yes,
the other.
yes.
No, Gonzo. Didn't you hear what Alishness said?
That other things affected or whatever?
Yes.
Okay,
no, but like they take those things into consideration when they're building it. They're not stupid. They're not just gonna build it.
They're still okay.
They're not gonna like watch it as an earthquake is taking place and be like, look at that, look at the motion.
Well, I don't know why you made them to be Jamaicans, but like, listen, like the thing about this is the information that we're getting from what they're telling us is an assumption. So you're believing a story of what they're telling you that the cause of the effect is.
No, because every other variable is still in place.
What variable?
Like these other forces that are affecting it is still in place. People are pushing it. There's the electromagnetic thing, whatever, the magnet pushing it. It's the same thing as there, right?
Yeah.
So it shouldn't change.
But other things.
So if it wasn't the spin of the Earth, it shouldn't change, right?
No,
but you're only stating. Yeah, you're only stating that it's only the spin of the Earth influencing it, Ganto. And this information, you don't know this. You don't know the cause of the effect. The assumption has been made. When the contraption is moving, they say, the Earth is spinning, therefore the contraption is moving. The contraption is moving, therefore the Earth is spinning. That's a logical fallacy. I've been telling you this. Now, you're saying that because you move it to a different location and it spins differently or it processes differently, then we start to see that the cause of the effect is actually the Earth spin, and it's not something else. But I'm telling you, even when you move it to a different location, is anything else a possible influence on that device?
No, but he's saying those possible influences
are the same thing
carried on to the different locations.
I know that.
That means
that means it should act the exact same way.
The same.
No. No, it doesn't mean that.
If conditions are the same, bro. Like it's gonna.
No. I'm not talking about the conditions of being the same. I'm saying like if you're saying that other things can still influence it, this is what you're not getting. If other stuff can still influence the contraption, then you still have the same variables that could influence a contraption. It's going to be other things.
Except the one that we removed, and that changed everything.
What did you remove?
We removed the rotational axis and the horizontal from the Earth because that's what made the difference.
You didn't remove that.
Yes, we did. We moved it by moving to the equator.
How did you remove the axial rotation? You didn't remove anything.
It's not it's the rotation axis and the horizontal that makes the.
But you didn't remove it.
Yes, we did by going to the equator.
Okay, put it into because you think
Miggy,
you're thinking.
No,
I'm not
you need to listen. You need to listen.
No. You guys are getting this incorrect. So the part of this is that you're trying to say that this is something scientific, and it's not. You can't say that the variables that you're removing are not variables that are controlled. You cannot control.
They are controlled.
Can you control the spin of the Earth if it's actually a globe and it's spinning? Can you control that?
You can.
By moving other places.
No, dude.
That's falsifiable.
You're not. It's not an independent variable. How did you manipulate Earth spin? How did you manipulate it?
No, it's not Earth spin. It's not the Earth spin.
Spin of the Earth. He made it spin backwards.
Hang on. I'm trying to figure out. So you guys are trying to say that you moved to a different location, therefore you manipulated the variable. You did not do such a thing. If indeed the Earth was a globe and it was spinning, then you'd have to manipulate the independent variable to understand, like slow it down, speed it up. That's what I'm saying. You didn't do any of that. The idea is that it's processing differently, so then you're asserting that it's your assumed cause of the effect. This is your fallacy. You're thinking that because it's doing something else, then therefore it's the Earth spinning. It's like you didn't manipulate the Earth spin. And in a controlled scientific experiment, you'd have to manipulate the independent variable, which would be the thing that you're trying to figure out if it's causing the effect that you're seeing. You guys understand? Because the natural phenomena that you're seeing, the Earth spinning, has not been done. You're looking at a contraption man-made that's built.
Was he saying, hold on, Miggy, was he saying that you can put, hold on, please, can I say something? Please, Miggy?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Like, I just don't want them to detract from what we're saying, because we're going to fall off the rails here.
What I was hearing is that he was saying that you could put these contraptions on different parts of the Earth and experience the same phenomenon.
No, different phenomena is what he's saying.
Different phenomena.
Yes, different. They're saying different phenomena
because of the latitude.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
okay, so where is this observed? You guys have been talking about it. Where do we observe it?
At the equator. They're saying the equator, Helio. That's what they're talking about.
No.
That's what they're saying. I'm not saying
Where did Foucault do it?
What?
Where did Foucault create?
No, but Foucault started it, bro, and then other people experimented.
Okay, where?
They're using the word experiment wrong. Yeah, I'm getting to it, Helio. That's the reason why I didn't want to detract. Like,
Go for it. I'm listening.
It doesn't matter where he started.
It does matter. It does matter.
No, it doesn't.
All right, Helio, guys, please, let me continue down the path. So what we're figuring out is the independent variable is the Earth spinning. We can't slow it, speed it up, or stop it. There's nothing that we can do.
The independent variable is the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal. It's an angle that you could change by moving locations. It has nothing to do with the rotational axis of the Earth. You do not change it.
It has everything to do with the rotational axis of the Earth.
Yeah, but that is constant. We're not changing it. You guys are acting like
we're trying to find. Listen, no, you're trying to find out what the cause of the effect is. The cause is the Earth is spinning. The effect is we are processing within the Earth, like things on the Earth are we're seeing contraptions move and all kinds of stuff. So the independent variable would be that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis. Now you need to manipulate that to slow it down, to stop it, to actually know if it's the Earth's spin influencing the device or not. You're not doing that. You're just going to a different location.
The device.
So you don't understand.
The device. Okay. Yes. The device is not only like the rotational axis is not the only thing that affects it. It says that.
I know that.
Yeah, it's the angle.
Idea behind it.
It's the angle between the rotational axis and the horizontal lines.
You're missing it, right? So when I asked you the question, how many things can influence this device, and you stated correctly how many other things are possible because of the motor, and you didn't answer this, but I'm going to insert it because it's another part of it. The air turbulence. There's other things that could possibly be an influence to the thing that you're seeing.
Yeah, but in an enclosed room, there's not really much of that.
Turbulence in a room.
Yeah, I'm giving you.
Close the doors, you're good.
Yeah.
Oh, so there's no wind happening with a pendulum.
No, have you been in a room before?
Wind.
Is there wind in your room right now? Are you being blown away right now?
Do you feel anything? Do you feel anything to be able to move a pendulum?
Okay, so the air. No, listen. The air is not moving around in anywhere you're at. Don't be a straight up liar, dude. Like, air turbulence is everywhere. It's
not strong enough.
Yeah?
It's not strong enough to move.
That's the point.
Air.
That's not the point. The point is what we're doing is showing all the variables that could influence it. If it were possible that there was a nice little current, or the air condition turned on, or something else happened where the air changes its current, it could influence it. So what we're saying here, a lot of things that you don't understand.
But you don't think they're going to think of turning the AC off so it doesn't influence it?
That's not the point, Fauda. The point is that
that is the point.
That's the point that you brought up.
Other things can influence the pendulum. Other things, I'll say it again. How many times do you want me to say this? Other things can influence a pendulum. Other things can influence a pendulum. And you've already stated that other things can influence it. So the cause of the effect is not just only the Earth's spin. It is other variables.
Only.
Because
Sir,
you guys don't seem to get this.
No. Listen, you just keep repeating yourself and harping upon these singular things So you're just nitpicking. You're picking things out of the argument.
You told me that.
No, I know what I told you. You don't have to tell me again. Listen, you don't have to tell me again. I know what I told you. You've listed it.
So why is it difficult for you guys to understand it? So why is it difficult for you to understand that there's other things influencing the pendulum?
Okay, hear me out.
Because
Okay?
you're nitpicking.
Okay, wait. Okay. So let's say we have the pendulum up north, and it's in a room. It's the same air. It's a room. It's a closed room. It feels the same everywhere, right? Can we agree on that?
They have to, you can keep the variables the same within a room.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. All right. So all these external variables you're talking about are the same up north and the equator. If you're in a room, the same thing. They're the exact same.
All right. So let's go over. You're going to a different location. Let's go over the other things that could influence the pendulum.
Okay. Perfect.
What other things other than the Earth?
No, he's saying that same chamber that you had.
I know what he's saying, Fauda. But what I'm telling you is I need you to state what other things can influence a pendulum, and I need you guys to hear yourselves when you say it. What other things can influence the pendulum's movement?
Okay, for right now we have air friction and the magnets. The thing is on, right? Because it's not.
That wasn't it. There was more.
My goodness, dude.
What was it?
I have heard myself say many times.
Okay, wait. Let's hear it. Miggy, what are they?
Guys,
No, I don't want him to list it because he wants to hear me say it, right?
Okay, say it.
Yeah.
So he wants me to say the motor, right? That is assisting in the swinging of it because there is no such thing as perpetual motion.
Interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
what else?
Somebody has to get it going, right? So
there you go.
We have to give it a little push to get her going.
Okay, but you can give it a push, then you could wait maybe 2 hours and wait for it to see the because it's gonna go in the motion that it's gonna go in the motion that it's.
She's just finished telling you there's no perpetual motion, so there's gonna have to be an assistance from a motor.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It pushes it in its natural path, anyways. Like the straight up and straight back. That's how it's supposed to.
Yeah. No, right? You could push it. You could push it
anyway. It still starts fucking spinning in circles.
Also, interesting.
You could push it, and then it'll take its natural path eventually, right? You just need to get it started.
Yes.
I don't know. You guys are telling me.
He said,
you
nothing can move it.
You push on a device.
Yeah,
I know what it is. Listen, but what you're doing is you're influencing the pendulum straight away.
Beginning,
Okay, yeah. But then you give it some time to take its natural path, and then
it'll give you the results. Yeah.
Okay, so your influence on the pendulum is not just watching a natural phenomena. You're actually making something happen by influencing it.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
Yeah, but it's going to take its natural path. Like I was saying, if you
how is that like not influencing? Because when you push on it, you automatically start to say, "I pushed on the device, therefore the Earth is spinning."
Yeah, but if it was taking its natural path,
you know what you call that?
I'm never going to get the apparatus interrupted.
Okay, no, but if you push
it, now you're the apparatus, and it's 90 degrees plumb. If the Earth is spinning, then it will start moving by itself. You don't have to push it.
Yeah.
No. What? No, what? Because it's in the same frame of reference.
No, you're missing the point. You're missing the point. The point is you're influencing the device. The device isn't a natural phenomenon. So you're not watching Earth spin. You're not doing that. That would be the observation of a natural phenomenon. And in the scientific method, that's what you'd have to do. The observation of a natural phenomenon to see what the cause of the effect is. And then manipulate the variable and then see if the cause isn't what your hypothesis is. So you're doing a hypothesis test. You're not doing that when you're looking at a contraption because it's a man-made contraption that you're influencing at the very beginning, and then it starts to process and doesn't continue perpetually, like Owlishness says correctly. You'd have to put a motor to make it continuously do something. So that's another influence.
Okay,
so you are influencing the pendulum all the time, even to get it going, and then also to keep it going. So you're not isolating the cause of the effect. You're just making an assumption that it's doing something, therefore the Earth is spinning. Your assumption and everybody else's is that it's the Earth spinning, and I've already told you it doesn't matter where you go, because this type of device will have to be started by
everything starts with a hypothesis or theory. Like the computer you're sitting on was hypothesized to be possible, and then it was made.
We're not talking about that. We're talking about the pendulum.
Okay, but listen. If you were to push a swing, it would go back and forth, right? But the pendulum that you're seeing is not going back and forth. It's going back and forth, but it's also spinning. If you were to push the pendulum, say north, it's going to swing north, south.
Who cares?
South, right?
Listen,
it's not going to rotate.
Are the one. You're the one that influenced the pendulum. Yes or no, Fauda?
Yeah.
Okay.
But
the Earth didn't influence it. You did.
Okay, but if you push it straight, it's going to come straight back at you, and then it's going to go straight forward, and then right back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
Did you influence the pendulum? Back at you.
Did you influence the pendulum?
Yeah, but that doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but then you give it 2 hours, and then the Earth is going to start influencing the pendulum.
So you're asserting that there's no other influence, only the Earth spin, only. And I just finished saying, you correctly stated, you started the influence on that pendulum, and you also added that since it doesn't keep perpetual motion, you have to put a motor to make it keep going. So there's another influence. And on top of that, there's other influences that could keep it going. So, but you guys don't realize that.
So how come the same influences happen at two different places with different results?
Hey, you tell me. You're the one asserting things. I'm not. I'm not making a positive.
Yes, because we removed.
That's what we're getting at.
We removed the one thing that we thought would make a difference. Yes, we changed. We changed the.
You
angle.
didn't remove it.
We changed the angle between. We changed the angle between the rotational axis and the latitude line that we are on.
Okay, you know what? Like, let me take you back to the. You know the reason why I asked the first question. And the very first question was, who measured the curvature of the Earth? So now you've all conceded that you don't know. Let me put you on the spotlight here. So you didn't know if the Earth is curving or not. Right now, at this current moment, you don't know if the Earth is a globe or no. And now the second question, the reason why I have layered it this way, is because of the fact that the Earth, being a globe, has to be doing something, right, in the vacuum of space. We haven't even got to the third question yet, but the second one is that it's doing something. The Earth is a globe. Now it's doing something with this second question. But we don't even know if it's a globe or not. Concession by you guys, happily. So now we're in the second question, asserting and assuming that it's processing because the Earth is spinning on its axis. And you guys don't realize that you didn't prove the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Now you're asserting that it's doing something, and it's an assumption even. And so what we're getting to is that you want to stand by your assertions because that's the only thing that it can be. And then I went ahead and said, what else is influencing it? And you correctly stated, well, I pushed it to get it going, and also the motor keeps it going. So there is influence on it all the time. It is not just only the Earth spin, guys. This is what's happening here.
No, but listen. They had they had smart engineers build it. So that the machine that it's on, so that the engine that it's on doesn't affect the way it rotates. It just assists it in the motion. It doesn't change its motion.
I know you're not watching the chat. I know
you're divining somebody's thoughts. Like, you don't know that's what they thought when they made this thing up. You're just assuming. You're going off you're making up a story right now. How do you know what they thought? You don't know what they thought.
Well, then no one would be building the pendulum, right? Why would they waste so much money on building the pendulum?
I don't know. Listen, I don't know, but you're the one divining their thoughts, like as if you knew what they were thinking at the time they were thinking it. Like, wow, that's pretty, like psychic of you to know that. Like, how do you know that's what they said and what they thought? You don't know that. You're just asserting this because you want this to be the key to give you the answer that the Earth is actually doing something.
It's consistent with every experiment they do. Everyone, yes, like different people make different pendulums and it had the same result happen.
Who cares? The thing that we're trying to look, the reason why I say who cares is because I am only trying to figure out if the Earth is moving or no. And what we haven't figured out is, for number one, that the Earth has any curvature. Number two, that we're assuming the cause of the effect is the Earth spinning on its axis due to the fact that we see a contraption moving. When right? Let me tell it to you this way. When you pushed it to get it going, and the motor is keeping it going. So there's so much influence on the device that it's not just isolated that the Earth is spinning on its axis due to the fact that that's what we're watching. Like, we can't take a step back from the Earth and say, oh, look, I see the Earth spinning on its axis. No, we're looking at a device that we have to man-make and also influence on every angle and direction.
Okay, but if we're influencing it so much, if we're pushing the pendulum straight, why is it rotating?
But you're telling me a question that should be sufficiently answered by this contraption. Why are you doing that? Mm-hmm.
What? No, I'm telling you, like I'm asking you, why is it that
I know, why are you asking me? Because it should be self-evident, shouldn't it? You shouldn't be able to ask me that, because you should say, look, this covers the information for you to sufficiently know that this is the only thing you need to know, that the Earth is spinning on its axis. And it's not sufficient, and I'm telling you that, and you're asking me the question, what else can it be? And having me try to explain to you, I don't have to, because I can sufficiently tell you that there isn't enough information here to give us the understanding that the Earth is actually spinning on its axis, when what we're doing is watching a man-made contraption that we pushed, and now that we have to keep moving with the motor. So now we're saying, Eureka, it is the Earth spinning. And no, because we're influencing the device all the time. So now we're giving our assumptions. We haven't isolated the cause of the effect. We're only telling people that because the pendulum is doing something, now we're saying that the Earth is spinning. Voila. Well done. You just affirmed the consequence.
No, well, it would show the same. What's it called? It would show the same like motion if you moved it from.
You don't understand, Prado, what I'm saying. It doesn't matter what you do to the device. It doesn't matter where you go. The only thing that matters is that the influence put on it is you, sir. That's it.
Okay. Well, if the same influence is the same, like
that's what I've been trying to tell you. That's exactly what I've been trying to tell you.
So what would be enough evidence for you, like a picture from outer space, or like maybe a live stream that NASA does on YouTube?
No, okay, so what I would need is an observation of the natural phenomena of Earth spin.
Yeah, we have satellites, we have images.
That's not what I'm talking about, man.
So
I'm talking about when has in any time in history a person ever seen the Earth spinning on its axis?
Now.
Go ahead.
Now, we have videos of it.
No?
Yes.
Okay, wait. If you were to take a flight,
that's the third question. We'll get to that. But so the Foucault's pendulum didn't sufficiently answer, because now there's a whole bunch of questions, right? Asking me, well, what is the cause of the effect? And don't ask me. This thing should sufficiently answer the question if the Earth is spinning on its axis or not. And it doesn't do such a thing because of all the influence that it gets on other ways that people can actually have this thing moving around. And so we can't use this to isolate the fact that the cause is actually Earth spinning on its axis all by itself. We have to make a contraption, put influence on it, and then say, oh, yeah, that's great. Now the Earth's spinning. Voila. No, you just made a contraption up and then did something to it and then made your assertion and assumption. That's all you did. That's it.
Okay, question three.
All right, so I need a concession from all three of you. If not, we're going to keep going.
Yeah, we give up.
Fauda?
What happened?
We give up.
Do you concede, or do you want to continue? Because we can. Because trust me, this gets juicier as the questions keep rolling.
Nah, bro. I tap out, bro. I can't go to bed, man.
What say you, Allison?
Go ahead.
I need a concession.
Just tap out.
You can have your concession. Yeah.
Okay, but don't give it to me just because I want to hear that. You have to do it because you actually don't know what the cause of the effect of the pendulum is. If you actually know, then we have to stay here until we figure this out. We don't leave. That's what we don't do. We have to stick with this.
Listen.
Mm-hmm.
We've given you the cause of the effect. You just...
No, you didn't. You're assuming.
Okay. No, I have no idea.
Okay.
No, you stumped us, bro. You stumped us. Way to go.
No, you got
it. I didn't stump you. What happens is I'm presenting...
to answer your question.
I'm presenting the information that is not sufficient to give us the information that the Earth is spinning on its axis. It's a man-made assumption, contraption, and influence on this thing that we're saying that, we're just going to say that it's the Earth spinning. because
Okay.
there's other variables. Anyway,
Okay, I'm really excited to hear question 3.
All right, question 3. Question 3 is that the Earth is said to reside in a medium called a vacuum of space. Now, let me just finish with my spiel so you guys can get the gist of this. So the vacuum of space. The vacuum of space is the thing that's surrounding the Earth, right? According to the heliocentric notion, the Earth is said to reside in this vacuum of space. So now we have a differential pressure. So what we have is a very super low pressure, right? We can put it in a mathematical term, 10 to the negative 17 or whatever, if you'd like. But it just means that it's really close to zero. Not all the way at zero, but it's really close when you get to the furthest parts of the atmosphere. So what is happening here is that we have gas pressure here on Earth. You and I, and everyone in this room are breathing at like 14 psi here on the Earth, like at ground level. So as you go up in elevation, you can see a differential in pressure. It gets thinner, it gets harder to breathe, and so on. So what we get, though, is a gradient air pressure. Now, we still have pressure in the first instance. So gas pressure is here on Earth. So the question is, the Earth is said to be an open system where rockets and satellites and other things can leave the Earth, right? Matter and energy can transfer back and forward from the Earth to, space and whatnot. So we have matter and energy transfer in this open system. So what we have to understand is that if it's an open system like they say it is, the question here it comes, how does gas pressure here on Earth stay here without a container?
Gravity.
Okay, Ganso?
Gravity.
Oh, Fauda?
Gravity.
Alishness?
Gravity.
Okay. Now, primary source, citation, demonstration.
They just could drop an apple on the floor.
No, I mean, you got to actually give me the...
second.
Yeah, we got to walk through...
Don't look at that.
What the heck?
Oh, look at that.
That looks like your homework.
No, it was a HTML code instead of an image.
Are you a hacker?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway. All right, gravity. Go on. Primary source. You guys need to help Alice. I mean, she's doing the heavy lifting tonight, bros.
Right, so
seriously, step it up.
Here's the periodic table of elements, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the periodic table of elements, this one actually, no, it does. Every element has a weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that means compounds, they also have weight. So when you combine the elements together, they have a weight. The gravitational pull in each element... Oh, these are some nice reactions. We got a clown and a little nail care one. That's cool.
But continue. Don't get distracted. I want to hear your answer to this.
So when the compounds also have their own weight, they're pulled down by the gravitational pull of the Earth. So as you go up higher, obviously it's thinner because, the air gets thinner. The gravity is not pulling as hard. So once you keep going up,
yeah,
it can't go up any higher. The end.
The end. Damn. All right. So Ganso.
Wait, what was the question? How gas stays on the Earth?
Yeah.
The question is, how does gas contain gas?
Yeah.
That's the question. It's a very common question. How does gas contain gas?
Well, gas pressure right. Without a container. That's the question. How do we have gas pressure without a container?
Gravity, bro. It holds everything in.
I know that, but you can't say one word answers and then get away with it because I got to hold you guys to the same standard I'm holding. Now, without Owlishness holding your guys' hands, go ahead and give me the primary source, citation, and demonstration. I'm going to see if you can do better without Owlishness. You guys just can't be followers. You can have your own critical thinking to this too.
I'll follow her to the ends of the earth.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have an answer to this?
No, it's just... There's a force pulling everything towards the earth.
Okay.
Therefore, nothing is...
That's basically what you just told me earlier. You drop something and it falls. That's not what she's saying, okay? She went a little in depth
That is
with
what
it.
I'm saying.
No, that is what she's saying.
That is what I'm saying because the...
Yeah. Did you talk about elements, Ganso?
It doesn't matter what
everything is elements. Just
everything is
I know.
I can say
elements and atoms and.
All right. So Fauda, let me go to Fauda now.
Compounds.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Like, do you want to just say exactly what they said verbatim, or do you have something else to explain?
Yeah, bro. Whatever Alice said, bro, word for word, I take it.
Seriously, dude. Like, nobody. You guys don't share a community brain, man. You have your own critical thinking mind. You could say however you want. Like, this is your own. This is your time to shine.
On a speaker mind, bro. Inshallah, speaker mind.
No, maybe so.
Ladies and gentlemen. Okay, because, bro, you know how as you go up, there's less pressure. That means gravity, because there's less gravity acting on wherever you are, right? So if you're close to the Earth, there's higher pressure, correct? Because there's more gravity, correct?
Yep.
Yeah, that's all there is to say, bro.
I'm only listening to your guys tell me. All right,
that is all there is to say, bro.
I don't know. So there's the idea. There's the idea that gravity is holding everything down.
Yeah.
All right. So remember, the demonstration of gas pressure without a container is due to the fact of gravity, and that was Alishness's answer. So now we're going to need to see the citation. Okay, we got the primary source. What was the primary source to that? Who first discovered this?
See, that's a tough question.
First discovered.
Not really.
Newton.
Yeah, Newton. Like,
I don't know. You guys need to tell me.
Yeah,
you
Newton,
guys have
Newton, bro.
Okay, so Newton, bro. Alishness, what do you say?
Well, yeah, that's who it, bro.
Newton, bro. Okay, so we're going with Newton, bro. All right, so Newton is a primary source. Now, citation, please. I said this wasn't going to be easy, and I meant it.
No, somebody already posted it. Or
who did?
Proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915. Actually, no. Gravity is most accurately described by the general theory of relativity, proposed by Albert Einstein in 1915, which describes gravity not as a force. That's that one.
I know, but you guys said Newton, bro. So
yeah,
he was the first to find it, and then Einstein made the theory.
Yeah, but what did Newton do? Tell me how he discovered gravity.
An apple fell on his head, bro.
Oh God, dude! I hope you don't say that. Yes.
All I gotta do is let an apple fall on my head.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. If you go to the Apple Store, in fact,
yeah, that's how you found out. Okay.
You went to the Apple Store.
He just beat you to it, bro.
Okay. No, that's not how we found out.
Coconut. At least it wasn't a coconut.
How did you find out?
I don't know. You guys tell me.
I told you, an apple. Okay, move on. Confirmed. Everyone confirmed?
No, it's not confirmed. No. All right, so you're saying
how gravity was discovered?
Yes. How was it discovered?
Yeah.
Primary source. So Newton had an apple fall on his head. Okay, now the citation where it says Newton had an apple fall on his head, and that's how he figured out gravity was a force.
I just posted it.
Okay, so Alice just posted it. All right. Primary source citation. Now let's go to the demonstration. This is the fun part.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The fun part is how are we gonna get gravity to hold anything? Let's figure this out. Gravity's holding the gas down, the air that you and I are breathing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so demonstration. How are we gonna figure that out? Go ahead. Demonstrate gravity. Demonstrate gravity being a container.
The mere fact that we are alive and I'm speaking to you and we have
mere fact. I don't know. It's not a mere fact. Don't ever start. The mere fact that you just got to be alive. That's the way. No, you're not going to get away with that. So how can I control the variable of gravity to then contain the air anywhere? Go ahead.
You go up in elevation.
I'm not containing air. So like if I'm able to contain a gas. Right, just like I can do in any.
Well, the gas is contained in the atmosphere.
Let me give you an example. Right, when I have a high pressure next to a low pressure, what happens to the gas that's inside of a container when I open up the container?
It reaches equilibrium.
Why?
Because that's just what they do. That's just their nature.
Right. It's a natural law. So you correctly said what would happen. It reaches a state of equilibrium, and so if, let's say, we can do a little controlled experiment here. If I blow air into a balloon, what happens to the balloon? It expands, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so now I create a high pressure inside of that balloon. Outside of it, however, is a lower pressure.
Mm-hmm.
So I have a container. The container is the balloon. What happens when I open up the nozzle? What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
Let's open up gravity, though. And how can we open up gravity?
Yeah. So listen, guys. What happens when I open up the nozzle of that balloon?
It reaches equilibrium again.
I know, but what happens to the air inside of the balloon?
The air escapes.
Where does it go to?
Atmosphere.
With the other air.
Well, I know that, but I mean, like, what direction does it go?
Which direction does the air go?
It sounds like a silly question, but like, if I open up the nozzle of that balloon, where does the air rush out to? Up, down, sideways? Where does it go?
It depends on what
goes
direction.
out. Please don't answer, guys. If you're not these guys, please don't answer. I don't want any help from them. They have to give us the. Put yourself on mute. Like, please resist the temptation to help them. Like, they have to tell me what direction does the air go.
It depends on what direction you have the balloon pointed.
Okay, let's say I have it pointed down. Which direction does the air go?
Up.
What happens if I have it pointed up?
It goes down.
The air goes down. Okay, so the air only goes down?
No.
Is that the only direction? No,
it depends on what direction you have the balloon.
Well,
so
no, I'm saying the air coming out.
No. Listen. If you are holding the balloon by the stem, right? You have it blown up. You're holding the stem of the balloon, right? If you're holding it with the stem parallel to you and you release it, the balloon is going to go in the direction.
No, not the balloon. No, I'm not talking about the balloon.
Yes, the air is. Yes, the air is pushing against the air, which pushes the balloon parallel to you, parallel to the ground.
Okay.
So it'll fly off in that direction. Yes, it'll fly off in that direction, parallel to you. The air will be pushed in the opposite direction. You hold the stem of the balloon.
Yes, you're telling me the most obvious thing. I know.
Right. So you asked me, so I'm telling you the obvious thing you asked.
The air that's leaving the balloon,
right?
What direction is it going?
I just answered you. Did you not listen?
Okay, you can just tell me right now. What direction is the air rushing out of the balloon going?
I asked you, what direction are you holding the balloon, because it matters.
No, it don't.
It does.
Okay,
it really doesn't.
Because the air is under pressure.
You want to know why it doesn't matter? I can tell you.
Sure,
now I will. Trust me, I will. I have done this many times. So the direction isn't like up, down, sideways, or any direction. It goes into any and all directions.
Okay.
Okay, what? That's the answer.
Okay, Mickey.
It wasn't just the direction you're talking about, because you have it sideways or up and down. You're trying to insert like a position like where the air is going to rush out into. What I'm saying is that when the air rushes out, it goes everywhere.
Yeah.
In all directions.
However,
that is the correct answer.
Okay.
And you either understand this or you don't.
The correct answer, but
no, it's okay,
sure.
It's okay. Okay, Miggy, can I ask you a question? So
not really, because
it's just
information.
No, it's just to clarify what you said.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, you're gonna clarify. Go ahead.
So you're talking like you said like the air pressure difference between whatever is outside the Earth would
inside of the balloon and outside of the balloon, or what are you using?
I'm talking about the Earth. I'm talking about the Earth because that's what you start with, right?
No, you don't start with the Earth, because you're making an assumption of what gravity is and also an assumption of what the Earth is. So we don't start with an assumption.
The reason the air moves out of the balloon is because of air pressure.
Yeah. But why is there air pressure?
Because there's different pressures of air in the atmosphere.
No. We're talking about the balloon example, Gonzo. Don't leave the example.
Because there's a lot of pressure in the balloon, and it comes out to low pressure.
But why is there pressure in the first place?
Because you do a lot of air into a confined space.
All right. So now we have air in a confined space.
Mm-hmm.
So air in a confined space is going to be more pressure than air outside of that confined space, right?
Agreed. 100%.
Okay, so when we see entropy happening, entropy meaning that high pressure will move to low, and cold or hot will move to cold.
Mm-hmm.
This is the natural law that happens always.
Yeah.
But here's the issue, right? We're having an issue. The issue is gravity is being a container. When is gravity a container? I'm sounding a bit facetious when I'm saying this, but because of the fact that we're making a statement here that gravity is holding the elements in some place.
Okay, not necessarily.
Do you
gravity.
want me to help you out here?
Okay, not necessarily only gravity is holding the air in the earth. Okay, listen. So, in space, is there air pressure in space?
We don't know. We haven't even examined that yet.
But you said it was you told me specifically it was a vacuum. So is there air in space?
That's what they're telling us.
Okay. You told me it was a vacuum. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
No,
so
this is the main.
No, you told me. No, you told me it was a vacuum.
You're not that thick, are you?
Bro,
you're not.
What? You told me
I'm
it was a vacuum.
telling you that this is the mainstream rhetoric. This is what they're telling you, me, and everybody, Gonzo. I'm not saying I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you this is what they're claiming, Gonzo. Listen when I'm telling you. Okay. The very first thing is that the rhetoric is that it's called the vacuum of space for a reason. And so they're telling us that the medium that the Earth resides in is a vacuum. Yes. I didn't make that up. That is what they're telling us.
Okay, you're right. Okay, so they're telling us it's a vacuum, right? Yes. Is there air pressure in vacuum? No.
They say it's super low. Low pressure.
No, there's no pressure in a vacuum.
Yes, they are.
What?
Yes, they are. Yeah, dude, trust me. You don't know the rhetoric. I've been doing this for years, bro. I know the thing inside and out. You don't realize this, but you're actually coming up against somebody who actually knows all the ins and outs of this. So if you don't know, I'm going to have you go look it up. It doesn't say that there is no gas pressure. It says that it's super, super, super low. It has a number to it, but it doesn't mean that there isn't any gas pressure. It just means it's super low. You didn't know this, and I'm informing you. Go look it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So.
Okay. Wait. Go on. I'll switch it up.
Go ahead. Can
I interject something really quick?
Go ahead.
So you know dry ice, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when you have dry ice, here I'll post an image.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Dry ice, as you know, will stay along the ground. You can see it pouring out of the bowl along the ground, right?
Yeah, sure.
That is air containing air. That is gas containing gas.
No,
why is it going along the ground?
Okay, so what I would ask you here in this instance, what direction is the gas going in?
Down.
Huh?
Down.
Is it going down only?
Yes. You can tell in the picture that it's going down, and
it's not just going down. It's not just going down.
So you're going to use some sort of
magic trick? No, I'm not.
No, not magic trick. You're taking my speech and you're manipulating it.
No, I'm actually exposing what your ignorance is on the subject.
But what is my ignorance on this subject?
When I asked you where is the gas going to?
It is going down and it is moving across the floor, like I said when I mentioned it.
What direction? What direction is it moving?
I just said that it's yes, like Sheepdog Legend said, it is spread along the floor.
Directions.
Like I said. When
I didn't say that.
Yes, I did.
You said it's going down.
I posted an image that obviously showed it going along the floor, down out of the bowl. I know that. What I said. I said
okay, down out of the bowl.
Okay.
So once it reaches its state of down out of the bowl, do you think it remains there?
On the ground, yeah, you can see it.
But does it remain there?
Does it remain where? On the ground?
On the ground, yeah, on the ground.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No, it does not. It does not remain on the ground. It dissipates
Why is it on the ground?
Listen,
Why is it on the ground?
It dissipates back. I'm trying to answer your question, if you're listening. It dissipates into the air. It actually loses its structure, and it actually starts to dissipate within the air that it's in. So it starts to just breaks down. What do you mean, right? Yeah, and so it goes everywhere into like the air itself, up, down,
Your
sideways.
point- Your point,
Mhm.
right, was that air cannot contain air. Gas cannot contain gas.
The air that you and I breathe,
This is
Allison.
right. This is an example of gas containing gas. Of
No, that's not.
gravity. Yes,
It's not. It's not containing.
Can you not talk over me?
Go ahead, but it's not gas containing gas.
It is.
It's not.
It is.
How is a gas contained if it's going everywhere?
You would fail physics. If you answered that in a test, you'd fail. Okay? It
Okay,
doesn't.
I
There's a
didn't-
reason why. There's a reason why. Look it up. It's very scientific.
It's very
Allison,
scientific.
Yeah, it is. Like you gotta have to look.
It's
listen.
very scientific. The reason why gravity is
Yes.
affecting.
No, not gravity. Not gravity. Not gravity.
Search that. Why does dry ice or why does cold air go down dry ice? Look that up. You'll find the answer.
Why does cold air go down dry ice?
Yeah, search that up. Yeah, you'll find the answer.
That would be your answer.
Yeah.
Heat rises.
Yeah, but we can't help you here. You have to like the reason why we're telling you that's incorrect is because we have already like looked into this. I was just.
Hey, I'll give you another example. So if you were to inhale carbon dioxide into your lungs, instead of exhaling it, if you were to inhale it, you would eventually die. Why would you die?
Okay, we're not answering the question though.
It would replace or displace the oxygen.
Why are we going
in
to
your
this
lungs.
example? Why are we going to this example? We're trying to figure out how gravity.
I'm telling you that carbon dioxide displaces oxygen because it's heavier than it, right?
Denser.
It's denser.
It's denser. That is the definition of what heavier is. Denser.
It's not.
It's not.
Okay. You. Okay. That's why I posted.
It just isn't. Yeah.
This is why I posted. Why I started off conversation with posting the periodic table of elements. Demonstrate that each element has its own weight. So when they're compounds, they are more dense. They are heavier. So therefore, sorry, I was reading the chat. So therefore, when it displaces oxygen, that oxygen is containing, in other words, that carbon dioxide because it is on the ground.
Yeah, but your example was dry ice, though.
Listen,
right?
Yeah, that's carbon dioxide.
Yeah, but I'm saying that was your example for showing that gravity is containing the gas. So yeah, I know, but what we're showing you also is that gravity isn't containing it because it's going in all directions.
Okay.
Gravity's not holding it back.
Okay. Yeah,
but you either agree or disagree, and if you disagree, then you have to support the disagreement with a way that gas is having a directional of down only.
But I think
that means
what she's talking about, Yuki, I think what she's talking about is how the gases layer themselves by density. Yes. I think that's what she's confusing as like gas
gravity
containing gas.
That's
layers.
The Earth
it's the layers of gases.
Right. So that's what's happening with the Earth.
Right, but it's not, right? This is called equilibrium.
It's not. It's right.
Yeah, it's the same reason why a rock sinks in the water. It's the same reason why a rock sinks in the water and a piece of wood or an apple floats. It's the density of things. It's seeking equilibrium.
That you use, right? An example that you like to put for the equilibrium, is that picture of bromine, right? You like to use that to demonstrate the equilibrium of gas pressure equalizing.
I don't know what you're talking about now. What
I know exactly. Yeah, there's a GIF. I don't know what the meme is, but it's a beaker of bromine that shows the equalization of the two chambers. I think it's
I know what you mean. I think it's like two beakers that are put together. Yeah. Okay.
That's bromine.
So you know how two hydrogen is a gas, oxygen is a gas. What happens when two hydrogens meet one oxygen? Remember, gas is mixing all the time and trying to find equilibrium. They run into other gases and mix, and then water forms. So when Mickey says that it goes everywhere, it's getting pushed and influenced by all these other gases and forces that. The wind, you know what I mean? That's what it means. So it goes everywhere, and they're trying to go to where they belong. Like helium shuttle up runs into. Yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Okay. Yeah, so to further demonstrate gravity having an effect on Earth is to continue to go deeper into the ocean where the pressure increases. So the closer you get to the bottom of the Earth.
We're not breathing ocean water, though. We're talking about the air that you and I breathe.
Right, I'm demonstrating gravity. I'm not demonstrating air.
Gravity needs to be demonstrated by the way air is not floating off into the vacuum of space.
It needs to be. I'm demonstrating
It's a bad analogy, though.
How is it a bad analogy?
Because we're not breathing ocean water. We're breathing air.
That. I'm not saying we're breathing ocean water. I'm demonstrating.
Well, you're using ocean water. You're using ocean water, and it's not.
You're not listening again.
It's a bad demonstration. It's a bad demonstration.
No, you're just not listening. Listen. I'm trying to show that there is such a thing as gravity.
Yeah, holding the gas. How is it holding the gas?
No, you don't cut me off, because if you continue to go down
in water,
listen, this demonstrates that when pressure increases.
It's not gas.
My man.
It's not gas, Alishness. It's not gas. You have to use it. If you know, then why are you using it as an example?
Spiraling, my dude. You have to listen.
No, I'm not spiraling. I'm actually correcting you. You're using water when we're talking about gas.
I understand that. I'm not talking about gas right now.
We need to be talking about gas.
No. Listen, you want demonstratable things.
Of gas. Of
gravity.
Of gas. Holding gas.
Okay, I already did
Gravity
that.
holding gas. No, you didn't.
I did that.
No, you didn't. You're using ocean water. You're using ocean water. You're not using gas.
You obviously don't want to
stick to gas. I obviously want to stick to gas. Obviously.
Okay.
So let's stick to gas.
Okay. Well, you don't want to hear. Okay.
Ocean water? No, I don't, because that's ocean water. It's going to get difficult because you're not using gas, and so gravity influencing gas needs to be what we're talking about.
You're not listening to me.
I am.
When I tell you about pressure being more.
No, it's not pressure. It's gas pressure, my good lady.
What kind of pressure are you talking
pressure.
About? Gas pressure?
Yes, ma'am. Gas pressure.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So, as I have already shown.
What have you shown?
I have shown that the dry ice.
Yeah, right? Went everywhere. Yeah.
It went everywhere. However, it is not going up.
Yeah, because it's denser than the air that it surrounds it. But it's that's the point. Also, yeah.
So
the point is
showed that the density of certain density of certain elements, of certain compounds, are contained within themselves.
No, they have a direction.
This brings it back to gravity. And this brings it back to gravity, right?
No, it doesn't bring it back to gravity. It brings it back to the assumption that you think gravity is influencing this, and it's not.
Okay.
Yeah, it's an assumption because here's the thing, right? So no, 1 second. So what you're saying is the dry ice is going down, right? But we're telling you that it's going in any and all directions, even after some time goes by. So you're thinking that the dry ice will just remain on the floor, and it does not, Owlishness. Yeah. So it actually goes everywhere, even up, Owlishness, even up. So gravity does not.
Down, right?
Right. So then gravity loses.
However, that's
the idea.
Everything.
The idea that gravity is holding a vector of down is incorrect in this instance.
Okay.
Okay. So now that you agree. So what else can we have to provide evidence of gravity? Because I've just shown you, even dry ice, it still has a vector of all directions. It doesn't only have a vector of down, which is your claim that gravity is influencing the gas.
Does the sun also affect or influence the gas? I think it would warm up. It might warm up the air, the cold air, and then up it goes, right? Running into stuff again.
Changes the direction.
Does the sun affect the air?
The dry ice. We're sticking to the dry ice for just a moment because that's what he's talking about.
Yeah.
What do you mean the sun affecting the dry ice?
Like it would warm up it would warm the
other elements.
No, I mean what I'm saying is the cold air that's on the ground is going to warm up, whether it's by the sun or whatever. The room temperature is going to warm it, and then it's going to rise because warm air rises, cold air. Yep, it's denser, so it's beneath.
Adding additional influences to that. You're adding UV rays,
and that's how we get hurricanes. This is how we get hurricanes.
Gas pressure changes.
Yeah.
Gas pressure, it's a dynamic. So the Earth has a dynamic gas pressure. It's always moving around. It's very dynamic. High to low pressure is always being swirled around on this Earth. So we have different difference in pressures, differential pressure, I should say. That's a better way to say it. Differential pressure you're going to have on the different weather patterns that we have. So we're always going to have a differential in pressure. It's always continuously in fluctuation. This is always going to be the case. There isn't a vector of down influencing the gases that are containing the gases. That in that instance, you're proven incorrect to say that that's the way the element charts are working. So everything's going to go to its equilibrium and be held down by gravity. That is your idea. But the influence on gravity, on the elements from gravity, doesn't have any effect in the instance of gas. Because when we show you gas is moving in every and all directions, that is true. That's a true statement. You can look it up. We're not making this up to win an argument. This is just a natural law of things. We make our observations. We see gas do what it does, and it doesn't matter if it's CO2 or helium. What is it? Superfluoride helium. It doesn't matter what man-made gas you invoke. It's still going to dissipate.
Superchlorofluoride?
That could be the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
Hexafluoride. Yeah, that's the one.
Hexachlorofluoride.
But what I'm saying, these are man-made gases. And even if we invoke those, they're still going to be like in a state of more.
My bad. Hexafluoride. Sulfur hexafluoride.
Sulfur hexafluoride. Yeah, that's correct. But they're going to be in a more dense state than the air that you and I are breathing. So therefore, you can put them in a in a fish tank, or things can float on them and whatnot. And you can, it's just, you can do different things with them. But the same way that the CO2, right, is going to dissipate, the sulfur hexafluoride will dissipate also. It doesn't matter. Over time, the idea that gravity is going to continuously layer these things and hold them into a place is incorrect. Because gases move into any and all directions dependent on the ambient air temperature and also the direction in which they are influenced by other gases, like Bong was saying. So we are looking at the natural observation of this. So what your idea of gravity holding gases down would be incorrect. It's an assumption being drawn out by these globalist agenda that are you now trying to repackage and taught to us or told to us in a way that makes sense to you, but it does not suffice or is not sufficient for the answer if gravity is actually containing the gas, because it doesn't do such a thing. It doesn't contain gases. So the demonstration of gravity containing the gas has not been given to anyone.
Okay.
That's just an assertion that you're making.
Okay.
But if it was, then everything would be held down completely. Nothing would go up. It would be a vector of down with everything. And that's just not the case.
Why does the helium balloon go up and an apple goes down, would fall off a tree?
It's an object and medium relationship, Alishness. That's what we have here.
Sorry, are you asking me a question?
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
You're asking me why. You're asking me why helium goes up and an apple falls down.
Yeah, like if gravity isn't a thing, like we're told, like what would help us understand like why then? You know what I mean? Like how are we going to replace this? Yeah. What's the cause? What do you think?
Helium is lighter than air. If you look back at the elements, the elemental table, we can see that.
Why isn't gravity holding the balloon down when you drop it? You drop a helium balloon, it goes up every time. Why?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but where's gravity?
Than air.
Yeah, but what happened to gravity?
Still there.
Where?
It's lighter.
Doesn't appear to be there.
Okay.
Gravity loses its influence on helium.
Yeah, it does.
Okay then. All right then. So there's not a vector of down. Well, I know that. So do you. But gravity loses its effect on things that seem to be going in opposition to it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I wanted to just remove gravity and understand the real thing. Like what is taught in school. You know what I mean? Like Archimedes' principle. That we are displacing, right, water, the medium, right, with our mass. Yeah, and heavy things sink down, right, and light things go up because the density differences. You know what I mean? Difference in densities. That's why the cold air from the dry ice went down because it's super dense. And then as the heat and hot air goes up, right? Because that's the way things have been configured. You know what I mean?
So the law of nature is what he's talking about, Eldishness.
You mean configured?
The law of nature. I'm stating it again. He's talking about the law of nature. So the things the way that things find their equilibrium that's just the way it is with nature. Things are gonna find its rest at their equilibrium state. Like whatever gases you're using, within the medium of air, let's say, or whatever control variable you have, but they're going to find their equilibrium state.
Yeah. Well, but what I really wanted to get us to is that there are 4 fundamental forces that are taught in school, right? And gravity is one, the strong nuclear force and the weak nuclear force. That's 3, and then the last one, electromagnetism. So out of these 4. Only electromagnetism is what we really work with on this scale. Everything, all the other 3, those are all theoretical. You know what I mean? But strong and weak nuclear force, that's something else. But they're theoretical. So we know that the real force is electromagnetic.
All right. So let me just get to the end of the 3 points. These are our 3 questions, right? We still haven't figured out what's holding the gas pressure. Gravity wasn't sufficient because gases go in all directions. So going into this, the idea or the answer between you, Ganso, and Fauda was gravity. And so what we're learning right now is that these gases go into any and all directions. They're very dynamic. So they operate within the air that you and I breathe. And so they're going to have a representation of equilibrium due to the fact that they're more dense in the air. And also, after some time, they dissipate within the air, so they're going to have a direction or a vector of up, not just down, and sideways in all kinds of directions. They're going to go in all directions. So gravity doesn't have the influence, as previously thought, to contain anything. So gas
Previously on Dexter. You've been my mother, Prudence. Oh, yes, old. I don't want to see it end in a tiny room surrounded by doctors.
Welcome. To run away if you want to.
So many people, yet absolutely no one is speaking. What is happening?
Good grief.
Flat earthers have been real quiet since Wikipedia dropped.
We're patiently waiting for someone to come and prove their globe. Are you the person that's going to do it?
Do you run off?
I don't know. I thought it was this happy fellow. No, he's gone quiet. Interesting.